Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome aboard. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and we are spending another beautiful day together covering the news, covering Jordan Peterson, covering Russell Brand, covering Charlie Kirk, and then at the end of it, we will, of course, wrap up with some law enforcement and military coverage just to spice up our day a little bit, but actually make it like interesting and not always be talking smack about the people that we're watching. So, of course, I do love talking smack about people. I do love criticizing them. I do love calling their ideas silly. I do love doing all of those kinds of things. However, I also enjoy looking at cool and interesting things that are happening in our world and then explaining them to you as best I can. That way we all live in a richer place. Harmonic Fox says hello. Well, hello back to you. Thank you for joining. And I'm going to go ahead and pull up the news stories while we're waiting for folks to come in. But I hope you are doing well. And if you have anything that you want to share with the chat, please do so. I will be happy to read it. So let me go ahead and share my screen, share my entire screen, and turn on the audio, and then we'll start the news. Let's move this bad boy. Good afternoon, Christian Valeris. Good to see you again. Thank you for being my stalwart verbal and sometimes financial supporter. I really do appreciate it. Your presence is always appreciated. Harmonic Fox says, I like spamming chuds with information debunking every single thing they believe. I mean, I'm with you too. The Crawling Chaos says, love the end of stream title, Predator 2 callback. I don't know if it is, but if it was subconscious, then awesome. I am a big fan of Predator. Well, QC John says, good afternoon, Connor. Good to see you. Well, QC John, welcome aboard. And, I hope everyone in chat is doing great. And thank you for coming over and checking us out. So let's cover the news, though. Christian Valeris, a drug addict. Oh, wow. OK, that's getting spicy really quick. A drug addict, somebody who loves grapes and an arsler walk into a bar. Ribbit 2 says this is a nightmare blood rotation. So true. Wells Bot says, hola. Well, hola back to you. Predator 2, Gary Busey says, the Lions, the Tigers, the Bears. Oh, my. Okay, well, cool. I need to watch it again. I am a fan of Predators. I am a fan of Prey. Prey was fantastic. That was the most recent movie that came out that featured Native Americans. Of course, it had a female protagonist, which some people viewed as progressive, but she earned all of her kills, and she earned the payoff at the end. And so I actually really did enjoy Prey. I thought it was fantastic. So, of course, the news that everybody's yapping about, even though I think nobody wants to, is the tariffs. I'm just going to read a few interesting headlines from that. I promise not to spend too much time on it. But the U.S. exported $145 billion worth of goods to China last year, according to U.S. Trade Representative. The top exports per the United States International Trade Commission were soybeans, civilian aircraft, microchips, pharmaceuticals, petroleum, cars, and vehicles, with China now slapping an 84% tariff on goods in retaliation to United States President Donald Trump's tariffs. These exports will be affected starting tomorrow. So what's scary about this is that Donald Trump, in my understanding, believes that a trade deficit effectively means that the other country is hurting us somehow. But the problem with that is that we buy, I actually pulled this up, around $440 billion worth of goods from China. So they buy 140, we buy 440. So would it be good if they, bought $440 billion worth of stuff from us? 100%. But if we hurt the existing trade, we're going to hurt ourselves triple as much as we are hurting them. So again, they have a population of 1.2 billion people. They have a bunch of factories. They have a low skill and high skill workforce. They are responsible for a substantive amount of manufacturing on the planet. And so as a result, I think we are actually hurting ourselves more than we're hurting them, which is scary because I think we have a dummy in the presidential office. EU backs first countermeasures against the United States. Instead of the EU has already come to the table and said that they were willing to drop down to zero tariffs. But because of Trump's nonsensical trade deficit mentality, this isn't going to be enough. And as a result, I think the EU is reasonably hurting us back. And so global markets, I don't expect them to stabilize anytime soon. I expect this to last at least for several months until Trump is able to claw some symbolic victories out of this economic disaster. Then So every product will be 5 times costly. No, it's not that bad. As an example, I think we have like a 100% tariff or something like that on Chinese goods, 104, something like that. So let's say that there's a pair of socks, and the pair of socks in an 8-pack is currently $8, right? Then what's going to happen is that pair of socks is going to cost 16 at minimum. And that is exclusively if the Chinese manufacturer, or excuse me, the retailer, the wholesaler, literally keeps their current profit margin and keeps their current pricing, and then just adds the tariffs on top of the cost of the item for the consumer. Now, the good news for American manufacturers who have all of their production domestic, which is not a lot of people, by the way, there's a lot of small businesses that are going to get destroyed by this. But if you are, let's say that the Chinese 8 pair of socks is getting made for, or is currently being sold for $8, it's about to be 16. Well, if you're manufacturing stateside and your socks cost $12, then you might actually be in a better position to sell in the market. Now, the thing about that is oftentimes we don't have massive textile mills with slave labor, manufacturing our goods. What's going on is that we have highly automated processes. So while it's going to incentivize money to potentially be spent on United States companies, number one, we don't have a lot of that capacity. Number two, it's largely automated. So we're not going to be putting these dollars into the pockets of average working class Americans. We're going to be putting these dollars into the owners of domestic manufacturing. And I don't expect a lot of it to trickle down to the average working class person. So again, this is a lot of economic illiteracy that is being used by the Trump administration to effectively implode the international market. I don't think, like, if you were looking for a cudgel to beat Trump sycophants with, I think this is now as good a time as ever. Literally the next 3 months, we are going to partially solve this issue because we're going to need to. And Trump is going to claim credit for the partial solution over a problem he caused. So, yeah, that's my assessment anyways. Harmonic Fox says, I think I found my new pet issue, mixed use development. I wish cities weren't designed by idiots who didn't care about public well-being. I mean, I'm with you there. The Crawling Chaos says, you think Trump will suddenly call off the tariff and claim he fixed the economy? No, but I think he will declare victory in 2 to 3 months because he doesn't have the discipline to actually see something through. And then whatever stabilization happens as a result of him partially surrendering will be his claimed victory. Sultan Al Fahim says, well, automation will take even more jobs now. I mean, yeah, but we got to we got to work with the economy that we're given, right? Technology, somebody has this quote. I forget the exact phrasing of it, but the quote is effectively that capitalism is creative chaos at all times. And so you can expect massive disruptions in the market at almost all times in the capitalist market. But oftentimes those disruptions come from not from disasters, but from innovation. And so that's good. Alina Ivanovsky says, what's the play? Why is he trying to destroy the American economy? Well, in his eyes, he's not destroying the American economy. He's incentivizing people who currently take advantage of the international economic global system to move back to the United States. Now, I think the problem with that is so many people are going to get hurt in the short and intermediate term as a result of his stuff that the midterms, my expectation is that they will be very bloody and that MAGA will lose whatever limited mandate they have. And then as a result, he's going to be a lame duck for 2 or 3 years. He's going to declare that he actually did fix everything. And then he's going to get out of the White House. And if he tries to run for a third term, then I, among other people, will rebel. Moving to the next segment, though, because trust me, we got a healthy chunk of content to get through. Truly a moron. Elon Musk escalates spat with Trump advisor Peter Navarro over tariffs. Peter Navarro is a moron, but I also don't like or trust Elon Musk. And therefore, I want to check and see what he has to say. Elon Musk took another jab at President Donald Trump's senior trade advisor, Peter Navarro, Tuesday, calling him a moron on social media as the Tesla CEO further splits from the White House tariffs plan. Musk's remarks were in response to a CNBC interview with Navarro that aired Monday, during which the White House trade advisor discussed how Tesla's position as a car assembler rather than a car manufacturer could be at odds with Trump's tariff policies. The comments come as Trump announced widespread tariffs on a swath of countries, causing market volatility and likely increasing the cost of cars by thousands of dollars. In many cases, if you go to his Texas plant, a good part of the engines that he gets, which in the EV case are the batteries, come from Japan and come from China. The electronics come from Taiwan, Navarro says. The difference is our thinking and Elon's on this is that we want the tires made in Akron, he continues. We want the transmissions made in Indianapolis. We want the engines made in Flint and Saginaw, and we want the cars manufactured here. Musk said Navarro is truly a moron in an X post, replying to a video of the comments being shared on the social media platform. What he says here is demonstrably false, he wrote before calling Navarro Peter Arsluro. Nice. Musk, this is the richest and smartest man on the planet. We might be doomed as a species, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry to say it. Musk claimed Tesla has the most American-made cars in another series of X posts, adding that Navarro is dumber than a sack of bricks. By any definition whatsoever, Tesla is the most vertically integrated auto manufacturer in America with the highest percentage of U.S. content. Navarro should ask the fake expert he invented, Ron Vara, this is another thing that's really funny. This is another thing that's insanely funny. Peter Navarro made up a character in his economics book named Ron Vera, but Ron Vera was just him quoting back to himself. So he would be like, economic expert Ron Vera says XYZ ABC, but it would actually just be a quote from him. He just assigned it to another person to lend himself more credibility. And if you're asking if I'm joking, I'm not joking. This is real. This is proven that he made up a guy in order to make himself seem more credible. Absolutely wild stuff. I truly feel like we are experiencing one of the most incompetent administrations in American history. You can say what you want about Andrew Jackson. You could say what you want about Taft. You could say what you want about FDR. You can talk smack about Obama for all I care. I think that you could talk smack about Bush. There's plenty of things to criticize about Bush. And yet somehow I feel like despite the fact that other presidencies might have been more nefarious or more damaging or anti-constitutional or whatever you want to call it, I still think that this is the most incompetent administration to ever hold office, which is impressive. It's impressive how bad it is. So let's explain this a little bit more because we got some more questions in chat. Elena Ivanovsky says, he is incentivizing whom? Can you explain further, please? Absolutely. So you might have just joined, so no problems if you didn't hear this portion. Let's say that there is a sock manufacturer in Japan. They use slave labor and they're able to sell you a pack. Somebody imports them and they're able to sell them at $8 a pack, and they're able to make a profit off of that pack of socks. Now, to the American consumer, that's pretty good because even though it sucks that China is using slave labor, they still get a good at a very cheap price. Well, American socks using robots, because a lot of our manufacturing is automated, might be able to make a sock at $12 an hour, and there might be an American-made sock that is currently selling for $12 an hour. Well, let's face it, the $8 pack. Did I say $12 an hour? I just meant $12. So anyways, the $8 pack is obviously going to sell more than the $12 pack because most people care about a relative amount of quality, but they are pretty price conscious, right? And so what'll happen is if Trump is slapping a 104% tariff on Chinese goods, then that pack of socks from China is effectively going to double in price. So for the sake of simplicity, let's just call it $16. Well, now the price of socks is doubled. This actually hurts the working class because they now have a low-cost product that they no longer have access to. But the American sock company that currently has an automated factory and they can sell their socks for $12 an hour, more Americans are going to buy from the American manufacturer, and therefore that's going to give more revenue, more capital, more money to an American company. Now, the problem with this is why our economy is so complicated, is even the American company, even if they sew the product here using robots, oftentimes they still import their raw materials from other countries like China. So you're also increasing the cost of the goods that the American firm uses in order to manufacture their automated goods. And so as a result, both American and international goods are likely to go up in price. And so it's effectively economic illiteracy trying to force the market to prioritize domestic manufacturing in the United States, but it's going to hurt everyone. It's going to hurt consumers. It's going to hurt local manufacturers who rely on international goods in order to manufacture what they manufacture. It's going to hurt people who have businesses who sell foreign goods to Americans. It's going to hurt everybody. So if you're like, hey, Connor, make this make sense, I can't because it's dumb and it's going to hurt everyone. So yeah. US-based manufacturers, most of them I expect are donors of Trump. I agree, but if their raw materials come from overseas, then they're going to get hurt. Beatrice Guerra says, hello, guys. Arm flex. Well, I'm going to arm flex back to you. This is for you, Beatrice Guerra. This is for you. Tofu says, books, I think it was like 8 or 9 of them referred to Ron Nera. Yeah, books plural. That's a good point, Tofu. Also, Trump found Navarro because he didn't originally have an economic plan and had Jared Kushner find one. Kushner browsed books on Amazon for an economist and found a book with a cool title. Yep. So basically, no one is going to benefit. Maybe. We'll see. There could be like some people in the market who are already prepared for this who might do well. But to be honest, 90% of the people are going to get hurt. NYC Falcon gives us a thumbs up. I'll give you a thumbs up back. Thank you for dropping by. Be sure, like, if you're busy, you're getting ready, you're getting your coffee or your tea, and you're just dropping by the stream to say hello, that's totally fine. Just be sure to leave a like before you dip out and check us out throughout the day because we'll be live from noon to 5. Let's move on to the next story, though. Trump is dismantling election security networks. State officials are alarmed. Let's take a look at this. Misha Pride, then the mayor of South Portland, Maine, was greeting voters early on Election Day when police cars suddenly swarmed outside the city's community center with lights flashing. Possible shooting, the city manager texted Pride. Officers locked down the center. Authorities quickly determined the call to police was a hoax, one of hundreds of threats and cyber attacks last November aimed at disrupting the presidential election, some pushed by partisan zealots, others perpetrated by foreign state actors, including Russia and China. Excuse me. Voting at the community center was delayed by only 10 minutes. The attacks in Maine and elsewhere across the United States had minimal impact because of strong preparation and quick work by the information sharing and analysis network of hundreds of federal, state, and local election, cybersecurity, and law enforcement officials. But now key parts of this network, much of it built over the past 8 years, are being systematically dismantled by the Trump administration and Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, a CNN investigation has found, leaving election offices across the country scrambling to protect against future threats. In early February, Musk's team laid off 130 staffers at the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA, including 10 regional security specialists who worked with local and state election officials. The Trump administration is also advancing plans to strip civil service protections from 80% of the remaining CISA workforce, potentially allowing them to be fired for political reasons. Attorney General Pam Bondi that month disbanded a key FBI task force charged with investigating foreign efforts to influence elections. She also left in the wind the fate of another FBI task force that investigated threats against election workers in polling places. Now, Christy Nunn, another person who I dislike is the best way to phrase it. So they're ripping up our safety and security net because, number one, it's a symbolic cost-saving measure, and number two, let's face it, foreign actors like Russia are going to be supporting the MAGA movement probably for decades to come because it's so disruptive to the American social fabric to have zealots who worship a cult of personality around Donald Trump and people who are similar to him. And so let's face it, if I'm being my most cynical, then I think that they are partially doing this because they know that the attacks on the election security helps them. Skepticism around election helps them, and also foreign attacks often helps support MAGA. That's my read on it. You can think that's unnuanced. You can think that's uncharitable. You can go ahead and tell me your charitable interpretations, but that's my read off of this. Otherwise, I can't see why spending a few $1 million a year in order to keep 2 to 3 dozen professionals in the United States of America ready to counter foreign anti-electoral operations. I don't know why that's on the chopping block, which is part of the reason why we dislike Elon Musk. As a matter of fact, I have a funny story that I didn't pull up already. Elon Musk bullied while gaming. This one's pretty funny, actually. It's very mean. If you're an adult and you don't like this, that's totally fine. Like you do not have to enjoy me getting schadenfreude against Elon Musk, but I do think this story is pretty funny. Elon Musk rage quits live stream after being cyberbullied by gamers. I'm sorry for laughing. The gamers were very rude. But Elon Musk rage quit a live stream of the video game Path of Exile 2 on Saturday night after repeatedly dying while also being ruthlessly cyberbullied in the chat. Path of Exile 2 is one of Musk's favorite games, so much so that he once claimed to be one of the world's top players in an attempt to boost his gamer credentials, before later backtracking and admitting that he had been secretly paying people to level up his account to make him appear more talented than it was. Nevertheless, while attempting to show off Starlink's in-flight Wi-Fi capabilities while on board his private jet over the weekend, Musk streamed himself playing some PoE 2 on the hardest difficulty, which was broadcast live on X. The Doge Chief was predictably terrible at the game, but that was the least of his problems. Less than 5 minutes into the stream, a player logged on and asked Musk if he could please touch Trump's private parts so he dies of a heart attack. It only got worse from there. For the next hour and a half, Musk sat in stony-faced silence and blasted techno music while dozens of users with names such as Elon is too friendly to children and Elon Musk is not very nice repeatedly spammed the chat to tell him, you do not have very many friends and your passing from this mortal coil will not be great. You will always feel insecure emotionally and it will never go away. What if I'm an adult and I do like this? Well, then you're in good company. I hope you appreciate my PG-13 reading of the cyberbullying. If you're not able to look at your screen, my descriptions of what these gamers are saying is actually pretty brutal. Imagine what I said, but infinitely more brutal. Somebody posted in the chat, Elon, it's me, Ashley St. Clair. I have no other means of contacting you, so I bought PoE 2 early access. Please pay your child support. Thank you, Elon. Said an account pretending to be the conservative influencer currently locked in a custody battle with Elon Musk over their 5-month-old child, while another said his estranged daughter, Vivian, was right about him being bad at video games. So, listen, it's a little side scroll, okay? It's a little side scroll. It's kind of funny. If you think of Elon Musk as a human being with emotions, obviously this is cruel. I'm saying this because sometimes my mother watches this program, so I'm trying to be as nice as I possibly can. However, let's face it, Elon Musk cut through Doge a lot of our international soft power by undermining the State Department and USAID. And there are thousands of people who have probably died through the Trump administration's perspective on Russia. Elon helped the Trump administration get into office through his purchase of Twitter and him putting on his thumb on the scale of social media. And he also was a part of the cuts that ended up killing people internationally through not providing them mosquito prevention, through not providing them contraceptives, through not helping them with HIV medication. And therefore, I'm okay with cyberbullying Elon Musk. I'll just put it that way. Okay. That's the nicest way that I could put it. You don't know. It could be her. That is true. She did reach out via Twitter in a reply thread in order to say, hey, Elon, can we resolve our custody dispute over our child? And by the way, as an aside, just really quick, this shows you how vapid and how ephemeral and how weak the conservative movement is in alternative media in the United States. There are real social conservatives out there who are fundamentally good people, who are hyper religious, and they think society would be better if they followed their faith more aggressively and were also socially conservative. There are fiscal conservatives out there who are genuinely worried about the United States triggering a debt crisis and imploding not just the international economy, but also the entire United States. And they're worried that if we don't watch our spending, that we are actually going to destroy the world. There are real fiscal conservatives, real social conservatives, and real neoconservatives and Burkean conservatives who operate in this country. However, I think that it shows how vapid online conservatism is when Ashley St. Clair is a conservative social media personality who allowed herself to be impregnated by Elon Musk, who already has a dozen children by half a dozen women, simply because she wanted the paycheck. That shows exactly how I'm trying to think of a polite way to phrase it, and I just can't. It shows how paper thin the principles of these people are. And the louder they crow about their principles and the less they live them, I think the more principally compromised we can accuse alternative media pundits of being. But let's take a look. Moving on a little bit. Inside the Salvadoran mega prison where U.S. deportees live. The reason why I want to take a look at this segment is because obviously we know of half a dozen men, let's face it, most of them were men, who were Venezuelan, who had no criminal records in Venezuela, no criminal records in the United States. They were applying for asylum. Some of them were homosexual. Some of them were family men. Some of them were just, decent community members with relatives who lived in the United States. And they were sent to Guantanamo Bay, El Salvador. I think it needs to be remarked before we take a look at the segment that this is the El Salvadoran prison putting on their best face. This is them on their best behavior. And so you have to figure that probably homosexual rape, abuse by guards, abuse by fellow inmates occurs here, and we're just not catching it on camera. So yeah, let's take a look at it momentarily. Christian Valera says, resulted in successful Russian ballistic missile strikes against civilian targets. I mean, yeah, that's a Trump admin for you. But let's take a look at this and see how bad CCOT is in El Salvador. Let me know if...
What did you do?
I saved her.
There are some things everyone agrees are just wrong.
And also, The Last of Us is a banger TV show. So I only saw like the half of the first season. Everything I saw was great, including the homosexual love story. It was very sweet.
When we first walked into these halls, CCOT was a powerful symbol across Latin America. But now, since folks in the U.S. are far more familiar with what's happening here because it has a direct connection. Last time we were here, there were about 80 or so people per cell. I'm looking right now, and it's already 70 who have come out, and they've probably got another 30 plus. So you're talking more than 100 people in some of these cells now. And the director has told me they've increased the prison population because more arrests have taken place within this country.
Built to isolate El Salvador's most dangerous criminals, the Center for Terrorism Confinement, or CCOT, opened in early 2023 as the centerpiece of President Nayib Bukele's anti-gang crackdown.
Buenos días.
Why are there more people here?
El régimen de excepción no finaliza hasta que el último pandillero que está en la calle sea capturado.
He says the state of exception, essentially the state of emergency that's been declared under President Bukele going back 2022, will not end until the last gang member has been taken from the communities and brought here to CCOT. This is a court hearing that's playing out right now. This is a preliminary hearing that's playing out. There's one in there. And this one hasn't yet started. We can look and see. Anderson Cooper last night was asking me, is everyone in CCOT convicted?
No, no todos. Muchos.
Garcia says many here have been convicted, but others are still going through the judicial process. And when we ask, he does allow us to sit in on what appears to be court hearings underway.
I hear you when you say that there are people who have done horrible things, but is it possible that there are people who are innocent as well in here?
Toda la gente que está acá.
Garcia claims every person in CCOT is an active member of a terrorist organization.
And you're confident that that's the case?
Es correcto.
Critics have said there's a lack of due process, so it's impossible to say for sure.
Questions have been raised about that severity of treatment, and it is seen certainly as harsh. But when you talk to Salvadorans, they say, yes, perhaps harsh, but totally necessary to have eradicated the gangs and to keep them out. The question is that same level of treatment necessary when it comes to the deportees that are coming here from, say, the U.S.? But if you look just straight down there at the very end, that's Sector 8. That's where the deportees, including those from Tren de Aragua, are being held. We cannot go into that sector. When I ask why, he says it's not part of this approved tour.
Toda la población interna vive en las mismas condiciones.
He said everybody's got the same conditions. Doesn't matter where you are, including Sector 8. There are 4 zones, and in each zone you have 2 modules, the sectors that have also within them the cells, and they can have up to 5,000 prisoners within each module.
That's a maximum capacity of 40,000, which Garcia says they're getting closer to, but he adds they still have sufficient space. He won't give the exact prison population for security reasons, he says.
Sikat isn't just a prison. It's a message from this government to the gangs and really to the rest of the world. For critics, this is a place where rights vanish. But for supporters, of which there are many, including the leaders here and many of the people who live in this country, this place is a symbol of freedom, newfound freedom as they see it. For them to see this exist in the way it does, while some may perceive it as harsh, they see it as the only reason they're able to walk freely outside these gates and not live in fear for most of their lives. Gracias.
Yeah, so this is where they're appealing to the El Salvadoran government, Bukele, the people who support this or whatever. They appeal to a really sincere part of my motivation, which is the fact that you need to have a secure society. So if you have criminal gangs that are running around murdering people and they're flaunting their associations by being covered in tattoos, they're flaunting their associations by murdering cops, they're flaunting their associations by dealing drugs, they're flaunting their associations by intimidating civilians out of political persecution, out of criminal prosecution, excuse me, then I am totally sympathetic with this I don't want to say extrajudicial, but this extra harsh level of treatment where you take people who have known gang affiliations, tattoos that identify them as members of the gang, and you incarcerate them because you can't argue with the results. The results are like a 95% drop in homicides. But I also sympathize with the fact that systems have created these human beings. These human beings didn't appear out of the ether. They were generated by probably not a great economic system, not a great cultural system. And so there are probably, I'm not even saying probably, I'm saying there's definitely redeemable human beings who are currently incarcerated in CCOT. There's also innocent human beings who are incarcerated in CCOT. And so how do we eliminate, number one, we need to get the innocent people out of there, right? The people who haven't done anything wrong, they just got swept up into it, including some of the deportees that the Trump administration has sent out. We already know there's a half dozen people who were innocent who got sent to CCOT. And then number two, after we eliminate the innocents, how do we get the people who are capable of being redeemed and reintegrated into society? How do we get them out of CCOT as well? And so not every gang member is going to be redeemable. Some of them are going to lie in order to get out of prison, in order to return to society. So I understand that there's always risks of trying to rehabilitate and reintegrate criminals and rehabilitate and reintegrate gang members. No problems with that whatsoever. However, especially as somebody who is raised Christian, I have to believe in like the redemption of the human soul. And I also have to believe that people who have done bad things are capable of changing and becoming a good part of their society. So if we're not answering those questions, then we need to answer those questions now. That's my opinion. Sultan Al-Fahim says, the tattoos are a sign that they are convicted. Oh yeah, I guarantee you if they have MS-13 tattoos, they're automatically staying there 100%. Tofu says, so the whole zero idleness program in CCOT, is there any actual idleness or is it just work and sleep? No idea. I think that we'd have to research it a little bit more, but I do think that if you're talking about a zero idleness policy, meaning that you don't allow your inmates the time or space in order to misbehave, would not be surprised if that was a part of this, because, most prisons, particularly American prisons, they're well known for having organized violence and organized drug dealing and organized food black markets, because let's face it, they do have nothing but time, and their idle hands are the devil's playthings. I'll put it that way. Christian Blair says, don't have a problem with the prison or even necessarily that some El Salvadoran prisoners don't get due process. Not our country. I have a problem with asylum seekers being disappeared by the United States. Exactly. Sapien Green says, I think many South American countries have a good case for exigent circumstances allowing things like this on a temporary basis. The problem is if this is the new status quo. I agree 100%. So that the scary thing is just like, the innocent people that we do know who have been disappeared into the system, and we don't know what their status is, and we don't know if they'll ever get out. That's the tragic, infuriating, and in my opinion, evil thing that's going on right now. Excuse me, I need to burp, and I want to be polite. Trump administration freezes $1 billion in funding from Cornell University, $790 million for Northwestern University. Let's take a look at this. The Trump admin is freezing $800 million in federal funding to Northwestern University and more than $1 billion in funding to Cornell, a White House official told CNN. The money was frozen in connection with several ongoing, credible, and concerning Title V is 5, right? So Title 6 investigations, a Trump administration official said, referring to a federal statute that prohibits discrimination in programs and activities that receive federal funding. The New York Times first reported the freeze on Northwestern and Cornell. The move adds to similar actions the administration has taken against several elite universities, either demanding changes to their diversity, equity, and inclusion programs or in connection with their handling of protests against the war in Gaza. That's actually what I was wondering. I was wondering if it was a Gazan thing or a trans sports thing. Cornell is aware of media reports about the funding freezing, but has not received information that would confirm the billion-dollar figure, it said in a statement. However, the university has received more than 75 stop work orders from the Department of Defense related to research that is profoundly significant to American national defense, cybersecurity, and health. And this is why I think the Trump administration is dumb. Sorry for being mean, but that is the way I feel. We are actively seeking information from federal officials to learn about the basis for these decisions, the statement said, adding it has worked diligently to create an environment where all individuals and viewpoints are protected and respected. So again, it's the Trump administration using a sledgehammer where a scalpel would suffice. They are taking away and hurting our own DoD and R&D and research while they're trying to change the culture of universities. I think that you could absolutely achieve the same result, which with way less dumb policy. That's going to be a recurring theme on this channel, just in case you were wondering. So let's check this out. This is a little bit more interesting to me. I really don't have much more to say on that besides Trump admin dumb. So let's keep it moving. New video of China's tailless triple-engine fighter jet has military aviation community buzzing. Here's an aircraft believed to be the new J-36 fighter is seen flying over a highway near the runway of Chengdu Aircraft Industry Group. New images have emerged of one of China's futuristic jet fighters, a 3-engine tailless flying wing aircraft that Western analysts have dubbed the J-36. It's unclear when the images, which are taken from a video, were shot, but they appear on Chinese social media sites on Monday and show the aircraft flying over a highway near the runway of Chengdu Aircraft Industry Group, the factory in Sichuan province where the new jet is believed to have been made. Images of the J-36 first appeared on Chinese social media late last year, quickly capturing the attention of aircraft enthusiasts and military analysts. More appeared online last month. The jet is thought to be a 6th-generational aircraft incorporating the latest stealth technology, avionics, and power plant and airframe engineering. So this is cool, and I said it yesterday. I'm going to say it again. I have a natural bias against the Chinese, where I think, everything they build doesn't work because, their buildings stink and their infrastructure stinks and it falls apart when you push it and all that kind of stuff. But we need to keep an eye on what's actually being developed and not let our biases prevent us from recognizing actual threats. So the question is, what's the real radar cross-section of this plane? What's its real armament capacity? What are, how does it stack up against American fighters? And also, what is the training quality of the pilots of the, Chengdu J-36? Like, how does this actually stack up to Americans? Now, I don't expect us to go to war over Taiwan. I really don't. I could eat crow at any time over saying that. I don't think that, China has the amphibious capacity to do it right now, but that doesn't mean that they're not going to try to intimidate America out of defending Taiwan. And that doesn't mean that they're not going to try to intimidate Taiwan in order to surrendering, similar to the way that they got Hong Kong, which is, of course, connected to mainland China and therefore closer. But Hong Kong had a culture of economic and social independence from the mainland, and they lost that due to Chinese authoritarian intervention. And so we need to keep an eye out for Taiwan. Basically, I would literally start sending the American 7th Fleet in order to take all Taiwanese refugees from Taiwan. However, Taiwan itself seems to want to fight and continue the fight for its independence. So I don't know, man. It's a sticky situation. I'm going to dig in just a little bit deeper. I'm just going to show you guys the geopolitical situation from like a geopolitical analysis. And what I mean by that is just geography. So Taiwan, Google Maps. And the reason why I'm going to show you a map is just because I think it's actually important to kind of understand why we feel the way, or why they feel the way that they feel, and why we feel the way that we feel, okay? So the United States largely has no military or economic competitor within our sphere. The reason why Trump wants Greenland is, I'm just going to meme and say that he wants it for global warming. That way we have an entire continent to move to if the United States becomes uninhabitable. However, Canada, right here, they're not a military or economic rival. Alaska gives us a nice buffer between us and Russia. Russia used to own Alaska, believe it or not. And then we have the United States, Mexico, and Central and South America. I'm going to be rude and mean and stereotypical, and I'm going to largely say that we don't have any military or economic competitors in Central and South America. And also we viewed a healthy chunk of these states as like failed states. So therefore, there's no real military threat. So we feel pretty physically secure within our environment. And whenever communists kind of like infiltrate Central or South America, we just pay right-wing death squads to execute them. That was kind of like the history of the 20th century, was we just paid right-wing death squads to kill communists in Central and South America. And Cuba did survive. So that's kind of annoying, but it's not a physical threat to the United States of America, right? Then in Central America, not Central America, in Eurasia, in the Middle East and North Africa, we of course care about this region because of a healthy chunk of the oil and gas of the planet comes out of here. And so it needs some level of military stability in order for the entire planet to operate. And then of course we have historical ties to Europe. Now with China, this is actually what's important. Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, Myanmar, Bangladesh, India, and Australia, they all trade with China, and China historically has viewed Southeast Asia as client states, right? They view them as tributaries. They are people who can be independent in rule, but they will pay economic and political deference to the ambitions of China. That's the way that they view this area of the world, right? Now, America, through our intervention in the Korean War, and through, is it the Marshall Plan? Was that? I think that was for Europe. Could have been for Japan too. But basically, post World War II, we just stayed in Japan. We don't militarily occupy Japan. We don't have U.S. soldiers who are intimidating Japanese civilians into obeying U.S. interest. There's a private Japanese government that rules itself and does its own thing, but we have military bases throughout Japan and their islands in order to maintain international Japanese security. And then we also do the same thing in South Korea. Now, Taiwan, we weren't brazen enough in order to do the same thing in Taiwan because it's actually just off the coast of China. But what happened was the nationalists and the communists in China, they had a war in the 1940s. And the nationalist government that was capitalist and pro-Western retreated to Taiwan, and they had ambitions of overthrowing the communist government in mainland China and taking back over. But that dream has largely died with their leader, Chiang Kai-shek. And so as a result, Taiwan is still nationalist and capitalist and friendly to the West, whereas China has a pragmatic relationship where they will trade with us. But realistically, they're our rival, and they do want to surpass us. And so this is a thorn in China's paw where they want it back because they view it as historically theirs. And they view the nationalist government in Taiwan as the remnants of a rebellion that wasn't fully stamped out. And so it's their geopolitical goal, not just for like, you know, cultural integrity or social integrity or political integrity or anything. It's to finish 100-year-old political grudge. And so Taiwan has armed itself to the teeth to make sure that that doesn't happen. But realistically, China could just boat over millions upon millions upon millions upon millions upon millions of soldiers on commercial vessels, and Taiwan could fire every bullet and missile that they wanted to at the Chinese troops who were landing in civilian ships, and China would eventually overwhelm Taiwan. Taiwan would eventually run out of bullets and missiles, and they would eventually run out of troops willing to fight, and China could swamp Taiwan at any time. The only reason why they don't is because it would be bloody, it would be expensive, and it would look bad. So they would probably prefer a political over a military solution, but they'll never take the military solution off the table. And that's my geopolitical analysis of China and Taiwan. So Chappie Channel does really good research. It's true. It's true. I love Chris Cappy. Chris Cappy is a good dude. They will get better building equipment. I agree, Sultan Al Fahim. That's my concern. Christian Blair says, someone with Trump admin told Trump that Greenland, that huge rare earth minerals and allows access to the Arctic Circle transportation. I agree that that's probably it too. Sapien Green says, technically not the remnant of a rebellion, but the remnant of the overthrown government. Agreed. Christian Blair says, the Chinese communists also have a grudge against the West, Great Britain, France, and the US from the Boxer Rebellion and Opium Wars to destabilize their country. I agree. You know, you talk to Chinese people about the century of humiliation. That was from like 1850 to 1950. And that was basically where they, in their view, the Western world at gunpoint sold China goods that they did not need, that addicted their population to consumerism and drugs. And it was only thrown off with the communist revolution in mainland China. So they're actually proud of their independence, even if it was like bloody and horrible and tens of millions of people died. They're proud of them gaining independence from the international order. And I would say that a healthy chunk of Chinese folks do view the natural harmony of the international community being reliant on them emerging as the dominant economy and culture on the planet. So that upsets Americans because we believe we're the main character. And Chinese people believe that they're the main characters, and you can't have two main characters, right? Moving to the next news story, though. Japan says it wants to join a NATO command for the support of Ukraine. I think that this is based, and I don't have any problems with Japan becoming a little bit more aggressive culturally when it comes to defense. Japan expressed interest Tuesday in participating in the NATO command for its Ukrainian mission based in Germany, and what would be a major boost in ties with a largely European alliance. Japanese Defense Minister Gen Nakatani announced his country's interest during talks with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte in Tokyo. After providing the war-torn country with defense equipment and support, Japan now wants to join NATO Security Assistance and Training for Ukraine, or NSATU, headquartered at a U.S. base in the German town of Wiesbaden. Details of the mission, including the possibility of sending any Japanese self-defense force members to Wiesbaden, were still to be discussed, but any Japanese cooperation was not expected to involve combat, in line with what has been Tokyo's post-World War II tradition of limiting its military role. Nakatani said Japan wants to further deepen security cooperation with NATO, and that participation in NSATU mission would help Tokyo learn lessons from the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Both Japan and NATO face many challenges, and our security environment has become increasingly more severe, Nakatani said. Japan has said that Russia's war on Ukraine underscores that security risks in Europe and Asia are inseparable, and Tokyo has sought closer ties with NATO while also joining the United States and expanding defense ties with other friendly nations in the Indo-Pacific. So, a funny thing about this, it might not be funny to you, but it's funny to me, is that oftentimes, I should pull up the map again, but I won't, you just saw it. The Asian countries hate each other. I'm just going to be real, okay? Japanese folks don't like Malaysian folks. Malaysian folks don't like Japanese folks. Nobody likes the Chinese. The Chinese don't like the Vietnamese, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of ethnic and historical rivalries in Asia. And so what the United States has done, at least according to a book I read, is that they've created a system of unilateral relationships. And so we are allies with Vietnam. We are allies with Malaysia. We are allies with the Philippines. We are allies with Japan. And even though they don't like each other, they all are willing to work with us in limited capacities. And so as a result of that unilateral, it's like spokes on a wheel is the way that I heard it described. As a result of those unilateral relationships, they have become somewhat warm to the idea of military and cultural cooperation. And that has warmed up some relations in the Pacific. Not totally, but a little bit. And so Japan taking these steps, they are trying to reassert themselves, where if the United States is not going to play as big of a role in the security of the world, they need to be able to defend themselves, right? So, that's all I have to say about that, and I welcome that. I think that the Japanese were incredibly fierce, if abusive and dangerous, in World War II, and it would be interesting to see a healthy Japanese military culture, and instead of kind of like I don't know, like an imperialistic and murderous Japanese military culture. Yes. Christian Blair says most racist people on the planet? Sometimes. So, moving to the next story, Joe Rogan, Dave Portnoy, and Ben Shapiro are among Trump backers now questioning the tariffs. So I'm just going to move right to the quotes. Ben Shapiro, the conservative commentator who initially backed Florida Governor Ron DeSantis in last year's GOP presidential primary, before lending his support to Trump, cringe, said Saturday on the All In podcast that he saw contradictory claims as to what Trump's tariffs proposals are intended to do. I think that the way that the tariff plan was rolled out is about as bad of a rollout as you could do. In a video posted Monday to his more than 7 million subscribers on YouTube, Shapiro reiterated that argument and said that the idea that tariffs are good and make us rich is problematic. The idea that this is inherently good and makes the American economy strong is wrong-headed. It's untrue. The idea that this is going to result in massive reshoring of manufacturing is also untrue. Yep. So Ben Shapiro and I, we agree. We agree for once. Good job, Ben. Good job on calling out your own side and actually being consistent and not selling out your principles to one of the most incompetent administrations on the planet. I genuinely appreciate you not being a total scumbag. Thank you, Ben Shapiro. Dave Portnoy says, welcome to Orange Monday, Portnoy said on his Davey Day Trader financial live stream just before markets opened this week, saying there's no political agenda to his commentary other than to make money. This is part of the reason why he's cringe, is because he's effectively like he's like a 50-year-old adolescent. It's kind of sad when you think about it. After last week's market plunge, Portnoy said he lost $7 million in stocks and crypto. A figure he estimated on Monday was likely closer to $20 million, or up to 15% of his net worth. But Portnoy has said he plans to stick with Trump, whom he's called a quote-unquote smart guy. I'm just going to be real. I think that social media has made me realize that the richest people on the planet are not that much smarter than the average person. And therefore, there's an incredible amount of very dumb rich people. And it does make me frustrated. It does make me frustrated that there's a lot of really dumb rich people. But Portnoy has said he plans to stick with Trump, whom he called a smart guy. I think they're smarter than me when it comes to tariffs. They're not. I also think he's playing a high-stakes game here. He is. Portnoy said last week on his live stream, I'm going to roll with him for a couple more days, a couple more weeks, and see how it pans out. Well, let's see. I hope I'm wrong, but I doubt it, right? Founded by Portnoy in 2003 as a free sports and gambling newspaper, Barstool has grown into a digital platform covering sports, lifestyle, and entertainment with hundreds of millions of followers. Portnoy has been a loyal Trump supporter since first endorsing him in 2016, interviewing the president at the White House in 2020. Joe Rogan, one of the nation's most influential podcasters who endorsed Trump on the eve of last year's election, cringe, said in March that Trump's feud with Canada was stupid and bemoaned the fact that Canadians booed us over tariffs during professional sporting events featuring teams from both countries. Rogan has recently broken with Trump in other areas, including wide-ranging deportations, referring to a recent operation to detain immigrants as horrific. He knew about this. He told you about this. This was a huge part of his platform. You absolute moron. This is my frustration with like the centrists. Like I'm a centristy guy. Okay. I'm a rhino Republican. I'm a never Trump Republican. Trump was telling you exactly what he was going to do the entire time. And it's only now that he's actually doing it that you are shocked. 2016 to 2020, Donald Trump was carried by the economic recovery that was already happening, and then his deregulation carried the market to new heights. But guess what happened as soon as there was a crisis? He bungled the crisis, he cratered the economy, and he probably killed hundreds of thousands of people through incompetence. And now that we also had an anemic recovery that Trump could have taken credit for and then deregulated and then boomed the economy even more, instead he did one of the dumbest economic blunders in recent American history, maybe American history, period. And then he's also doing some of those vicious and cruel and dumb and evil anti-immigration policies in recent memory. Literally within the past century, I don't think that there's been anything more cruel than what Donald Trump has achieved. And there's all these centrists who are like, yeah, but Kamala is cringe. And then they're surprised when Trump does what he said he was going to do. Honestly, like wildly frustrating. This whole Adam-friended Joe Rogan, oh, well, the Democrats are bad too thing, it pisses me off, okay? I don't agree with the Democrats on everything. Obviously, I don't agree with the Democrats on everything. As a matter of fact, I would say there's even 70% that I don't agree with Democrats on. They were clearly the lesser of two evils in this election. You dipstick, you moron. Gen X says, Connor, post a dono link before I start switching back and forth between here and Destiny. Okay, well, thank you, Gen X. I do appreciate that. Gen X just reminded us to shill. Thank you, Jen. I appreciate you asking for the shill. Here is the dono link. We have roughly 30 people in chat. I do parasocially love each and every one of you for being with us. We're building the channel slowly but surely. And thank you for being here during your morning or I guess afternoon, right? So if you have money burning a hole in your pocket, if you want to give us some money, that way we can put it back into the channel, then there is a link under Valor Media Network in your chat right now. You can go there, give a tip. It actually does come to me because they're not monetized yet. So I'll use it to buy responsible things like firearms or cell phone bills or cheeseburgers. So I know that I know that the economy is tough out there. So if you're broke, you're barely paying bills, don't worry about it. If you're rich, but your 401k took a 50% hit, don't worry about it. But if you do have money burning a hole in your pocket and you do appreciate the content that we're creating, then please support us financially. And if you can't support us financially, then at minimum, like the stream so other people know that we're live. So if they want to hang out with us instead of Stephen Bennell II, then they can come on over. Biz D says, get to it, big man. There's definitely no money burning through my pocket. All right. Listen, I appreciate it. It's rough out there, champs. It's rough out there. All right. So no problems. But Bill Ackman, I'm not going to read his thing. Elon Musk. But the point is that there are plenty of people who viciously disagree with the Trump admin over tariffs, and he's screwing over decent people. IRS acting commissioner is resigning over deal to send immigrants' tax data to ICE. Okay. So the acting commissioner of the Internal Revenue Service is resigning over a deal to share immigrants' tax data with Immigration and Customs Enforcement for the purpose of identifying and deporting people illegally in the United States, according to two people familiar with the decision. Melanie Krause, who had served as acting head since February, will step down over the new data sharing document signed Monday by Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. The agreement will allow ICE to submit names and addresses of immigrants inside the U.S. illegally to the IRS for cross-verification against tax records. Two people familiar with the situation confirmed Krause was resigning and spoke to the Associated Press in condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to discuss it publicly. The IRS has been in upheaval over Trump administration's decision to share taxpayer data. Acting Commissioner Douglas O'Donnell announced his retirement from the agency after roughly 40 years of service in February as furor spread over Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency gaining access to the IRS data. Krause replaced him. Acting Chief Counsel William Paul was removed from his role at the agency last month and replaced by Andrew DeMaio, an attorney in the chief counsel's office who is deemed supportive of DOGE, according to two other people familiar with the plans. The Treasury Department says the agreement will help carry out President Donald Trump's agenda to secure U.S. borders and is part of his larger nationwide immigration century wartime law to deport Venezuelan migrants. And then I think a donation just came through. So, Gen X, I want to thank you sincerely. And then another person donated as well. So thank you kindly. Seriously. Well, I only see one from you, Jen. So I want to thank you guys for donating. I'm not going to share your personal information. Thank you for hanging out. Be sure to like the stream. If you want to jump over to Stephen Bennell, your favorite streamer, no problems. You know, but check in on us every now and then to see if we're doing something entertaining that you enjoy more. Okay. But parasocial love and thank you for the donation. I think it was me twice. Well, hey, listen, I'll buy you a drink next time we have a community event. You know, like if we're canvassing for the midterms, I'll get you a beer or something. So the point is here. This is one of the things where I would be more conservative than a lot of people. I would actually be okay with the IRS sharing information with the Department of Homeland Security. I think my objection isn't to deporting illegals. My objection is to no due process and deporting innocent people who have strong asylum cases. Just to make that differentiation. If there are people who are economic migrants who should not be here, who have no reason to be here, then we should create a system that allows them to stay if they're contributing members of the society. However, if they're here legally, they're only here for selfish reasons, and they're a potential security risk, I don't have a problem deporting them. We just actually have to have a due process where we're not hurting innocent people. That's my position on that. Christian Blair says, don't get me wrong, there are just as many people on the left that vote for either R-worded or ignorant reasons, but Trump has been transparently stupid this whole time. I agree. NYC Falcon says it's the same as his first administration. I agree, but NYC Falcon, I think the reason why there was more confusion around the first administration was because the economy was doing good for 2 years, right? That's why. It's because for up until the midterms, the economy was humming. You can say that was like the Obama recovery, right? That he just got to take credit for. But however, the Obama recovery plus Trump's deregulation did make the economy boom temporarily. But then after it boomed and we got hit with COVID, that was one of the worst financial disasters in recent memory, next to what he's doing with the tariffs. Harmonic Fox says, I can easily forgive people who say they regret voting for Trump, but can't stand the ones that still support him. Well, they're going to learn some pretty harsh lessons this year, I'll tell you that. Gen X says, Christian Blair, my own parents vote Trump, and I know their retirement money insurance will be affected negatively. I have to bite my tongue constantly. Well, Jen, I don't know if you have me muted while you're listening to Steven, but I think Trump sycophants will defend him to the death. I think it will be easier to have these arguments over the next 2 years, particularly if the admin keeps doing wildly crazy stuff. Bear in mind, it's April. He got in January 20th. We've been with him for like 60, 70 days. Oh, yeah, January 20th. So 3 months, excuse me. So we've been with him for not even 3 months yet. We've been with him for 80 days, and it's already been horrible. So, yeah. We have 2 more stories left, and then we're going to start getting into the video breakdowns. So, Pentagon official, U.S. military has no authority to do drone strikes on drug cartels in Mexico, which is actually kind of a bummer to me. Obviously, I think that, you shouldn't be drone striking civilians. However, if y'all saw the movie Sicario 2, in Sicario 2, they had like a CIA hit squad rolling into Mexico in order to kidnap a cartel boss's daughter. And then when they were fleeing the country, they were attacked by corrupt Mexican police. And then they called in a drone strike on their ambushers. And overall, it was just like a sick combat scene. Now, sick combat scene, do you want that in reality? And a top Pentagon official says no. So let's read what they have to say. A top Pentagon official said Tuesday that special operations forces do not have the authority to launch drone attacks at drug cartels in Mexico, even though President Donald Trump has designated them foreign terrorist organizations. Colby Jenkins, who is currently working as the Assistant Defense Secretary for Special Operations, told a Senate committee that Trump's designation doesn't automatically give the U.S. military the authority to take direct action against the cartels. Under questioning from Senator Alyssa Slotkin, a Michigan Democrat, Jenkins said it helps us unlock the doors for a broader government approach to the drug problem. Slotkin noted that Elon Musk, a top advisor to Trump on overhauling the federal government, has said that foreign terrorist designation means the U.S. can conduct drone strikes against cartels. Musk posted that on February 19 on X. Well, Elon Musk is a moron, sorry to say. Jenkins said it doesn't, but now the military can provide options and be ready if Trump needs more done to protect the border. U.S. Northern Command has increased manned surveillance flights along the U.S.-Mexican border to monitor drug cartels and the movement of fentanyl, and is increasing its intelligence sharing with Mexico from these flights. General Gregory Guillot told senators in February. There are also unmanned U.S. drones conducting surveillance over Mexican airspace, according to Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum. Trump designated many of the gangs and cartels moving those drugs into the U.S. as foreign terrorist organizations on February 19th, further increasing the pressure on their ability to move and providing law enforcement with what the State Department said are additional tools to stop these groups. Guillot, commander of U.S. Northern Command, also told senators that he would seek expanded authority from Congress to conduct more advise and assist types of operations between our forces and the Tier 1 Mexican forces. So right now, if I had to read between the lines and apply my limited but very real, I thought this was Pokemon. Nope, sorry. If I had to read between the lines, What they're saying is that we are providing training and assistance to Mexican security forces, and we're also providing intelligence, but we're not doing drone strikes, and we are not engaged in kinetic operations ourselves against Mexican cartels. With the advise and assist, I know that during the war on terror, there were some operations that were supposed to be advise and assist with African countries, and then our special forces did do some trigger pulling, which they probably weren't technically authorized to do. However, they were probably able to justify it because, one, they don't have body cameras, but then two, they were able to say, I was advising and assisting a African special forces patrol. We came under fire and I returned fire. Or I saw African special forces soldiers get in trouble in a building and therefore we went in and did that. Now, whether or not our special forces were just kicking doors and killing people, no idea. That's for them to know and for me to not know. But I do know that the CIA, the Special Activities Division that's a part of the CIA, and special forces and contractors blurred the lines on kinetic operations so they could do crazy stuff during the war on terror. I don't think that's happening yet, in my personal opinion, in Mexico, because it would be a black eye. So I don't think it would be worth the risk. But if Mexico welcomes our military assistance, then I think that you could expect more kinetic operations in the future. All right, last news story before we move into our next segment. Trump fails to sway many House GOP holdouts as his big bill of tax breaks and spending cuts stalls. Good. This is one of my beefs with Republicans, okay? So Republicans talk a big game about reeling in the size of government. They talk about Doge. They talk about the billions of dollars in savings that they found every year. But what do they do once they find those savings? They don't return that to the taxpayer. They don't return a flat, clean budget that actually is balanced. What they do is they instantiate, I don't even know if that's a word, but I'm getting tired. They install, that's a word. I know that's a word. They install new tax cuts. So let's take a look at this. House Speaker Mike Johnson found himself in a familiar jam on Tuesday. Conservative Republican holdouts are stalling action on President Donald Trump's big bill of tax breaks and spending reductions, refusing to accept a Senate GOP budget framework approved over the weekend because it doesn't cut enough. Trump summoned House Republicans from the Conservative Freedom Caucus to the White House for what was described as a contentious midday meeting. Despite Trump's push, some of the Republicans told the president they could not support the Senate package without a commitment to steeper cuts. Oh, great. Republicans aren't cutting enough. Awesome. I'm tired of the fake math in the swamp, said Representative Chip Roy, our Republican from Texas, a Freedom Caucus leader before heading to the White House. After meeting with Trump, Roy was among those unmoved. I'm still a no. The standoff between the House and the Senate over what Trump calls his big, beautiful bill is exposing the limits of the GOP's long campaign to cut federal spending, especially at a time of economic unrest. Trump's trade wars, the massive layoffs of thousands of federal workers, and Trump advisor Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency slashing through the government are all upending the debate. Good. Screw them. They made this bed. They need to sleep in it. So if they have radicalized the Freedom Caucus, if they have a bunch of symbolic fiscal conservative concessions, but then it's not enough for the Republicans, and as a result, they can't get a bill through and they look dysfunctional and stupid, that's good for me. I'm happy that the Republicans are being dumb, and hopefully they pay a midterm consequence. So you're already seeing this on your screen, right? I'm going to go get some water, take a little break, water in, water out. I'll probably pull up like a Helldivers or Warhammer video in a second, but we are going to be taking a look at Charlie Kirk first and just kind of breaking down his content because he's a moron and deserves to be taken down a peg. Then we're going to take a look at Jordan Peterson content. We had a white pill segment from him the other day, but I want to take a look at his other content that might be a little bit more crazy. That way we can kind of see if he has lost his mind or if he still has good things to say, even in things that we disagree on. Then we're going to take it to Chris Cappy, who is a Twitter mutual of mine, a friend, an online friend, if you will. And he makes good content breaking down military stuff. So I wanted to take a look at the U.S. military campaign against the Houthis. And then after that, I wanted to check out a couple of donut operator segments in order to see a cop that gets in trouble and gets hurt, and then a serial stabber who also won't go down, quote unquote. So I want to take a look at these because, frankly, I have a military and law enforcement background, and talking smack about other political figures is fun. But I also want to share insight into my experience with military and law enforcement. So hopefully you, the viewer, can also be better informed. Tofu says, lol, the 5K check to taxpayers was funny. Yeah, I can't believe they even said that. That was like criminally insane. You're talking about like doing all these fiscal conservative cuts, and then you're talking about sending out inflationary checks. Have you lost your mind? Doge Dork said they'd write us all checks instead of using the savings to pay the debt. Yeah, what a bunch of nincompoops is the best way that I can phrase that. So let's pull up a Warhammer video real quick, and I'm gonna go use the restroom and get some water for myself. Otsu Warhammer. I think he might have gotten taken down, believe it or not. Yeah. He got taken down. That stinks. All right. Well, let's look at Warfare. Is a movie that just came out that looks pretty stinking hardcore, and I like it a lot. I think it's going to be fire content, and I will break it down eventually. So watch the trailer for Warfare while I go get some water. Big in Gaming says, can I say that I really don't like Chip Roy? Lol, but that's just me. Yes, absolutely. Chat, you are allowed to cuss, okay? You can say whatever you want, and I will read it, and I will make it PG-13. I was told by Ken, I asked him, when I first started the job, I was like, hey, I don't want to be so vulgar that I turn off your entire audience. Are you okay if I talk the way I do in front of my mother, where I try to sanitize my language as much as possible, but a profane word slips out every now and then? And he's like, yes, that's perfect. And so I can drop an F-bomb every now and then. I can, say shit, dumbass, dipstick, dipshit, all that kind of stuff. I can say all those bad words, but ideally, especially in a segment, I will minimize my profanity. That way we don't turn off more moderate, less profane viewers. So anyways, I'm going to show you this beautiful trailer for a movie that came out. It's the same producers who did Civil War, which I heard was an excellent film that I also should break down someday. And it's supposed to be hyper realistic, hyper gritty, hyper violent, hyper crazy. And it's set in Iraq in the thousands. And this is, while I didn't have as cool of gear as these guys, this is kind of what it looked like, to be honest. So I appreciate their dedication to the detail. So watch this. I'm going to go get some water. I'll be right back.
How's it going?
Going well.
Okay.
That's that new guy energy.
Uh-huh.
Oh, he's back. That's the fourth fucking time he's done that.
So you're peeking and probing.
Speaking with serious intent to probe.
Alpha 2, we might have guys starting to move on our position.
Copy. We're getting a buildup of activity here, too.
Yeah, I definitely see weapons at this point.
Yeah, we have definite massing.
Redman 08 is profane. We're seeing activity converging to your north and south.
This is Frogman 6 Romeo. We need evac at our last known position. We have severely wounded. Who's severely wounded? It's not you. Is it me? Who is it? No, it's not you. No, is it?
Copy 1. We're in contact 2.
You coming to you or you coming to us?
Stand by. We'll let you know when we're inbound. Let's move!
Here's the plan.
EA 5 minutes, over.
The scouts are going to lead us out, and I'm bringing up the rear.
Pop smoke. Smoke out?
We are all coming back.
OP1, they are en route to you.
3 minutes out! 3 minutes! Eyes on me and only me. Has anyone looked at you?
I'm fucked up.
2 minutes out! 2 minutes!
Where are you guys?
Look for the blood and the smoke.
Multiple bad guys trying to get to our position. Inbound! Inbound! Find cover! Down! 1 minute out! We have enemy on our building and all surrounding buildings.
Roger that. Stand by. Going hot.
You gotta get ready, man. It's gonna hurt.
On my count. 1, 2, 3.
So just sharing this. Hill William says that quick Google told me that this is based on a mission in 06 Ramadi. That's the funny thing about time. So you kind of in 2000s, I felt like the world was at the peak of technology, the peak of like social and cultural wealth. I thought that I was living in a wildly interesting time with the war on terror and military technology and the height of the military industrial complex and the height of the American empire, so to speak, while I was engaged in something wildly stupid, but also wildly interesting, right? Effectively like my generation's version of World War II. And so it was cool to be there, and reality felt almost like more real, I guess, because I was so young. And seeing this where it's shot, it's shot in such a way that feels very like visceral and real, but while allegedly having equipment and uniforms and tactics that are relevant to the time, that is awesome, basically, because it feels like it brings a part of my reality back into existence. And so I thought that warfare looks really good. And yeah, that's it. I got some yogurt bites, so I will be chewing on them silently. I will be moving my mic away from my face so you don't have to hear me eating. But I'm going to introduce a segment, and then we're going to watch Charlie Kirk. We're going to pause him every few minutes, and I'm going to tell you why I agree with him or don't agree with him and why I think he's silly or why I think he's not silly. So let me take a breath, and then we'll do an intro. Also, one of the people that donated to me is, I think, Zach. And Zach was one of my old roommates. I don't know if he's in the chat, but Zach, if you hear this, thank you. Thank you for the donation, and thank you for hanging out, and thank you for watching the stream. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Zach. Everybody say thank you, Zach. All right. So, hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I love talking about politics. I love talking about science fiction. I love talking about law enforcement. I love talking about the military. I love talking about geopolitics. I love talking about all this stuff. But the truth is, in the modern era, there are a lot of bad actors who are saying wildly stupid things, and they deserve to be called out. Some of these figures are really popular, both in mainstream politics and in alternative media politics. And so I started working with the Valor Media Network, one, to just stream, entertain people, have a good time, check stuff out, but also to call out some bad actors. And NYC Falcon, thank you for saying hello to Zach. I'm sure he appreciates it, all right? So Charlie Kirk is somebody who started Turning Points USA, a college-oriented organization that mobilizes young people in order to support the conservatives. I think that he has jumped from a normal conservative, fiscal conservative, and mild social conservative to now he knows that in order to get attention, he has to be an extremist. And so as a result, some of his social conservative takes, some of his fiscal conservative takes are insane. And he will dabble in the dissident right, where he will say some things that are kind of like dog whistly every now and then. And I think it's in order to pander to the further right than him perspectives. And so as a result, we want to watch him, we want to break him down, and we want to see what he's right about and see what he's wrong about. And then Jonah Boy says correctly, Zach, he's a great guy. He's tremendous. He's a tremendous guy. I hear a lot of good things. Many are saying great things about Zach. A lot of people are saying that Zach is a great guy. And then Christian Blair says he got trolled by the Groypers, lost clout, and then went radical MAGA. Yeah, that feels like he might disagree with that assessment, but your statement totally passes a vibes check from me. So I'm going to open up a new note. We are going to check what the young, but not so young, I think he's around my age, Charlie Kirk has to offer the world of politics and alternative media political commentary. Let's take a look.
Next, and I thoroughly enjoyed the research that he did regarding this lie that the media is peddling. It's Will Chamberlain, senior counsel at the Article 3 Project. Will, great to see you. Will, if you were just to watch the mainstream media, let me read the headline from The Atlantic. Quote, the Trump administration has acknowledged that it grabbed a Maryland father with protected status and mistakenly deported him to El Salvador, but claims that courts are powerless to order his return. On campus yesterday, a young man shows up to the microphone screaming, saying, Charlie, they deported a U.S. citizen. I said, no, they did not. Will, what are the facts here? You did all the research. You looked through court documents. What is the truth?
Right. Well, there is administrative error, but they deported an El Salvadoran citizen back to El Salvador who crossed illegally in 2012, was detained in 2019, and then tried to claim asylum. He never had asylum. So his protected status, quote unquote, was not that he couldn't be removed from the country. He could. He was a removable alien. The only protection he had was being removed to El Salvador in particular. So there was this underlying flaw, but even so, the idea that there's some profound injustice here, that's just wrong.
But so help me understand, though, the way that the media is framing it. Here's this poor father, he never should have brought up. What does administrative error mean? There is also evidence that he was part of MS-13. According to Stephen Miller, there was some MS-13 ties. So just, look, when you're running a big operation, errors happen. Let's just be honest. What does administrative error mean?
Well, it just means that they should have gone through a process to try and get this withholding of removal revoked. The reason this withholding of removal was granted is because he came up with this sob story in 2019 where he said, if you send me back to El Salvador, I am likely to be persecuted, maybe even murdered by the 18th Street Gang, which is with MS-13 was one of the big gangs in El Salvador. But in the interim, Nayib Bukele has become the president of El Salvador and has effectively punished and has effectively done something to actually, deal with these gangs. And as a result, El Salvador is a safe country now. And the underlying reason why he couldn't be deported there is gone. So the Trump administration could have simply gone to court, got his withholding of removal revoked, and had him sent back. So even though they didn't do that, and therefore there's this administrative error, they should have waited to remove him. The end result would have ultimately been the same. He'd have ended up back in El Salvador.
Okay, so let's go ahead and pause. I don't have a problem with this so far, but I do want additional details. And if there's something like unfair in the MSNBC or NBC news article, then I will bring it up just so we can steelman our opponents, right? Just because we're critical of people doesn't mean that we lie about them, right? At least not. I don't know about y'all. So hold on. Let me find, where are you guys? Here we go. There you are. There you are. Okay. So let me pull. Jonah Boy says, Zach, he's a great guy. Tremendous. I hear a lot of good things. Many are saying great things about Zach. That's true. He got trolled by the Groypers. Yep. Hello, homies. Hello, Spider-Man. Thank you for dropping by. Please remember to like the stream. It is greatly, greatly, greatly appreciated. And let me find the NBC article. So this is who they're talking about. Kamar Abrego Garcia was removed to El Salvador because of an administrative error Monday court filing. So hold on. Is this the gay guy? No, you cannot be serious. Hold on. The U.S. government accidentally deported a man to El Salvador because of an administrative error, landing him in a notorious mega jail and leaving him stuck there in legal limbo. According to Kilmar Abrego Garcia, came to the United States from El Salvador in 2011 and is a legal resident protected by a 2019 court order that prevented him from being sent back to his home country. But in court papers filed Monday, the government admitted that on March 15th, although ICE was aware of his protection from removal order to El Salvador, Abrego Garcia was removed to El Salvador because of an administrative error. Hold on, let's see if he ends up in CCOT, okay? That's like the main thing. Abrego Garcia lives in Maryland with his wife and 5-year-old child who is autistically... Oh, this is different. Okay. Abrego Garcia lives in Maryland with his wife and 5-year-old child who is autistic and intellectually disabled. The couple both work full-time, the filing says. NBC Washington first reported the deportation and The Atlantic first reported the administrative error. Garcia's deportation comes as the Trump administration continues to deport hundreds of people to El Salvador, many of them from Venezuela, and almost all bound for the Maximum Security Terrorist Confinement Center, also known by its Spanish acronym CCOT. The deportation appears to coincide with the departure of 3 plane loads of people to El Salvador on March 15th. Lawyers for some of those who were deported said they were falsely accused of gang affiliations because of their tattoos. Garcia, his wife Jennifer Vasquez Sura, and their legal team filed a lawsuit in the U.S. District Court in Maryland last week, calling for Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to ensure his return to the United States and for the government to stop paying El Salvador to keep him in prison. They sent him to CCOT. They sent him to CCOT. The government said the U.S. courts do not have jurisdiction to seek his release. Salvadoran government images show masked guards marching crowds of men with shaven heads. To her shock, Garcia's wife learned her husband was being detained only after she spotted him in an image in a news article. Will Chamberlain, you lying dipstick. You piece of garbage. Okay? So hold on. Will Chamberlain, I want you guys to understand this because basically I was not expecting to get into the information this quickly. I wasn't expecting them to be this bad of propagandists. I genuinely wasn't. I promised you. I was ready to concede so quickly if Kellar Abrego, whatever his name is, right? If he had been deported to El Salvador and then was walking around on the safe El Salvadoran streets, then I would have been like, okay, this is a good point, right? But they deported him to CCOT, which was the one place that is currently holding all of the people that he was afraid of. So Will Chamberlain makes a valid technical point saying that his detention didn't prevent him from deportation. It only prevented him from deportation to El Salvador. And El Salvador is a safe country now. So realistically, he could have gone home, no big deal. What he omits from this story is the fact that this guy was here, maybe married, maybe boyfriend, girlfriend, no idea, has a child that he helps provide for in the United States. And then not just that, the whole reason why he was granted a level of asylum in the first place was specifically because he was in fear of the 18th Street Gang. Guess who he's currently incarcerated with? The 18th Street Gang. And guess who will not fight for his release? The United States of America. So he's speaking facts while lying through omission. I did not expect to find this quickly. So let's see if Will Chamberlain mentions any of these details in his continued coverage. What a a-hole. And by the way, these are conservatives. These are social conservatives. These are people who are allegedly looking for people who are economically productive, who can contribute to society, who are capable of taking care of their families, et cetera, et cetera. They just split up a family for reasons that they can't articulate and deported him to the most dangerous place that he possibly could be.
That's right. And so thank you for that explanation. Let's go to Stephen Miller also talking about this. And it's very important. And look, you got to be so meticulous here. The Trump administration understands that. But it's not as if they scooped up an American citizen or a green card holder. The media keeps on calling him a Maryland dad. According to the court documents, he has MS-13 ties. And he applied for asylum, testifying that he fears returning to El Salvador because the 18th Street Gang was targeting him and threatening him with death because of his family's business. And also has ties to human trafficking. Let's play cut 212.
So you and I have never received in our lives as much positive press as this MS-13 gang member has received. We couldn't get headlines like that if our lives depended on it. Fact one, what do you do with illegal aliens? You deport them. Fact two, he's an MS-13. What do you do with illegal aliens who are also in a transnational terrorist organization? You deport them more quickly. Oh, and on top of that, he's implicated in human trafficking. Deport, deport, deport. This is who they're going to bat for. What are we supposed to do? Buy the guy a house, get him some free health care, maybe let him run for Congress?
If you're a homeowner, you need to listen to this.
As he puts an order on it. Hold on. So let's read this. Listen, I don't trust Stephen Miller. I'm happy to review any evidence that he is willing to share with the class. I genuinely am. If they have the capacity to show me evidence that he's a member of MS-13 and that he was involved in human trafficking, I'm 100% down with it. But these dudes lie like they breathe, okay? So let's take a look at this. The NBC News, obviously left-wing leaning, so know the bias or whatever. How a Chicago Bulls hat led to a Maryland dad being mistakenly shipped to an El Salvadoran prison. Kilmar Abrego Garcia was accused by police of being an MS-13 gang member in part for his clothing. Police believed Kilmar Abrego Garcia was a member of the MS-13 gang for two reasons. He was wearing a Chicago hat and hoodie, and an unnamed informant had told them so. The two pieces of evidence were not enough to keep Abrego Garcia in federal immigration custody in 2019 when authorities in Maryland arrested him, according to the court filing last month. Nearly 6 years later, they appear to be the basis for shipping him to a foreign mega prison with no legal recourse. Abrego Garcia, a 29-year-old father of three and protected legal resident who had lived in Maryland since 2011, is originally from El Salvador. Right here, it's 2025, okay? He's been here since 2011. Has he committed any crimes in the past 14 years? You think that they would be able to bring that up if that was actually a thing. Was deported to a high-security jail in El Salvador on March 15th. The Trump admin admitted last week that his deportation was an administrative error due to the protected status, but refused to commit to bringing him home. The administration challenged a judge's Friday ruling that the government bring Abrego Garcia back to the United States. It argued that Garcia was a member of MS-13, citing the accusation from 2019, and said he posed a threat to national security. He's been here for 14 years. They're not saying that he's committed any crimes. He's a father of three. He was accused of being a member of MS-13 for wearing a hat, and they don't have any other evidence that I know of. I'm happy to review the evidence. I am happy to eat crow. I am so happy for Charlie Kirk and for Will Chamberlain and for whoever the bald guy that was just talking, something Miller, whatever his name is. I am so happy for them to show me that he is an MS-13 gang member and that he was participating in human trafficking. And I will get on the plane and hold Abrego Garcia's hand while I will drag him into CCOT myself if that is the case. But until you show me that evidence, I legitimately do not believe you. While there is no doubt a public interest in preventing aliens from being wrongfully removed, there is an overwhelming public interest in not importing members of violent transnational gangs into this country, lawyers from the Justice Department wrote in a filing on Friday. But did they substantiate their claim? The argument echoed claims made repeatedly by some of the administration's highest-ranking officials in recent days, including Vice President J.D. Vance. What is it about congressional Democrats that get more angry at deporting violent gang members than they do at the victims of those violent gang members? Has Abrego Garcia committed a crime in the past 14 years? Arrested in 2019, based in part on Chicago Bulls hat. On March 28, 2019, Abrego Garcia and three other non-citizens were apprehended by local authorities while soliciting work outside of a Home Depot in Hyattsville, Maryland. They committed the crime of looking for day jobs, according to Abrego Garcia's initial petition filed last month. The court document stated that upon his arrest, authorities with the Prince George County Police Department accused Abrego Garcia of being affiliated with MS-13. By the way, doesn't MS-13 get a ton of tattoos? After he repeatedly denied being affiliated with a notorious international crime group and did not provide officers with information about other gang members, authorities turned Abrego Garcia over to ICE, the petition states. Prince George's County police officers then produced a gang field interview sheet for ICE that explained that the only reason to believe plaintiff Abrego Garcia was a gang member was that he was wearing a Chicago Bulls hat and a hoodie, and that a confidential informant advised that he was an active member of MS-13 with the Westerns clique. If he is an active gang member, why is he begging for a day job on the side of the road? Abrego Garcia then made multiple attempts to obtain additional information from local authorities to support the allegation that he was a gang member, but was denied several times, the court document states. He simultaneously applied for asylum, arguing that gang members would torture or kill him if he was sent back to his home country, according to the court document. Awesome. Good job, guys. Seriously. Seriously. I don't believe them. I've seen J.D. Vance lie about things. I've seen Stephen Miller lie about things. I don't believe them. If they want to substantiate it, I will eat crow. If they say, nope, actually, here is violent crime that he committed in the United States. Here's violent crime that he committed in El Salvador. Here's his gang affiliations. Here are his friends. Here's the human trafficking that he was participating in. I will be happy to eat crow. I don't see that here. Let's take a look at the human trafficking allegations. Abrego Garcia, human trafficking. Defends deportation. Okay. The Trump admin has defended its deportation of Kilmar. Due process does look different. I guess I have to read it because otherwise I'm reading it silently and you guys don't appreciate what I'm doing. The Trump admin has defended its deportation. A Maryland man mistakenly sent to a prison in El Salvador, saying due process does look different for people they say are members of gangs, which they haven't substantiated. Abrego Garcia was arrested and deported in March despite having been granted protection by an immigration judge in 2019, preventing him from being sent to El Salvador. The Justice Department has admitted the deportation was an administrative error. Argued in papers that he is a member of the criminal gang MS-13. Okay, I'm not looking for the argument. I'm looking for the evidence. In an interview with All Things Considered, guest host and NPR White House correspondent Asma Khalid on Sunday, Tricia McLaughlin, Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs of the Department of Homeland Security, said the Trump admin deportations are legal. I'm going to look for human trafficking. Tricia McLaughlin, well, that actually is just not true. An immigration judge reviewed evidence and determined that he actually is a verified member of MS-13. Lie, based off of what we've read so far. There's also intel reports that he's involved in human trafficking, where I would like due process. Show us. I'm happy to change my tune. I'm happy to change my tune. If he was engaged in human trafficking and if he is a confirmed member of MS-13, I am happy to change my tune. But so far, it looks like what they base this off of is him getting arrested outside of a Home Depot looking for work while wearing a Chicago Bulls hat. So I think the bottom line for American people and for those who are listening today is that an individual in question who's an MS-13 gang member, haven't proven it, he should be behind bars, haven't shown that he's committed a crime in the past 14 years, whether it be in El Salvador or in a U.S. detention facility. He should not be on the streets of America. And to remind listeners, MS-13 is a gang that murders, rapes, traffics, drugs. They maim for sport. They're individually we do not want in our country, especially those who are here illegally. Okay. I don't know I don't know what else to tell you guys. I think the Trump admin, pending new information, they're lying to cover up their F up. I think that Charlie Kirk is trying to take a dumb college student talking about a citizen being deported and trying to turn that into something that is not. I have another story that I guarantee you he hasn't addressed that we will address momentarily. And then he brought somebody on in order to substantiate what would you call that? Technical facts about the case without digging into the evidence. So let's get past his commercial and let's see if he says anything of merit after this. Already, Charlie Kirk is a liar. Like already, he's lying through omission in reference to this case. Let's see if it gets any better with time.
Deportation plan is lawful. It might not be something that the media likes. What is your take on the deportations and the media's coverage of it?
Oh, they already moved on. They already moved on to deportations in general. I don't care. Charlie, whoever's listening, conservatives who watch this, liberals who watch this, progressives who watch this, I am a rhino Republican. I am a moderate Republican. I am a never Trump Republican. You will never find me arguing that we shouldn't arrest and deport human traffickers, violent gang members, drug traffickers, if I didn't say human trafficking earlier, vice versa, right? You will never find me saying that we shouldn't arrest or deport these people. What you will find me saying is that taking a man who already has 3 children, who's been in our country for 14 years and hasn't committed another crime, because I'm assuming that if he committed another crime, you would tell us about it. That's what I'm assuming. And then his connection to MS-13 was where he was wearing a Chicago Bulls hat while he was detained while looking for day labor outside of a Home Depot. That is not enough for me. And so if you want me to believe you about anything and to not accuse you of lying, then you should probably substantiate the MS-13 claim. You should probably substantiate the human trafficking claim. You probably shouldn't take a bunch of variables that have a basis in truth and then use them to cover up lies. Okay? That is my assessment so far. I challenge you because I care about the truth more than I care about being correct. If any Republican or conservative who watches this segment has evidence that this gentleman is a member of MS-13 that we did not review on stream, I want that evidence. If you have any evidence that he was involved in human trafficking that we weren't able to find on stream, I want you to bring me that evidence. I don't think you're going to be able to find it, and I don't think you would care to look because you probably don't care. You broke up a family. You deported a man to the one place that he shouldn't be. He's surrounded by the one people on the planet that a judge said he shouldn't be around because it was a threat to his life. And then you lied about the facts of the case in order to cover the butt of the incompetent administration who is currently hurting and killing people. It's repulsive. It's genuinely repulsive. My taste for disgusting things is not fully sated, so we'll move on to the next segment. But I am shocked at how flimsy that coverage was and how easy it was to take it apart. HJK says, so enraged, 75% of those men had no criminal record. This admin is all optics. Apparently. HJK further says, how do you get arrested for wearing a hat? That's messed up. Literally for suspicion of doing like day labor, like which panhandling can be a crime. So he got detained for panhandling, not so he could just take money, but so he could do day labor. And then because he was wearing a piece of clothing that's associated with gangs. By the way, MS-13 is often associated with having tattoos. They don't have any documented tattoos. Otherwise, they would tell us about it. And I almost guarantee you that if he had committed a crime in the past 14 years in the United States, they would be telling us about that too. But they're not because they're lying. I'm happy to be proven wrong. Sapien Green says, if a credible rumor was started that J.D. Vance was born outside the U.S., I wonder how long it would take for Trump to disavow him. Yeah. Like the Obama birther movement, right? NYC Falcon says you won't find evidence because there isn't any. Man did not have his due process. Agreed. Jonah Boy says they'll say anything to cover their butts. I mean, listen, prove us wrong. Prove chat wrong. Prove me wrong. Okay. I will be happy to be proven wrong. All right. Charlie Kirk ends students supporting the endless Ukraine war machine. This is again where I feel like this dude is a propagandist and a moron, but let's see if there's any meat on the bone. Okay.
Doing this Easter to celebrate with your family. Our good friends at Angel Studios have an incredible movie coming out this Easter called The King of Kings, an animated story of the life of Jesus, featuring an all-star cast including Oscar Isaac, Forrest Whitaker, and more. King of Kings brings the story of Jesus to the big screen for a whole new generation. Become a premium member in the Angel Studios Guild, get 2 free tickets to see King of Kings, and join the Angel Guild as a premium member at angel.com/Kirk. Check out King of Kings in theaters this Easter.
And this is symbolic Christianity to me. If he cared about truth, he would have investigated the actual story of Abrego Garcia. If he cared about human dignity, he would investigate the real story about Abrego Garcia. If he cared about us knowing the truth, then he would have presented evidence. So, yeah.
Welcome.
All right, so in a video before, you've stated, why should we hate Russia? Do you believe that the invasion of the sovereign state of Ukraine is not enough to at least view them with anger and want to avoid a policy of appeasement through support of Ukraine?
First of all, nice to see you.
Yeah.
Great to be here.
It's kind of nervous to be
what
here.
Russia did was wrong, without a doubt.
Yeah. So do you not believe that we should continue monetary support to Ukraine?
No, I mean, a lot of countries do things wrong. That
Yeah.
doesn't mean we should be involved, right? I mean, Syria right now is killing a bunch of Christians. It's getting almost no press attention. There's a civil war right now in Africa that's getting almost no press attention. Not every conflict warrants American involvement. And right now, President Trump is trying to broker a peace settlement between Russia and Ukraine, which is the right move. And our perspective as conservatives is as follows. The amount of money we spent on Ukraine is about $300 billion so far. And during Biden, we didn't spend any money on our own southern border while we were being invaded on a daily basis. President Trump is instead saying American borders matter a lot more than the borders of Russia and Ukraine.
So I definitely agree that the president of the United States should focus on America first. But I just feel that, and I agree that we should, honestly, I agree that Europe needs to up their spending for the defense of Ukraine because it's right on their border.
He's being
But
too
I think
charitable
that
already.
No matter where it is in the world, supporting somebody who I would believe is doing the morally right thing is the right thing to do.
Okay, so that's a fair position. I guess the question is, at what point would you consider to be a success? Because right now Russia has more territory than it otherwise would have if we would have had a ceasefire a couple weeks in. When is it enough money to spend? We're at $300 billion. I mean, we're not willing to send U.S. troops, right? I mean, that would probably be a fair line.
Yeah. 100%.
So what would success look like?
That is a really hard question. I guess just the thing that I think of first is there's like that fear of, I think that.
Hold on. So let's break this down, because this dude, his brain has been poisoned by rhetoric and you know, it talks about like postmodernism. The postmodern neo-Marxists are coming for us all. Meanwhile, he has like a postmodern usage of language where it's not about the words that you actually use in order to represent truth. He's using rhetoric in order to try to win an argument. So let's break this down real quick. So he concedes that invading Ukraine is wrong. This isn't a past wrong. This is an active wrong. Russia is still in the presence of invading, taking additional territory. So it's a moral wrong that's ongoing. A lot of places do things wrong. Okay, that has nothing to do with this. The Syrian leader is massacring Christians. That's also bad. If you want to talk to me about how we need to reel in Syria in order to stop the massacres of minority groups in Syria, I of course would agree. If you ask me whether or not we needed to use our soft power or hard power in order to get Syria to not massacre people, I would 100% agree. There's civil wars in Africa. I'm assuming that he's referring to Sudan. Okay, we should also use our soft power and our hard power to minimize the deaths in Sudan as well. Now, we're only going to have limited influence in certain places, but that doesn't mean that you don't use the power that you have. Also, when it comes to Ukraine, they're in Europe. Europe has a long-standing history with the United States of America. They also have a long-standing opposition to Russian aggression, right? So we already have that. And then on top of that, the Ukrainians, they're trying to be more liberal economically, more liberal socially. They're trying to defend their territory that's being wrongfully invaded. And so therefore, they would be a natural principled ally of the United States of America. And 300 billion, I think half of that is like effectively equipment. How much equipment have we given? It's like old equipment. So let's go to Google. How much of U.S. aid to Ukraine is equipment? So $130 billion is the first thing that pops up. Let's find the word equipment real quick. That way we're not getting it wrong. So right now, as of 2024, we have $70 billion in equipment and we have $50 billion in budgetary aid. And then $4 billion in humanitarian support. So in total, this is 128. Major spending in response to the war is 200 billion total. Okay. Let's just call it 300 billion. So a third of it is weapons and equipment. And then and this is since 2022, annual US federal budget is $7 trillion. In fiscal year 2024, the U.S. federal government spent $7 trillion, with $5 trillion financed by federal revenues and the remaining amount financed by borrowing, resulting in a deficit. Holy fazoli, $7 trillion. I grew up in a time where $4 trillion was a lot of money. Good God. All right. So we have 300 billion out of 7 trillion. We're going to have to get our zeros right, chat. So let's pull up a calculator. So we got 300,000 million billion divide by 7,000 million billion trillion 0.04, and then this is over the course of 4 years as well. So I should restart. 200 billion. Did he say 3? Let's just round it up to 3. That's 300 million. That's 300 billion. Divide by. So let's just round it for the sake of it. Let's just call it 6 trillion. Okay. 6 times 2022. That's 3 years. All right. So that's $18 trillion. So 18,000 18,000, million, billion, trillion. 1.5%, so 1.66% of our total budget went to aiding a foreign country that's fighting for principles that we care about, and it went to destroying one of our rivals in them doing something horrid, and half of it was equipment that was already purchased. So this dude is full of baloney once again. It took me a while to get there, but we arrive at the same conclusion. Spending 1% of our budget, and realistically it's 0.5% because half of it is equipment that we already purchased. So spending 0.5% in order to take one of our rivals who's currently doing something evil, taking them down a peg, is absolutely something that I think the federal government should be responsible for.
That a peace treaty would go in the favor of Russia. And while I don't think, if we continue the support, the war will continue.
Big in Gaming says, breaking news, Trump is pausing the tariffs for 90 days and instantly the market is up 6%. I don't know. I wouldn't read too much into that, Big in Gaming, only because that did happen yesterday with somebody doing a tweet about that. And then as a result, the market went up 6%. So it could be another silly game, silly goobers being gooby. But let's see if there's anything substantive after this. So he's already being an a-hole, and he's already saying 300 billion, lot of money bad.
Continue, and that's more lives being lost. I just think that it's a hard middle ground to find, and I feel like Trump, especially with the meeting with Zelensky, just to the world shows more of a support to Russia than previous administration.
So let me tell you how we view it. We thought Zelensky was completely out of line. By the way, do you like my Zelensky outfit, everybody? What do you think?
Holy crap, these people are all morons.
I meant no disrespect
I love you, college
to
students.
the University of Tennessee, but I thought I'd do my best Zelensky outfit. I'm a little taller, though, don't you think? I'm a little taller than Zelensky. I'm giving you a hard time. First and foremost, I won't nitpick too much, but I will say, if you do go into the Oval Office, you should wear a suit and tie. That's my own personal perspective. I understand his country's at war. That's just a little bit of a nitpicking, I'll be honest. I think that if you go into the sacred, and I've had the honor to go in the Oval Office a couple times, I think you should dress up in a suit and tie. I think it's just a basic common courtesy. But that's not the bigger issue. The bigger issue is that Zelensky in that meeting, we believe, and I encourage you to watch all 40 minutes. You have, good. It started pretty tepid and then it heated up. And outside of Vice President Vance's back and forth on did you say thank you, there was this kind of insistence on Zelensky saying, no, we really don't want peace. We really don't the idea of peace was almost a non-negotiable.
I mean, I think he views it. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, that's fine. Please.
I feel like he views it as a surrender, and I think that's a fair position for him to take.
Yeah, well, so he has a choice. And America then has a choice. So Zelensky can keep on fighting. Here's some facts. The average age of a Ukrainian military member is 43 years old. They have basically destroyed the young men of their country. There's hundreds of thousands of young men that have died, millions that have fled their nation. The average age is 43. So they're doing conscripts of people in their late 40s and early 50s to go to the front lines. It's a meat grinder. So he can keep that going, but for what? To win back some land that you may or may not win. Then it's America's perspective. We come at the perspective that, number one, blessed are the peacemakers. Number two, what is good for our own country? And the Russian-Ukrainian war has been bad for us at every turn. We're losing the US dollar as the world reserve currency status. It is getting us further and further away from having a back channel to Russia. It's actually put Russia and China closer together. And finally, the amount of money spent. You guys in this audience, you are going to inherit a nation that is $35 trillion in debt, where we are sending money overseas and not securing over our own citizens. Peace would then hopefully limit that from some permanency. And I'll just say one final thing, and we can, disagree on this. It's easy to say it's a surrender, but it would be a victory for the United States to say that we're no longer sleepwalking closer and closer to a thermonuclear war with Russia, because Russia is a nuclear armed power. And under Joe Biden, not under Trump, we had American-made missiles that were being launched into the interior of Russia. Imagine right now, everybody, if Russia was launching missiles into the interior of the United States. You opened up your question with a very fair, really good faith question. You said, why should we view Russia as an enemy? Let me give you more context to that. And I think this is where DC gets.
Dude, I feel like he's yapping. Like there's some good stuff in here, and I'm okay with that. But I think there's also a healthy chunk of fluff. Okay, so the meat grinder that's killing hundreds of thousands of young men. I am actually entirely sympathetic to this perspective. As a matter of fact, I'm going to bring it up. I'm going to show you exactly what I would negotiate, even if the Ukrainians don't like it. Okay, Ukrainian Google map. So this is my perspective, is that I do not think that Ukraine is getting back Donetsk, Luhansk, or Crimea. I really don't. If they had the military capacity to break through, they would. All right. Here's Donetsk. Here's Luhansk. The current military border between Ukrainians and Russians actually runs kind of right here. And then this is Zaporozhye. And Mariupol. So what I would do if I was the Ukrainians, or let's say that I was president of the United States, is I would say that this area is majority ethnically Ukrainian. This is majority ethnic Russian, and this is majority ethnic Russian. And not only that, they might have had like fake elections, but they had fake elections where they voted to become a part of Russia. Okay, congratulations, you're a part of Russia. You get to go live in that S-hole, right? Crimea is so strategically important to the Russians that they're never going to give it up. They're going to fight to the last Russian in order to keep Crimea, okay? So what's going to happen, what I would do is I would say this is the new border. Luhansk, Donetsk, and then Ukraine gets Mariupol and gets Zaporozhye back in territorial concessions. We also get 45 days, 60 days in order for people to cross the border. So without repercussion. So Russians can't kill people who are in Eastern Ukraine who want to leave for Western Ukraine. And then Ukrainians can't kill people in Ukraine who want to go to Russia. Let the civilians go where they want to go. Let them choose their fate, right? And then after that, I would admit Ukraine to NATO. That's what I would do, straight up. Article 5, if the Russians invade Ukraine again, then they trigger all of Europe into a war. And to put that solely on the heads of Ukrainians, that they are sleepwalking us towards a nuclear war, how about Russia just stops, right? How about they negotiate with their neighbors? How about they negotiate economic and military alliances with their own neighbors? Nothing is stopping them from doing that. Nothing is stopping them from saying, hey, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, we know that you're paranoid about us invading. We're not going to invade. We're going to be friends now. And we're going to work together on economics, and we're going to work together on economics, and we're going to work together on military. So, we're never going to backstab you. We actually want to be friends. Same thing with Poland. Same thing with Ukraine. They could come to the table at any time and be peaceful. They just don't want to, because they want to be the big dogs on the block, right? So, fudge them is the best that I can say. Okay. NYC Falcon says, run for president. Hey, listen, once we get this stream up to a few thousand people and we're making tens of thousands of dollars per month off of ad revenue, and then as a result, I get to build science fiction guns, and then as a result, I become a minor E celebrity, why not? Let's run for Congress. Let's get a congressional seat. And then after we get a congressional seat, let's go to the White House. So I view this point as disingenuous. I view Russia and China as our rivals and potential enemies. That's not our choice. That's their choice. When it comes to the debt, I'll take the debt seriously when a Democrat doesn't have better records for reducing the fiscal deficit than Republicans do. Trump ran one of the worst deficits in American history in 2016 to 2020, and he's proposing to run one of the worst deficits in history right now, immediately after he supposedly made the government more efficient. He's not talking about taking that money and then balancing that budget. He's talking about taking that money that was allegedly saved from cutting Medicare, Medicaid, and all your social benefits, and then he's talking about doing tax cuts. So yeah, I'll take the debt seriously when Republicans do. How about that?
Things totally wrong. While I don't like Russia, I don't like Putin. It's not a free society. I have no, plans to ever move there or compliment them. I do think it's kind of weird, the amount of money and attention that Russia gets when almost nobody in this audience has a friend that you've lost to the Russian government, but you do have a friend or a family member that has died because of the cartels. and the Chinese Communist Party with a fentanyl coming into our communities. And so a nation has to choose which enemies are you going to focus on? Because we have a lot of them. Is it North Korea? Is it Iran? Is it Russia? Is it China? I think the Mexican drug cartels have done a lot more damage to the people of Tennessee alongside the Chinese Communist Party than the Russian Federation ever will. So therefore, end the war and focus on our true enemies, the Mexican drug cartels and the Chinese Party. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. It wasn't as bad as I thought it would be, but he's still a propagandist. All right. Then I'm going to eliminate this because, to be honest, he's dry. Although, you know, here's the good news, guys. Here's the good news. Charlie Kirk is so dry and so boring and so predictable and is effectively a talking points machine. I think I can do this. Okay. I think I can be, if he can be a wildly successful TPUSA member who leads a multi-million-dollar company and he is that dry and that boring, then I think that we can take a hot run at this whole streaming thing and be very successful, because holy Fazoli, did that have very little substance by effectively being a talking points machine. So this is one that I did want to check out. It's because I saw a clip from it that was effectively all rhetoric and no substance. It's also about abortion, which is a contentious issue. And so as a result, I want to see what Charlie Kirk does, because I think I can point out the rhetorical tricks that he's doing that make him a not good faith player, is the best way that I can phrase that. Harmonic Phoenix says, I still feel like part of that requires wishful thinking, but I'm no expert. True. Harmonic Fox says, did research earlier Trump was the one who FET originally came in under? He wasn't responsible, but it started in 2020. I'm not sure who FET is. You'd have to be more specific. Jonah Boy says, even if Ukraine surrendered, even if Ukraine surrendered, the thought that the Russians wouldn't keep killing them is just naive. I agree. So the Trump administration went crazy. They attacked effectively Ukraine and told them to back down and, you know, sit, boys, sit. And then they went to the Russians and they said, hey, we're ready to get a deal done. And then the Russians have totally played them and they have to act like this is all 4D chess. I thought that we were going to have a deal within 24 hours. That's what I thought. That's what Donald Trump told me on the campaign trail. He said that it's so obvious. It's such a waste of time. It's such a waste of money. It's such a waste of energy. Why are we bothering with the Russian-Ukrainian war? Why don't we just get the Ukrainians and the Russians to sit down? We'll have a peace deal stamped out within 24 hours. We are now almost 90 days past his promised end to the Russian-Ukrainian war. And by the way, I don't think that's because of Ukraine. I think it's because of Russia. Biggin Gaming says it's because JD Vance took the Neville Chamberlain approach to this. 100%. Trump announced it himself on Truth Social. So Ninja of Physics is telling me that Trump just announced a 90-day suspension of tariffs. This is insanity. If you want to do the tariffs, be a big boy, put on your big boy pants and do the tariffs. If you don't want to do the tariffs, if you want to negotiate with everybody, then sit down and negotiate. But stop pointing a loaded gun at the world economic system and then yanking it back and forth repeatedly. What is this guy's problem is the best way that I can phrase it. Ninja Physics says, Kirk makes you make sure to yap so that it eats up the time, and then the person asking questions can't respond because, sorry, we need to move on to the next person. Yeah, 100%. He does like a stump speech. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to run for office eventually. But let's see. I think I did see a clip from this, and it was pretty rhetorically terrible while he acted like he had a dunk. And so I'm not pro-abortion. I don't like abortion. I think that abortion should be limited after 20 weeks. And I think that abortion under 20 weeks is a moral issue where we should encourage pro-social behaviors as much as possible, where as many people as possible keep their children, right? However, that doesn't mean that he isn't being a slimy rhetoric piece of crap. And so I want to check and see, I want to check his rhetoric, because just because you agree with somebody doesn't mean that they're like a good faith rhetorical gladiator, right? Sapien Green says the most hypocritical moment was when Trump screwed over Ukraine in the name of saving lives. Yeah, that was horrid. I can't think about it for too long. NYC Falcon says you point out the dog whistle in his show very well. Thank you kindly. K Soko says good day, sir. May the gods ever be in your favor. Thank you kindly. According to this, fentanyl started coming in the mid-20s. I don't know about that. I think fentanyl has been a crisis for about a decade, but I wouldn't have the stats offhand. Heroin has obviously been the opiates have been a crisis for quite a long time. But anyways, let's see if I can point out Charlie's poor rhetoric in this segment. I'm not going to lie, guys. I was hoping for more. He doesn't have enough meat in the bone in order for me to like take him seriously. It's frustrating because I want to bring you guys good content where we criticize bad faith interlocutors and I show you their tricks and I show you their issues and I show you why they're wrong, et cetera, et cetera. But if somebody is boring, then I'm not going to try to make hay while the sun shines because they effectively should be dismissed. But let's see if he's got any meat on the bone for this one.
Respond to kind of a specific comment you made. I hope you'll be open to that. I do remember, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what university you did say this specifically.
How many people do you think would continue to support abortion if it also allowed men financial abortion? Well, QC John, I'm going to answer your question straightforward and then I'm going to rebut, okay? So how many people do you think would continue to support abortion if it also allowed men financial abortion? I think that support for abortion would go up because women wouldn't want men to abandon them completely financially without their opportunity to terminate their pregnancy. However, that's almost exactly my point, is that when you engage in sex, okay, I'm like a mild conservative. I'm a very moderate conservative. I'm a never Trump Republican. I swear to God I am, even when it doesn't feel like I am. A very centristy guy, okay? If you have sex with another human being, this is my sincere opinion, if you take your genitals and you rub it against the genitals of another human being, and you know that there is a chance for pregnancy and a chance for disease, you are accepting the potential consequences of that interaction. And when you accept the consequences of that interaction, that includes pregnancy. Okay? So I will tell you that I do not like women being irresponsible with who they choose to have sex with. I think it's a blight on our society. However, the thing that I also think is a blight on our society is men who choose to have sex but want nothing to do with the consequences of sex, which involves pregnancy. So if we're going to ask women to take responsibility, we're also going to ask men to take responsibility. Big in Gaming says, what bothers me the most is Putin violates ceasefire after ceasefire and people just saying Ukraine signs a ceasefire. Yeah, I know. But explaining these things, you might as well be talking to a brick wall. I swear to God, Big in Gaming. Sapien Green says, easily avoid the risk of pregnancy by going not human. Come on, man. We're not a family show, but we're not a zoophile show. You must be thinking of Vosh, okay? You must be thinking of Vosh. This is not Vosh's stream. I think you got lost. Vlad the Cobbler says, who owns Valor Media? Whoever owns Midas Touch. So I don't know, but Midas Touch is fairly liberal. This is more like first responders and veterans. They don't care about political affiliation as much, but it's Midas Touch. Whoever owns Midas Touch. I think it's the Midas brothers. I think they're liberal. I think they're liberals, to be honest. All right. Anyways, I'm sorry. Chat distracted me with their zoophilic comments. Let's get into the content, you psychos.
But you did state that you believe that the Holocaust was not as bad as abortion. So in other words, you believe that abortion is worse than the Holocaust.
So they're both distinct evils,
of course,
with some similarities. The Holocaust in some ways was far more evil.
Okay.
But as far as magnitude, the abortion crime is more evil. And I can explain more if you'd like.
Okay, sure. So I did do some research. It is found that 1973 Roe v. Wade was ratified, correct? And so one thing that you did fail to mention was that specifically numbers are just larger because abortion has been going on for a longer amount of time. If the mass genocide, right, that the Holocaust would have continued, it was about 6 million killed per year. That would have progressed to 12 million. That would have progressed to 18 million. But it was ended because, again, it's a totalitarian form of mass genocide. And so I wanted to ask you, when you look at the 93% of women who do get abortions, it's 58,590,000 that get abortions the first trimester, correct? And there is suggestive data that states that 12 weeks, of gestation, there is significant data that has said that pain receptors may not
Yeah, let's take a look at this. This is interesting and relevant to the conversation. So let's actually take down her data points real quick.
Thousand that get abortions the first trimester. Who do get abortions? It's 58,590,000 that get abortions the first trimester, correct? And there is suggestive data that states that 12 weeks, of gestation. There is significant data that has said that pain receptors may not have yet been
58
developed.
million, but I don't think she gave us a percentage. So let's go ahead and pull it up. What percentage of abortions happen before 12 weeks? Nearly 94% of reported abortions happen before 2.5 months of pregnancy. 2.5 months is 8 weeks. So that's 10 weeks. In 2021, just under half of reported abortions occurred within the first 6 weeks. Another 36% happened between 7 and 9 weeks, and 12.7 within 10 and 13 weeks. So let's add that up. Just make sure the number. I guess they're using first trimester. I think that's why they're using that. So 45 plus 36 plus 13, 94. Okay. So 94%. And then let's check out annual abortions. Annual abortions US. We got, that is horrid, but okay. In 2023, an estimated 1,037,000 abortions took place in the United States, representing the highest total number in abortion rate in over a decade, with a rate of 16 abortions per 1,000 women of reproductive age. Good God. Okay, so let's do 94 times 1 million. Let's just use 1 million as like a rough thing. So yeah, of course it's 94 million. That's not what I was trying to do. 900. Let's just say 940,000. So let's just confirm my math because it is getting later in the day, and so I want to make sure that I'm saying correct things. What? No, I didn't want to do divide. I wanted to do multiply by 0.94. 1 million. Sorry, guys. Math. It's hard. Multiply by 0.94. 940,000 minus a million. I'm just double checking. I know what it is, but I just want to double check. All right, 60,000. So there's 60,000 abortions who happen outside of that window. 60,000 abortions per year happen between 12 weeks and gestation. All right. Who owns Midas? No idea. Google it. Not my problem. Is Scott Ritter the owner of the highest ranking Jew during the Iraq war? No idea, Vlad. Google it. I don't know. I don't care. And this isn't Counterpoints. In Counterpoints, you're my resident dissident right-wing figure. I am happy to have you over at Counterpoints. You will continue to be at Counterpoints because you can schizo post there to your heart content. If you come over here and you start Jew posting, I'm going to ban you. I'm just telling you. This is a normie chat that has normies and working class people and middle class people and some folks over from Counterfire who are used to Twitch and YouTube politics. And so as a result, I will allow some shenanigans like zoophilic jokes happen in chat. But if you come over here and you're like, the Jews are evil and Scott Ritter was a Jew involved in the Iraq war and therefore Valor is evil and Midas is evil, then I'm going to ban you. I'm just giving you a heads up. So feel free to post your next comment, but just know that if you Jew post in this chat, I'm going to kick you out. Just letting you know, giving you a heads up. Okay. Choice is yours. Yeah, Ninja Physics is like, that's kind of weird to have at the top of your head. Ninja, meet Vlad the Kebabber. Vlad the Kebabber, meet Ninja. Well, Christian Valeris, if you're making jokes, I don't care. The problem is that Vlad isn't joking. Vlad is deadly serious. And Vlad, I'm going to, you can say it's a straw man, but I'm just going to describe your position as I see it. Vlad legitimately believes that the Western society is collapsing because the Jews have taken over positions of power within the Western world. And as a result, they are cucking the white race out of their own position within their own societies. And therefore, we are inviting in the browns and the blacks who are dispossessing us from our society. And therefore, anybody who actually supports a liberal hegemony, anybody who supports the global economy, anybody who supports civic nationalism, they're effectively rubes for a Jewish plot to dispossess the white race and turn everyone into cappuccino debt slaves. So that's what I've kind of and realistically, what Vlad the Kebabber wants to do is move to a majority white European nation that actually has control over its ethnic makeup. And as a result, he won't have to deal with all the browns and blacks who are slowly corrupting society. That's his perspective. I don't share that perspective. I don't endorse that perspective. I let him play around on counterpoints because, let's face it, it's fun to have a little bit of contention in chat. But, this channel isn't for him, right? He's not a young man who's interested in getting his stuff together. He's a young man interested in posting about Jews so he can convince other people that the dissident right wing is correct. Yeah, exactly. So. All right. Cool. All right. Appreciate you. And then the only reason why we were looking up the statistics for the segment is because there is an appeal to magnitude, I guess, that Charlie Kirk can go to. And weirdly enough, I think I might actually agree with Charlie Kirk more than the person. But if he does any rhetorical tricks, I'm going to point them out. So let's continue.
And so that would mean that outside of the women who received abortions first trimester, it would be 88,200 per year after the first trimester that the babies are likely experiencing pain. I will admit to that. However, I am pretty sure that every single person in the Holocaust, which would have been 2 million per year, as far as the people who could feel pain, did feel that pain. And so I would like to ask you, actually, I think I would just like to tell you, I think that 2 million actual people, kids, grown people who were starved, worked to death, I think that is more significant than the 88,200 life forms, if you will. Because again, 58,590,000 of them are probably not feeling any pain.
Okay, yeah, but a human life is a human life, regardless of how advanced it is or whether it can feel pain. It still has moral worth.
Right, but I found it interesting. You said it's worse, so I think
so it's worse in numbers.
Okay.
The Holocaust was worse for two other different reasons.
Sure, go ahead.
It actually eliminated such a big portion of Jewish population.
Absolutely.
Nearly half of all living Jews were basically vaporized.
Mm-hmm.
And secondly, there was an intent and an evil of trying to eradicate an entire religious people.
Yeah.
That is not unparalleled, but we've only seen that happen 4 or 5 times in history.
Mm-hmm.
But just to reiterate the point,
mm-hmm.
what maybe you could tell me, a 4-week-old baby
mm-hmm.
who may or may not feel pain. Let me take your argument and say the 4-week-old baby cannot feel pain.
A 4-week-old baby that's outside of the womb or in the utero.
In utero.
Okay, understood.
So what is the moral difference of that 4-week-old baby versus you?
Versus me?
Yeah. Why do you matter more than that 4-week-old baby?
Because I have past experience. I also have future experiences. That baby, while it has future experiences, nope, shut up. Nope, you are incorrect. That baby does not have any past experiences. And therefore, I believe that, yeah, I've probably affected and impacted more people in both a positive and a negative way than that 4-week-old uterus has. I'm sorry, not uterus, embryo.
Yeah. So just to make sure I'm clear,
yeah.
that your moral worldview
mm-hmm.
is that people gain more value the older they get.
Not necessarily the older they get. I would say that people gain more value.
You said that based on what they've done. So like an 82-year-old has more moral value than an 8-year-old. In fact, usually
because it depends.
Just to interrupt, the West actually was built on the opposite idea
mm-hmm.
that we sacrifice the old for the young. But during COVID, we sacrificed the young for the old. And we actually inverted it. It used to be that the grandparents would fall on the sword so that kids could live longer lives.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just trying to understand, and from where do you get that moral worldview? Why do you believe that?
Well, I wouldn't even say that what I'm arguing is that it's based off of how many people you know. What I'm saying is, realistically, if you are walking around, right, and you have a 4-week-old uterus, I'm so sorry, I keep saying uterus.
A baby in utero.
or embryo, okay, in your stomach. And then you have, just take a 4-year-old kid. All right. There are more people who most likely know that 4-year-old kid. That 4-year-old kid has the ability to.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt her a little bit, and I can actually already articulate it a little bit differently than she can, and I'm ready for pushback in chat. So if you don't agree with me, feel free to not agree with me. I think that would actually spawn an interesting discussion. So Christian Blair says Rhodesia doesn't exist anymore. Where is he going to go? I think he said something about Eastern Europe, right? Harmonic Fox says I like my third way republicanism just fine. Agreed. Christian Blair says moral worth not to be deported without due process. Agreed. And then QC John says, is your third way republicanism similar to my libertarianism? Yes, it is. QC John. Yes, it is. Probably anyways. So hold on. We make judgments off of moral worth all the time. And I am going to say that I appreciate Charlie being more inquisitive in this portion of the conversation where he's willing to allow her to flesh out her articulation. I'm sure he's looking for weaknesses so he can find the dunk, but at the same time, at least he's giving her the opportunity in order to figure out like her thoughts in real time. I think that is courteous. I don't think that's always required in these like college student dunk fests. And so I appreciate that, like I don't know if Charlie would ever watch this segment, but if he ever did, then I would say I appreciate him having some level of patience for the young lady. Now, we make evaluations about moral worth all the time. And as a matter of fact, Charlie Kirk just articulated it. When a boat is sinking, we do women and children first. And we did that up until very, very, very recently. And I think we all instinctively know why, even if we don't know how to articulate it. So with adults, I feel this instinctively. I've already lived almost 40 years of my life. I did not expect to necessarily make it past my 20s. And I am actually really grateful for every day that I get to spend on the planet because I feel like there were enough times that my life could have been snatched away just through chance or war or conflict or accident or whatever, that I feel blessed to be alive and I want to enjoy existing. But my cup is already full in a lot of ways. I enjoyed my youth. I enjoyed my teenage years. I went on adventures in the military. I went on adventures in law enforcement. I got my 4-year degree. I've had children. I married somebody I love. My life experiences are pretty full. I still want more, but it's full. Whereas with children, they have more experiences to look forward to. They are a potential life. And then with women, they are obviously the people who are capable of carrying and propagating life. And so we prioritize women and children for those reasons. And I think we all understand that subconsciously. When it comes to old people and the disabled, we also try to support their lives. And I don't think that it's like evil to try to save the young, for the young to try to save the old. I think Charlie is assigning an evil that doesn't exist. But we protect those people because we hope, this is my opinion, we hope that when we are in that situation, when we are old and feeble and we're on our way out, that other people care about us as well. And so we extend our care to the old, to the feeble, to the disabled. That way, if we are ever sick, injured, disabled, or old, then we hope that others will do the same for us. This is like the very basics of like human reciprocity. And so time is slippery. Time is slippery. And so I don't like thinking that fetuses under the age of 12 weeks have no moral worth. I think they have some moral worth, but I think it's okay to make the distinction that a 4-year-old has more moral worth than a 4-week-old embryo. And if you had a trolley problem where you could either save a fetus or you could save a conscious young child, you would save the conscious young child 100% of the time. I don't think that's difficult to say. I think that's what she's poking at.
To understand fear, the fact that its life is in danger, and so therefore there's probably more reason, right, to not terminate the life of that 4-year-old rather than the life of the 4-week-old.
So there's so much wrong with that argument. Okay. So under that belief system,
sure.
If by government decree they said let's eliminate the Down syndrome kids,
Do Down syndrome people still have the ability to feel pain, recognize fear,
Some,
recognize
but
sadness?
but it's it's highly diminished. But just this is not a hypothetical.
exactly.
Actually,
Okay.
it's actually you must get an abortion in Iceland if you have a Down syndrome baby. You must.
Yeah, that's really terrible.
Okay, we agree.
Yeah.
Right. But why is it terrible? The abortion, it doesn't matter that much, right? It's just like it's like a clump of cells. Like, why not?
If it is going to directly impact either the mother's life or the baby's life, then yes, I do think that abortion is an important issue. I don't think the government should ever be able to come in and say, hey, you're required to have an abortion. In fact, the whole slogan for the pro-choice movement is your body, your choice. And I know you're going to disagree with that, but that is the whole point. So what it's saying is it's not left up to the government to decide if they should or shouldn't get an abortion. In Iceland, yeah, that's a problem because it's entirely left up to the government.
Let me take
but that's an issue.
Let me take it to another extreme, if that's okay.
No, she did
this
good.
is full freedom, right? So you're saying, hey, my body, my choice.
I'm actually saying for the first trimester. After that,
fair enough.
Yeah.
Let's just say that this is a different moral argument that I'm interested to have you play around with.
Okay.
Should it be legal if a mom finds out she's having a girl?
No.
Okay.
But she wants a boy. Should she be able to abort that 3-week-old?
Yes.
Think about it. Think about what you just said. Think about what you just said.
Hold up.
Why?
Can that child directly survive outside her body?
Well, eventually, yes. I mean, again, so we talk about
The answer
stages
is
of
no.
development.
He's playing rhetorical games.
What is the first step of human development?
I mean, obviously, it's whenever the two pieces of DNA
The egg and the sperm
Correct,
meet,
yes, and
right?
then they
So
collaborate,
So
and there you
therefore,
go.
if human development
No,
begins
hold
at
on, hold on,
fertilization,
hold on.
conception,
She kind of did need to bite that bullet, but her argument would be that if she wanted to not get the crowd pissed off, she would need to say that's morally repugnant, and I would discourage anybody in that scenario to not do that. However, I don't think it's the government's role to regulate who can have an abortion under 12 weeks. I agree with you, Jonah Boy. And by the way, like, morally repugnant isn't even covering it for me. Okay. Again, like, I'm just going to tell you, if you're a Democrat in chat, you don't agree with me, that's totally fine. I'm not trying to smack talk you, whatever. But I'm telling you, like, I view abortion under 12 weeks in particular, realistically under 18 weeks, because 18 weeks is when the central nervous system starts developing. So I assign moral worth to living beings under 18 weeks in development because it's a potential human life. Time is slippery. You and I, you and my dearly beloved chatters, we are going to spend several minutes, maybe several hours today together, and yet time is going to slip by completely. And before you know it, you're going to blink twice and it's going to be dinner time. And you're going to be like, whoa, I was just hanging out with Connor 30 seconds ago, yapping in chat. And yet now I'm eating dinner. That's crazy that time has passed. Well, that is even more true. Human lives go by so fast. And so assigning no moral worth to something under 18 weeks while assigning complete moral worth to something that is 9 months old, I think is something that pro-choice people need to figure out, because when they say stuff like that, they obviously piss off a whole bunch of people who are in the audience, right? So if this gal ever watches this segment, my recommendation to her, if she ever gets into a debate like this again, is say, I would find that morally repulsive. And if I was involved, I would heavily discourage the mother not to. However, I don't think it's the government's job to legislate what happens to a fetus under the age of 12 weeks. I still think that's within the purview of the mother. That's the better way to say that, so you don't get the pushback. Obviously, that's not as good for clips, though. Jonah Boy says, but this stuff is hard. Charlie Kirk is media trained and well practiced. She's still doing better than most people probably would. Oh, yeah, she's doing great. She's doing great. I'm not dogging her at all. She's holding her own. She's holding her own. And it's okay to piss off an audience. Piss off an audience if you want. I'm just saying that if she wants to avoid that trap.
Sure.
So then shouldn't the human be protected at conception?
Well, I don't even think it's going to be protected if the baby is going to be born to a mother who's like, well, dang it, my kid's not a girl, it's a boy, or vice versa. Then I don't even think they should be born to that parent in the first place. So,
but just to understand, but so what you are arguing for is eugenics. Just so we are clear, it is
Okay.
It is not just illegal. It is grotesquely illegal what you are talking about,
No,
which
it's
is
not.
sex selective abortion, basically where you get a DNA result at 3 weeks.
Mhm.
And you could be like, nope, not the hair color I like, terminate it. Not, I wanted a boy. So basically, your view of pregnancy is no different than customizing a Ford Explorer. What do Andrea Bocelli, Steph Curry, just...
Oh man, he was ready with that one, huh? So hold on. She should try to make, and I understand she's a college student and she is holding her own. However, I do think it's so funny that conservatives pearl clutch. I'm going to get a little controversial for chat. My apologies. But they clutch pearls over eugenics when I think that there are parts of eugenics that we readily accept in society all the time. Doesn't Elon do that? Yeah, 100%. I think he has designer babies, right? He has test tube babies. And he only combines with women with whom he thinks have good genetics. 100%, right? So hold on. We already accept a certain level of eugenics in our society. We encourage women to take probiotics. We encourage women to take prenatal vitamins. We encourage women to select their mates very selectively. We encourage them to prioritize their pregnancy over work. We encourage some people, decent people, encourage women to feed their children certain diets, right? And so all of that is eugenics. Eugenics means like a good beginning. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead. I think it's like good life. So let's Google it. What does eugenics literally translate into? Eugenics, however, to improve the genetic quality of a human population. Okay. So they're limiting it to the scientific term, but I'm pretty sure that if you put these words separate, you means good and genics means like life. So let's take a look. What does genics mean? It's either Greek or Latin. Mean in Latin? Let's do in Greek. That which produces. The form gen means that which produces something related to or being of genes or genetics. So they're using it in the scientific way. But the Greek word means genesis, origin, or birth. Okay, so it's a good birth. Okay, we're obsessed with having tall children. Exactly, Jonah. And so if we get into, let's say that we get a century down the line, let's say we get 2 centuries down the line, and CRISPR technology has been developed. We used it on animals. We figured out how to edit the perfect animals. We have livestock that is beautiful. They have perfect weight, perfect health, limited fat, this, that, the other. And so we have perfect cows. And so we're talking about bridging eugenic design of livestock, and we're talking about using the same DNA technology in order to make perfect humans. Well, in that case, if we're talking about a embryo that doesn't have, it doesn't exist yet, it doesn't have a conscious experience, it doesn't have a capacity for pain, we are going to have to contend with the fact that we could eliminate autism. We might be able to, this might hit home for a few folks, we might be able to eliminate gender dysphoria. We might be able to eliminate homosexuality. We might be able to eliminate myopia. We might be able to eliminate precursors for cancer. And so you have to ask yourself, like, if you have the ability to eliminate genetic diseases like Tay-Sachs, do you not have a moral responsibility to do so, right? If you're reducing the suffering and reducing the disabilities of people who will exist, and your editing process doesn't affect a conscious being capable of feeling pain, do you not have a moral imperative to do so? And so what I think is interesting is Charlie is like, well, basically what he's saying is like, well, isn't that eugenics? And then he's expecting you to make the inference of like, Nazis did eugenics, Nazis are bad, therefore I will never consider eugenics. But what I'm telling you is in the next century, that's going to be part of the public conversation. And I'm not going to lie, I'm on the pro-eugenics side. If I have the option between having a perfectly natural child, but they were going to have all these flaws and foibles and diseases and all that kind of stuff, and I could gene edit a child who was not conscious and not capable of feeling pain, and I could eliminate the chance for Tay-Sachs. I could eliminate the chance for Down syndrome. I could eliminate the chance for autism. I can eliminate the chances for gender dysphoria. I can eliminate the chances. I'm not trying to be too crazy here, but eliminate the chances of like all these horrible diseases. Then yeah, I'm going to do it. 100%. Jesus Christ. All right, Vlad. Listen, I'm sorry. This show's not for you, man. It's not. It's actually not personal, but and he made a derogatory comment towards Muslims, which could be taken as a joke. And I don't have a problem with like making jokes. I don't have a problem with making ethnic jokes. The problem is I just know that he means it, right? That's the main problem. So if you want to make ethnic jokes, that's totally fine. But the whole point is that we're supposed to be joking. Okay. We're supposed to be ribbing other cultures and ribbing each other as fellow human beings so we can all push in the same direction as a species. We're not supposed to be actually saying like, hey, all these people are irredeemably evil and therefore they should be dispossessed in society. So sorry, Vlad, you're going to have to catch me over on Counterfire or Counterpoints on Tuesdays. I'm not going to have you in the Valor chat. So my apologies, but it is what it is. So I'm going to give... I think I'm actually good on that segment. We didn't get to the dunk, but I just want to applaud this young lady right here. I feel like she does a good job. I feel like she's biting bullets that she needs to. She's clearly not as media trained as Charlie Kirk, but I think she's putting up like decently enough competent arguments that I know what she's talking about, and I don't feel like she's getting blown out. So even if Charlie Kirk ends up having a dunkable moment, I would just extend to this young lady that you did a good job arguing.
Reason.
So I'm going to go ahead and put a pause on Charlie Kirk, because frankly, no offense to Charlie, I appreciate him giving that lady a lot of things, but he is dry enough that I am okay with saying like, hey, he says some silly things. He lies about some things. Maybe he's not evil. And the lying I do find evil. The lying about the deportation I do find evil. But he's a propagandist, right? There are infinitely more evil people in our society than Charlie Kirk, which surprises me to say after engaging with some of his content. I just think he's a conservative propagandist, but there are plenty of people who are obvious propagandists for their selected political tribe. And so I'm not going to like freak out and pearl clutch and call him the worst person ever just because he's a propagandist. But we're going to take a little bit of a break. I'm going to hang out with chat for a moment, and I'm going to yap with y'all. And then I'm going to go get some more water and do a bathroom break, and then we'll move into our next segments. Which, here's the good news. Here's the good news. We're halfway through the segments, basically. We're going to watch some Jordan Peterson. We're going to try to mix up some white pills into our mix of content. That way, hopefully, we can engage with some things that are actually positive. I mean, that would be cool. But these things in particular are actually going to be things that I might be in contention with Jordan Peterson on. And so I'm kind of excited to check it out, because last time it was like a total white pill. And so we'll check out some Jordan Peterson content and Russell Brand content in a moment. And then also what we'll do is we will watch some military and law enforcement content as well, because to be honest, I really did enjoy breaking that stuff down yesterday afternoon. Towards the end, we started doing military content and law enforcement content. We lost a few viewers, but realistically, I thought it was fire. So Christian Blair says, Vlad, talking about eliminating races and ethnicities. I got some choices and it rhymes with... Yeah. Vlad's a little bit too rude for my taste, not going to lie. Jonah Boy says, I used to play Pokemon competitively. The number of statistically imperfect Pokemon babies I disposed of would make Hitler blush. Jonah Boy over here doing Hitler-level eugenics in his Pokemon game. Good Lord. That's funny. That's brutal. That's savage. But yeah, if you got any, I'm going to show real quick. So I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. I appreciate you watching the chat. I appreciate you engaging in chat and leaving comments and all that kind of stuff. This is Counterpoints. We are going live 5 days a week, 5 hours a day, approximately from noon to 5. We might modify the schedule again in the future, but I'll keep you apprised as things change. Of course, we're a part of the Valor Media Network. We are, going live on my home channel Counterpoints once a week. We run the Warhammer channel Counterpoints 40K. And the whole goal here is to try to create content that is good for men, where they can see the propagandists, they can see the liars, they can see the manipulators within our society, but then also they can engage with a more positive space where it's actually people who are interested in becoming better over time. On Valor Media Network, they have podcasts about sports. They have podcasts about sports again. They have podcasts about self-improvement and mindfulness. They have podcasts about current events and news and politics. And so the whole goal is to try to, not going to lie, throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks as far as content that would be good for young people, young men, and men in general. So that's kind of the thrust of the content. But yeah, let me go ahead and post a link. And if anybody who's watching the VOD or if anybody in chat feels like doing a dono, there's the dono link. Thank you to Zach Wolf and thank you to Gen X, who both donated in the morning. It is greatly appreciated. And then I think without further ado, I have water. I'm good. I'm sure the dad Pokemon had a good time. Uh-oh. Oh, because he kept getting to mate. Gross. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get into, I do have some water, so I'm doing okay. Let's pull up Jordan Peterson and see if we can get it a little bit spicy. Let me pull this bad boy up. Remove, add. This is the law enforcement content we'll be watching later. This is the military content we'll be watching later. And then this is the Jordan Peterson content that we'll be watching now. So insect protein, what he saw at the World Economic Forum Ezra Levant. For those of you who don't know, I'm actually going to do a little bit of an intro because this guy is an interesting character. So, hi guys, my name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I run the YouTube channels Counterpoints 40K, which breaks down the wonderful world of Warhammer. I will have a new episode for you tomorrow I'm very excited about. And then also I run Counterpoints, which is a politics channel that is a part of the Valor Media Network. We are live on the Valor Media Network right now, and we have several dozen beautiful souls who are hanging out with me right now. We are consuming content. We're breaking things down. We're showing the propagandists and the liars and the bad actors in our society. And what we're actually going to watch right now is a gentleman by the name of Ezra Levant. He ran a Canadian conservative media company, and he was actually the first person who hired Lauren Southern. Believe it or not, what happened in the early 10s was a very young Lauren Southern. I think she was like a teenager at the time. I think she was only 18 or 19. She was pissed off about Canada's, this is her story. It could be baloney, but this is her story. She was pissed off about energy policy, so she attended a conservative conference. Ezra Levant and several other people saw her chatting, and they thought that she was intelligent and insightful. And as a result, they invited her to come interview for a media job. She started doing the media job and posting, YouTube content. And she started doing like the slut walk protests and going to various left-wing activist circles and kind of antagonizing them into saying stupid things. And all of those videos went insanely viral to the point that she was a very valued member of their media operation. Now, after that, and then as a part of that media operation, she actually interviewed Jordan Peterson when he was a local media figure in Canada, but he was a controversial professor who was standing up to progressive shenanigans in the colleges. And so the video of him saying, "I don't like Nazis," to a bunch of progressives who are accusing him of being a Nazi, Lauren Southern shot that like 8 years ago, I believe, while she was an employee of this gentleman, Ezra Levant. Now, the reason why Lauren and Ezra split is because Ezra or parts of his staff were saying, we're going to go to Israel on an all expenses paid vacation, but we're going to pitch it to the audience as a fact-finding mission to be critical of the state of Israel. And Lauren was basically like, why are we simping for a foreign country? Why are we sweeping for Israel? And why are we lying to our audience in order to get money so we can go on a vacation to Israel and then do fluff pieces for the IDF and the Israeli government? Now, Lauren is a dissident right-wing figure. Don't know if you guys know that. She pals around with ethno-nationalists and all that kind of stuff. But I'm pretty sure part of her distaste for the state of Israel and maybe for some people who are of the tribe might have started with rebel media. And so I don't know if it's Rebel Media, but I think it is. And this is Ezra Levant. So whatever media company in Canada that he was heading up. And so Ezra Levant has remained a popular conservative media figure in Canada. And he is talking to Jordan Peterson about his experiences at the World Economic Forum. And I want to check out this content. I want to see what Ezra has to say. I want to see if there's anything weird that goes on. And I want to break it down for you. So let's go ahead and take a look.
We go to Davos, Switzerland. That's this town that the World Economic Forum takes over.
Yeah. How would you describe the World Economic Forum for everybody who's watching and listening?
It sounds super boring, doesn't it? World Economic Forum. That sounds like economists studying the world.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
It's not. These are the masters of the universe. I call them the VVIPs.
Yeah.
These are prime ministers, presidents, royalty, pop culture stars.
And the
lobbyists.
question is why? I asked some Davos attendants who were very well positioned, like who the hell Klaus Schwab is. It's like, how in the world did this cartoon dictator of the world character manage to convene all these VVIPs, as you call them? And Klaus Schwab is a convener fundamentally, and he's certainly not elected. He
owns it. He's an owner.
Yeah, right.
I call it a crypto government. Here's what I mean.
Yeah, definitely.
You have members of government, Chrystia Freeland, Mark Carney. These are the two leading contenders for
Hear
Alberta.
that? That's Chrystia Freeland and Mark Carney. For those of you who are thinking about voting for them, so a vote for them is definitely a vote for the WEF, and there'll be a lot more about that on this channel soon.
They're both board members of the World Economic Forum. Justin Trudeau was a global young leader.
Yeah.
And Klaus Schwab bragged, and I'm going to say it in his German accent, we have penetrated the cabinet of Canada. And you got to do
metaphor intended.
You've got to do it in that accent because he really is like a Bond supervillain.
That's for sure. It's such a blackly comical reality.
But I don't have a problem with rich people meeting to talk.
Yeah, well, they're going to.
But what do they do there? Here's why I call it a crypto government. Number one, a real government has an independent press. Just a scrutinized thing. The World Economic Forum, there's lots of journalists, but they pay to participate. So they'll never be skeptical or accountability journalists. We go, but we are not allowed in. We're kept outside the security perimeter because we ask unvetted questions.
So that's where you're always lurking out there on the street, like an ambush squad.
That's right. And I'll tell you in a minute some of our favorite catches.
Yeah.
Number two, in a real government, there's an opposition, and sometimes they rotate people through. That's a form of a check and balance. In a real government, there's a lobbyist registry. Who was meeting with
Technically, it's a fascist organization. And fascism means to bind together, right? And the fascists were big into the idea that, and this is kind of what defines fascism, that media, corporations, government should all be working together as a unit to push forward whatever the interest happens to be, whatever the agenda happens to be. And the WEF is a place where exactly that happens, is that the elites of all the different...
Jordan, come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Can you guys tell that I'm like a former Jordan Peterson fan who just took a lot of psychic damage with that sentence? Okay, hold on. I have to let the blood pressure behind my eyes settle for a second so I don't like actually rupture a blood vessel in my eyeball. I don't want to pull like a Joe Biden and just be talking to chat and then like you see like a blood vessel in my eye just burst. Because that could absolutely happen on stream, by the way. Big in Gaming says, I just can't. Now the MAGA cult says that Trump won. He did the art of the deal perfectly. I'm so black-pilled. Well, don't worry about it. We'll survive together, okay? Don't worry, King. We'll be good. Christian Valera said, these dudes are conspiratorial children, and I wanted to push back against you. And then he said that they're fascist, and I'm just like, that's not what fascism means, bud. It's brutal. Okay, but let's see what's actually been said so far, okay? Let's actually see what's been said. So VVIPs, I'm assuming he's saying that they're very, very important people, that it's presidents, prime ministers, celebrities. Klaus Schwab is the convener, which again, like especially in a liberal society, there's no problem with like rich and powerful people getting together in order to talk about the problems of their society, right? They're characterizing it as a crypto government because they're members of government. Chrystia Freeland and Mark Carney, who are apparently relevant in Canadian politics, were board members of the World Economic Forum. And so Jordan Peterson points out that that's negative. Rich people meeting to talk isn't a problem. And Jordan Peterson says, yeah, they're going to by their very nature. Independent press. This is where I think that these are okay criticisms. Having an independent press that asks unvetted questions, so it's not softballs, I'm okay with that. But if it's a private organization, then once again, liberals are, it's a liberal society. They're free to create private associations, right? Unless they're actually doing like evil and criminal stuff. And then Ezra Levant says there's an opposition and they rotate people through. And he's seeing this as like a continuous group, right? That they're not changing anything, right? And so Sean Kaplan says, lurking today, please God, don't let the brain rot happen to me when I get old. Don't worry, Sean Kaplan. We'll take you out behind the shed when it's your turn. Christian Blair says, again, Jordan was good as a clinical psychologist, but when he talks about anything else, he's conspiratorial. Listen, as we learned from our engagement with the ContraPoints video earlier in the week, that there is an appeal to anomaly. You say, isn't it weird that? Isn't it weird that? And then you just keep pointing out things that are weird and you substantiate that there's weird things going on. And then once you have your audience sufficiently bought into that there's too many weird things for there not to be an alternative explanation, you can provide them an alternative explanation without explaining it and without substantiating it. And so what I would like to hear from Jordan is him substantiating his conspiratorial thing. But I need to articulate fascism for you guys because it actually is near and dear to my heart. Jack O'Lantern says, Jordan's unfortunately been lost in the belly of the whale for years now, and it's super sad to see as a former fan of his work. Honestly, man, like seriously, if we become successful as a channel, I want to save Jordan Peterson from the belly of the beast. I want to take this guy bike riding. I want to take him shooting guns. I want to go fishing with him. Kind of like all the dad activities, right? And I want to try to get him to like touch some intellectual grass because I think that he's been hanging out with so many anti-lefties, like liberals, libertarians, centrists, but who are all anti-democrat and anti-left, that I don't think that he's heard a democratic, like a legitimate democratic argument in probably half a decade that actually seemed coherent to him, which is, in my opinion, an element to being audience captured. Well, let's talk about fascism real quick, okay? Fascism was written by Giovanni Gentile. It was put into place by Benito Mussolini, and it was put into place by Adolf Hitler. Fascism is going to be different per different societies, and it's not just authoritarianism. There's plenty of authoritarian societies that are not fascist. As an example, the Iranian Republic, whatever, is not fascist. They're like an authoritarian theocratic regime. Russia could be argued to be fascist, but they're not explicitly fascist. They're like an oligarchical kleptocracy. They have rich people who steal from the poor, right? And so what fascism is two concepts that are reinforced by the people who actually hold these ideas, okay? It's political corporatism, which is good, and it's flexible authoritarianism, which is bad. Political corporatism is identifying a nation state as a body that has vital organs and then trying to reinforce the health of that identified nation state, okay? The problem with political corporatism is oftentimes you'll identify the economy as the heart, the government as the brain, law enforcement as white blood cells, the military as the bones in the skin. And so when you make it an analogy, what ultimately ends up happening is you come up with excuses for why people are diseases. So you'll accuse minority groups, Jews, blacks, Hispanics, gays, trans folk. You will accuse them of being diseases that are attacking the host body, and therefore they should be eliminated. That's what's happened, throughout fascist societies repeatedly over and over and over again, right? And so political corporatism can be good, but it can also be bad. The flexible authoritarianism is where fascists who have spoken to me have confirmed this. Fascists do not view the world as a naturally peaceful or harmonious thing. They also do not, like, human beings can be collaborative, but they're primarily competitive. And so the struggle for power is something that is happening at all times. And fascists don't care that they seize power or how they seize power. They only care that they do seize power and that they maintain it. And so that's why you'll see things like Hitler became chancellor through democratic means, but then usurped the power of the president and then dissolved the parliament. So he used the institutions to obtain power, and then he eliminated his competition. Same thing with Benito Mussolini. He made an alliance with the church because he thought it was necessary in order for him to keep and maintain, or to get and maintain power in Italy. And so there's no hard rules for fascists about power, except for great men will seize it and great men will try to maintain it. That's it. And so oftentimes they will use the pretext of the health of the corporative body in order to do, frankly, whatever the hell they want. And then it devolves into cronyism. Then it devolves into nepotism. Then it devolves into fascism, authoritarianism and murder and slaughter. And so the reason why I would challenge Jordan Peterson on this definition is because he's just saying business and government working together is fascist. And it's not. End of rant. Let's continue.
Different power hierarchies meet and, well, conspire morally to improve the planet, despite the fact that they have no democratic standing. And as you said, no opposition and no journalistic coverage, and that it's a pay-to-play arrangement that's made Schwab and his cronies exceptionally rich, and that's really demented and twisted the world in unbelievably pathological ways. Net zero, that's a WF initiative. ESG, right? That stakeholder capitalism, that's all pouring out of the WEF. That's the sort of thing, by the way, that Carney supports in spades. He's an architect of those policies and a distributor of them all around the world. Carney believes that 85% of the world's fossil fuels have to remain in the ground, and that somehow magically Alberta in particular is going to have even better jobs under this new green economy that he can't define. That's going to apparently run on hydrogen of all bloody things, all the pathological idiocies you can possibly imagine. So he's like Trudeau on steroids. And so, yeah, that's the WEF, man, in a nutshell. Every stupid idea you can possibly imagine the last 15 years is being promoted by the Davos crowd, all to virtue signal because they're guilty about being, guilty about being rapacious billionaires, I suppose. They could work a little on the rapaciousness and a little less on the virtue signaling. So anyways.
Listen, I kind of love it. I'm not going to lie. I love it. I love it. He's like, the WEF has dumb policy initiatives because they feel guilty about being rapacious, which is an excellent word, billionaires, and they could work on the rapaciousness instead of feeling guilty for their wealth. And I think that's funny. I think that's mad funny. And so the steelman of net zero is trying to get carbon emissions to zero because they do believe that it's a sincere problem. ESG, stakeholder capitalism, is saying that companies need to be socially responsible, not just to their shareholders, but also to their stakeholders, which includes employees and includes the broader community. I don't have a problem with the steelmen of these, but obviously there's like implementation issues, and there's also the stupid virtue signaling like he brought up. And then the virtue signaling, I got to look up rapaciousness. That is rapacious. Aggressively greedy or grasping. And I agree that many of these people are rapacious. And they should feel guilty, but they shouldn't feel so guilty that they're buying into like these, silly social initiatives. They should pay their taxes, create fraternal societies. They should improve the lot of the working classes of their respective countries so that all of humanity might enjoy in the fruits of the modern world. So I agree with parts of this while still feeling like Jordan Peterson's going a little crazy with it. But you know what? He has the gift of gab, and I'm enjoying it. So that was actually pretty funny. The dragons are back. They are. Is Mr. Peterson okay? Is he seeing dragons again? Yeah, but the dragons in this case are the World Economic Forum. Jonah Boy says, okay, Mr. Peterson, that's very good. Thank you. Now take your meds, lol. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he could use some duloxetine. So duloxetine is a prescription that I have. It's Cymbalta. It helps with nerve pain, but it also helps with if you have runaway negative trains of thought, and that was my problem. So when I got out of law enforcement, I of course experienced horrible nerve pain in my back and my hip and my neck and all that kind of stuff. But also one of the things that would happen is because I had seen and done so many horrible things that when something bad would happen, I would just imagine the worst scenario possible. And my imagination immediately jumped to that and then prepared me mentally for the worst scenario possible. And that would always happen. But the problem with that is you're always in fight or flight. And so Cymbalta, or duloxetine, it not only does it help with nerve pain, it also kind of quiets that part of your brain. What kind of drug is Cymbalta? Let me take a look. Drug is duloxetine. Duloxetine is an SNRI, serotonin noradrenaline reuptake inhibitor. SNRIs are thought to work by increasing the amount of mood-enhancing chemicals, serotonin and noradrenaline in your brain. Yeah. So, I'm telling you, like, I felt like a zombie for the first 2 weeks, but after those 2 weeks, it was good. I was great. And then NYC Falcon says, thank you for the analysis and thank you for your service. Well, you're welcome. You're welcome. All right, let's see if Jordan Peterson can get let's see if he can substantiate some of his aggression. Let's see if we can get that going.
Okay, so you're in the WEF and you're out there trying to what? What are you doing?
Well, we're outside the moat. I mean, it's a very high security place. It's hard to get there. They buy up every hotel room in town. So we stay one town over and take the train.
Right, so it's isolated to protect.
That's right. And so we had to fly to Zurich, take 3 trains up. And we're not allowed in. So we're just on the cold streets.
Where do you stay?
We stay one town over called Klosters. We in an Airbnb typically. And they quintuple the prices that week.
Of course.
That week, the local airport, the private jet airport, they say that they make their whole year's money in that one week.
Yeah.
And if you go and watch the
and
private
think of all
jets,
the lovely carbon that's being produced.
the private
Feeding all
jets,
the plants.
they come in and it's such a small airport that they drop off the VVIPs, but then the planes have to go fly to another airport to park. And then they come and like it's an extra flight just to park the plane. I've never seen anything more carbon intensive. And then there's helicopters.
It's probably got slightly greener around Davos.
That's right, because of all the CO2.
Yeah.
You know, they're against fuel and they're against food, even though
no, they're against fuel and food for peasants.
And that's so they're in their private jets, but you have to take public transit. I was in the streets of Davos 2 weeks ago, and I see a guy handing out energy bars. Like there's a lot of kiosks and people giving away grab bags and goodies, and it's cold, so they give away hot chocolate and tea. So one guy's giving away energy bars, and people are flocking to it. But I notice on some box he has, it says insect protein.
Oh, yeah.
So I said, who are you? What are you? And he actually talked to me for 15 minutes. His company's called Pumbaa. And if you know your Disney movies, there's a character that eats insects called Pumbaa.
Right.
But on this candy bar, it does not say the word insect anywhere. In the ingredients, in tiny print, it uses the Latin genus and species for the mealworm.
Oh, yeah.
It's ground up. It's like Adolphinus diaperinus or something.
Sounds delicious.
I don't think 1 in 1,000 people, 1 in 100,000 people knows what that is. And he was giving them away, and he was saying there's insect protein in it, but no one heard him. I was there with my cameraman. I said, did you hear him? He said there's insect protein in it. And some people were repulsed by it. Others didn't care. They are doing creepy and weird things.
Bugs are the right thing to do creepy things with.
If you want to eat bugs, I'm not going to say don't, but don't sell it or give it away and hide it. There's a lot of strange things going on in the World Economic Forum, and I feel like
we need a T-shirt that says that. A lot of strange things going on in the World Economic Forum. Rebel News.
Rebel News were sort of scruffy, and I mean, I say the drawbridge.
Hold on. So listen. These are 2 wildly successful people in media, so far be it for me to criticize how the way that they conduct themselves, but they've taken 5 minutes in order to say the rich people who fly into Davos are bad, and there was a guy who was selling insect protein bars who is also bad. Now, by the way, I also don't want to eat the bugs, okay? I don't want to eat the bugs. I would prefer to eat meat. However, something that actually splits me from my audience sometimes is I don't care about lab-grown meat. So if they can take the growth cells and the protein cells out of a cow and they can put it into a petri dish and they can feed it light and sugar and they can feed it like water and nutrients and all that kind of stuff, and it doesn't kill the cow, and then they grow cheeseburger and a steak that doesn't give you cancer. Well, obviously that's like a big risk, right? Because you're eating the growth cells of the shoulder. But as long as it doesn't give you cancer, hello Yakov, then I would be perfectly fine with eating lab grown meat as long as it's healthy and tastes good. Literally would not care, and the reduced animal suffering in the world would actually make me happier as a person, right? Now with bugs, the reason why they're trying to sell bugs is because they're widely available. They're very easy to feed. They have a lot of protein in them, and they also have like a lot of like vitamins and all that kind of stuff. And so they're bugs are very efficient without being carbon intensive in order to turn into protein, in order to turn into food. But the same problem that I have with shrimp is the same problem that I have with land dwelling bugs, which is their poop. Okay. So with shrimp, in case you don't know, they call it deveining, which is where you reach in and you remove the black stuff from the middle of the shrimp. Well, the black stuff is their intestinal tract. Okay. That is their poop and their digestive enzymes. And so I don't want to be eating insect poop when I'm eating, even if you made grasshoppers taste delicious, I don't want to taste insect poop. Okay. Jen says, oh, lol, we eat water bugs all the time in Louisiana. Yeah, I'm not saying shrimp isn't delicious. Shrimp is delicious, but you have to remove the poop. And I don't know how you remove the poop from an ant. It's so small, right? So NYC Falcon says, exactly, bug food. We already evolved from that. Yeah, past that, hopefully, is what you're saying. Christian Blair says he's trying to make the argument that the bars were made like a movie Snowpiercer. Lol. Yeah, exactly. I'd be more worried about that, some kind of weird prison disease, than getting cancer. Agreed. Red meat is classified carcinogenic, lab or otherwise. My favorite food is a burger before claiming vegan degen. Well, Sean, I don't have any problems with going vegan, and I have no problems with reducing red meat intake. I've probably reduced my meat intake since I was a teenager by 70, 80%. And then I've also reduced my red meat intake by like probably 80%, 90%, but I still eat it. It's still delicious. I still eat protein, meat or eggs or something like that at least once a day. So yeah. Jonah Boy says, we eat them now and it's all fun and games until they evolve into Tyranids and eat us. True. Yakov says there are certain types of grasshoppers that are kosher for me to eat. Cool. How do you get the poop out though? Gen X just says, eat the poop. Just eat the poop. Grassroots Hegemon says, ever eat a catfish, dude? They are literally poop eating machines. Saving Green says prions, not prison, like Crutchfelt. I'm unfamiliar, but okay. They eat the poo-poo. True. I love shrimp long enough to find out it's the one thing I'm definitely allergic to. Cool. See, Silver Jacket Man, I'm going to make a very dumb joke, but I hope you appreciate it. You're not allergic to shrimp. You love it so much you could die. Oh, man. So anyways, these people are geniuses. They're captains of the media industry. And yet we've taken 7 minutes to find out that rich people in Davos are rich and annoying, and that they make somebody is selling insect bars, which is fine. Like, you don't have to be like the most efficient communicator on the planet. I just want to know what the point is, right? That's all I want. I want to know, why are the people from Davos evil? Why are they incompetent? Why are they stupid? Why is someone, now I don't want to eat the poop, but there are people in chat who are saying that they are willing to eat the bug poop. So if they want to eat the bug poop, if they want to eat the grasshopper protein bars or the mealworm protein bars, why can't they eat it? You as a conservative, you as somebody who doesn't like the WEF, you don't have to eat the bugs. At least not yet. So Sapien Green says it's multiple. I'm sorry. I need to make sure that there isn't anything crazy in this comment before I finish it. It's multiple hole in your brain disease because proteins folded wrong and it somehow becomes infectious. Oh, prions. Okay, I got you. I think I heard about that with mad cow disease. With mad cow disease, I think I heard about stuff like that. Jonah Boy says people eat. I can't finish that sentence. Jonah Boy says people eat each other's butts, but they're scared of a little bit of bug. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I mean, I don't think that you should be eating too many butts either, but you guys are horrible. I mean, I love it, but you guys are horrible. I'd eat the bugs and I'm conservative. I'm here for it. All right. Okay. Jeez. Wait till he finds out. I don't eat pigs a lot, Gen X. So Gen X, I think that hogs, wild pigs, should be hunted in order to stabilize their population. But I actually think that pigs are kind of socially intelligent creatures while being absolutely disgusting. And I don't enjoy bacon that much. Whenever I eat bacon, it has to be like burnt. If it's burnt and crispy, I enjoy it. But if it's that like fatty, oily, mess, and it just feels like you drank a quart of fat oil, my body does not like it at all. Like the flavor's great, but the way I feel afterwards is terrible. Harmonic Fox says if I had to. Okay. All right. Fair enough. All right. I'm sorry for yapping, but chat was being crazy.
Comes down and these princes walk out onto the town, and we're there. These grubby peasants asking them questions.
Out of the gutter.
2 years ago, I think it was, we scrummed Albert Bourla, the CEO of Pfizer. This year, we scrummed Larry Fink, the CEO of BlackRock.
They're fun.
And we had a lot of questions. We asked 70 questions. I later counted. We walked and talked with Larry Fink for 9 minutes, and we asked 70 questions. He answered 0. In fact, his bodyguard sort of pushed us a bit, and then Fink took out his cell phone, put it right in our face, click. I said, you intimidating me? I'll tell you my name. I'm going to make, it was so weird.
Well, you haven't been on social media much, Ezra.
But, and Albert Bourla, we were asking real questions. Yeah, we were annoying. I'll grant you that.
Yeah.
But like my first question to Larry Fink is, have you spoken to the president yet? Are you moving away from ESG?
Yeah.
And are you going to come to his way of thinking like Zuckerberg did? I really am curious because Larry Fink is a real.
Yeah, because Vanguard has moved away from ESG to some.
So it was a real question.
Yeah.
And then I asked a bunch of questions. I said, are you putting your ideology above shareholder returns? Like if you're making
the definition of ESG.
Yeah. And that's a real question. And maybe I was fairly polite. I said, Mr. Fink, etc. Why would he walk with us for 9 minutes, but not deign to give us an answer? And Albert Bourla, the same thing. We said, when did you know that the vaccine didn't actually block transmission? You said it was 100% effective, then 90, 80, 70. So when did you know? I asked him real questions, and my colleague Abi Yamini did too. The fact that we were on the street and not vetted disgusted these men. Both of them had probably done 10 interviews that day, but the interviews were with trusted partners who had actually paid to attend the World Economic Forum. The idea that they would be in an unscripted moment and an answer to anyone was beneath them. That contempt, if you ask me what is the World Economic Forum, that's what it is. It's these masters of the universe who like to hang out with other masters of the universe and who have contempt to talk about humanity, but they actually hate people. That's that. And I've been going for 4 years, and you never know.
Yo, this is why Vlad the Kebabber graced us with his presence earlier today. I did have to ban him from chat because I told him he couldn't Jew post, so instead he Muslim posted, Gen X agrees with me that burnt bacon is fire. It is. Christian Blair's was wondering when the dreaded BlackRock was going to come up. And yeah. So Christian Blair's, I actually, if Vanguard, which is part stake owners in Games Workshop, which is something that I care about Warhammer. I'm going to show my chud bona fides. Literally half of Warhammer TV episodes have a female protagonist. And I swear to God, sometimes it's more. And there's always a black female protagonist. And the men, let's face it, the men die horribly oftentimes as like side characters. And so it's not enough. Like Warhammer is grimdark enough that everybody dies, so it's not that big of a deal. However, it is weird to always see a female protagonist, to always see a black female protagonist or sidekick, to always see the men kind of like relegated to secondary roles. And I don't have a problem with that in concept, particularly if the writing is good. However, when it's every single episode and the appeal of the medium is 95% male, it's off-putting, right? It's off-putting. And so if Vanguard, which is an investment firm, walked away from requiring that out of Games Workshop, and if BlackRock does the same, that's actually good news for me. I would love to see a straight white male hero like Titus, although he is asexual. I would like to see a straight white male hero literally just show up, kick the bad guy's ass, and leave. That would be refreshing to me, to be honest. And this, I was going to use this. I was going to go on a Jew rant for Vlad the Kebabber, so I'll finish that rant. So this is why I do not believe that Jews are a monomaniacal, manipulative, international Jewry, whatever you want to call it, cabal. Because you have Ezra Levant out here, who is as Jewish as the day is long. You have Avi Yemeni, who's as Jewish as the day is long, and he's antagonizing the WEF. He's antagonizing the alleged Jews who are running the world. And so pretending that like all Jewish people are all part of the cabal and they all have the exact same views on everything is insanity and contradicted by reality. And then not just that, I think a joke that I heard before that's like, it's kind of demonstrative of the diversity of thought within like Jewish circles is like, you have 3 Jews in a room and you have 4 opinions, right? And that's because obviously each one of them has their own opinion, but then the skeptical nature, the intellectual nature of some conversations that are natural to like Jewish culture, they like to entertain perspectives that they don't even hold, right? So yeah, so that's where Vlad the Kebabber, who was Jew posting earlier, part of the reason why I don't buy into the conspiracy theory is because I don't think Ezra Levant has anything in common with whatever Jewish Bond villain is helping run the WEF. And if that doesn't sound like a defense of Jews, my apologies. It's an attempted defense. So.
What you're going to get there.
Yeah, I'm very afraid that that's exactly the sort of attitude that characterizes Mr. Carney. And I'm more convinced about that after reading his book quite carefully, Values. It's like, yeah, he likes humanity, but, food, shelter, clothing, and heat or air conditioning for you or your car. Do you get to have a car under Mark Carney? Or he likes humanity.
To give us the 90, 80, 70. So when did you know? Disgusted these men. They both of them had probably done 10 interviews that day. But the interviews were with trusted partners who had actually paid to attend the World Economic Forum. The idea that they would be in an unscripted moment and an answer to anyone was beneath them. That contempt, if you ask me what is the World Economic Forum, that's what it is. It's these masters of the universe who like to hang out with other masters of the universe and who have contempt to talk about humanity, but they actually hate people. That's the, and I've been going for 4 years, and you never know what you're going to get there.
Yeah, I'm very afraid that that's exactly the sort of attitude that characterizes Mr. Carney. And I'm more convinced about that after reading his book quite carefully, Values. It's like, yeah, he likes humanity, but, food, shelter, clothing, and heat or air conditioning for you or your car. Do you get to have a car under Mark Carney? The globalist utopian types, they'd like to see a 95% reduction in private car ownership. Right?
This is a place that came out with the think piece.
So hold on. I don't think that the global leadership, and sorry, I have to address this comment because it's important. Grassroots Chechabon says, one of my favorite characters ever is Zoe from Firefly. Actually, bad A. One of my second favorites is Kaylee, and they are completely opposite. What I liked about Zoe is she's tough. She talks smack to Malcolm Reynolds, the captain. If you haven't watched Firefly or the movie Serenity, you're honestly missing out on some of the best sci-fi of the past couple of decades. Malcolm Reynolds is one of my favorite characters. I try to be Malcolm Reynolds every day, okay? But Kaylee is actually really interesting as well, because if I remember, she's the mechanic. She's gruff, and she deals with the ship, and she deals with problems, and she's competent, and she's technical. but she also craves to be like feminine and desired and loved and all that kind of stuff. And so that writing a complex character who has like a contradiction like that is awesome. And I think that you can hate Joss Whedon all you want. I know it's popular to hate the early Marvel or Marvel in general. I genuinely enjoy Joss Whedon's combination of comedy and humor and sentiment and heartfelt like emotions mixed with violence and action. I think he does one of the best jobs of traveling the spectrum of human emotion within an entertainment product. I honestly, like some of his products are some of my favorite. I watched I've never watched Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which is another Joss Whedon product, but I thought it was so funny when I watched the first episode. I just watched the pilot. I didn't watch anything else. And the person who so obviously became, or who looked like a vampire, who was acting like a vampire and acting creepy, ended up getting bushwhacked by the person who was acting innocent, who was actually a vampire. And I was like, boom, that's Joss Whedon writing, right? You know, you're getting all these hints. You feel like you're smart. You feel like you're in on the joke. You feel like you're in on the writing, and then boom, flip. And then he smacks you with something else. I think it's pretty funny. Grassroots Chechemon is, I can be the resident Jew. I'll cover for you. Well, thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. The Silver Jacket Man says, I've always been of the opinion that if Jews were capable of running a worldwide secret ethnic cabal, then they clearly are the chosen people and they deserve to inherit the earth on merit. Don't say that, because then the Nazis will agree with you for why they need to eliminate the Jews. And then there are some Jewish supremacists who might agree with you as well. Carney is a person and will be great for Canada. He's pro-democracy, not an authoritarian. Okay, well, interesting. And then let's talk about cars momentarily. Christian Valeris says, too bad she never got her baby with Wash. Agreed. Honestly, one of the tragedies of the show is Wash the pilot and Zoe the female muscle are in a pretty comedic and banter-filled relationship. And spoilers, Wash passes before they're able to build a family. So it sucks. It's bittersweet. It's tragic. Buffy is better after season 2. Interesting. Well, hold on. Let's address what was said, though. So I brought this up on Tim Pool. They absolutely hated it, but I want you to conceptualize with it because I actually think it's smart. So if I'm not talking about 15-minute cities because I think it's fun to confine people to 15 minutes, I'm talking about 15-minute cities because I'm talking about intentional communities, right? And maybe Carney and I don't know, maybe I should read his book and see if we have more in common than I have in common with Jordan Peterson. I still think that human beings should own cars. I still think they should be able to travel. I still think they should be able to fly planes. I still think that they would be able to do all that kind of stuff. However, I think that cities would be better if you built a central commercial district that had all the high rises, the skyscrapers, all that kind of stuff, like the place where people work and kind of do like the white collar stuff in schools. You would have the elementary school, the high school, the college, all that kind of stuff downtown. And then you would have apartment buildings built on the periphery of that. You would have single family homes built on the periphery of that. Effectively imagine like circles, right? And then after that, you would have the agricultural and manufacturing zones, right? And what you've done by intentionally building like a hyper dense commercial and social district downtown and put a majority of your population close to that commercial and social district, you make it easier for people to get to sporting events. You make it easier for them to get to their schools. You make it easier for them to, I don't know, enjoy being alive, getting to restaurants, all that kind of stuff. You make it easier for them to get to work. And you could create effectively a walking, commuting community where everybody wakes up and they walk out at, 4 p.m. or excuse me, at like 8 a.m. and they say good morning to their neighbors. And then they all walk to work and school and they talk while they're walking. And then they get to the place they go in under 10 minutes, right? And I can walk for 10 minutes. And so you're improving the cardiovascular health of the people. You're improving the community. You're improving their access to third spaces, which are wildly important for human beings to be able to socialize, is having a place that's not work and having a place that's not your home in order for you to hang out in. And so as a result, by building an intentional city that way, you enrich everyone's life. And so it's not about lack of freedom. I would still want to create massive parking garages where you have easy access to your vehicles. So if you want to drive to a different city, or if you want to go out to the country, or if you want to own a rural estate, I would want all of that to still be a thing. But I think that intentionality can enrich people's lives. And Christian Blair says, sounds base, but I like remote work. Well, you can remote work. And guess what you can do? If you have a day where you don't want to socialize, then you stay at home, you drink your coffee, you make your stuff, you still have 1,500 square feet to yourself, regardless of whether or not you live in an apartment or if you live in a house, and you make your own thing and you work at your desk and you ignore everybody around you. But if you feel like socializing, then you can grab your laptop. Within 10 minutes, you can walk down to your local cafe, you can sit down and you can enjoy coffee in a social setting where if you want to pause every now and then in order to talk to a neighbor or a friend or a partner or your children, then you could do that. Yakov, it's about choice, and it's about making those choices easy. Yakov Eshrahezi says, and Yakov, I might just call you Yakov because it's hard for me to pronounce your last name. Ishraze. Yakov Ishraze. That's how I pronounce that. I live in Portland. There are a lot of people that have cars here, but there are also a lot of people that don't. They have bikes and ride public transport. Yeah, but okay. My issue with that, Yakov, is that riding a bike is a pain in the ass. No offense. And riding public transport can be gross. And so I would rather walk and get to a nice space rather than getting onto a bus that smells like crap and might have human feces on the floor, or ride a bike and almost get smoked by a car. I would rather have a walking community. And NYC Falcon says more green space. Absolutely. But through being effective, you would have more green space, right? Sabian Green says, too bad the next generation is going to be sweatshop workers. I mean, according to the Trump administration, absolutely. Jonah Boy says, as long as those cities aren't built like Miami. No, Miami is a claustrophobic mess. I agree with you. Yeah, of course. Of course, Jonah Boy. And we would build car infrastructure intentionally as well so people can get from A to B without getting clogged, right? That would be the dream. But you would have to be very intelligent about the way that you do it. Anyways, let's finish up Mr. Ezra. I actually do find him really funny.
You'll own nothing and you'll be happy.
Yeah. Or else you'll bloody well be happy, or at least you won't get to complain. Yeah. You'll own nothing and you won't get to complain.
But let me say one thing. I've just spent 10 minutes criticizing the World Economic Forum, but I'll say this, and it's probably a compliment of Switzerland more than the World Economic Forum. There are hundreds of very well-armed police and military in Davos with big firearms.
Yeah.
It feels extremely safe, by the way. They have never once tried to stop us from scrumming these VVIPs. As long as you don't touch them, not that I would ever touch anyone.
Yeah.
John Kerry, the former Secretary of State and climate ambassador, he walks around all the time and he actually talks to us while we walk. It's very interesting. And like all these VVIPs, Larry Fink had two sort of tough guys with him that pushed us a bit. But as long as you don't touch the VVIP, you can scrum them. The cops don't care. In fact, I think the cops get a kick out of it.
You'd think the cops in Canada would get a kick out of it too, really?
Well,
because
they've been politicized by their mayors and police commissions and all the way down. The police in Canada are becoming more political every day. They would, in Switzerland, they would never do what they did to me or to Menzies or to Alex Lavoie, never do that houseboat raid. They actually are gentle police with a light touch there.
Yeah, well, it's a terrible thing to think of that harder-handed, politicized police presence being part and parcel of Canada. That's really not a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think you guys, love you or hate you, or maybe a bit of both. You guys have been canaries in the coal mine for Canada for a long time. And also not just Canada, right? Because how much of your viewership is international?
I'd say 60% is Canadian, and then US and the UK after that, and then Australia.
But right, so 40% international. Is that primarily the US or
the US? And then
it's such a big population center.
That's right. And then the UK, especially when we covered Tommy, because the domestic media in the UK, they're uniformly against him, which is strange because
it is strange.
So many ordinary Brits really follow Tommy.
Well, that was another part of Lauren Southern's confessional video series, was that Tommy Robinson was an alcoholic who liked to get into fights. And so despite, you can like what he did about the grooming gangs, you can like what he did about Changing Demographics in the United Kingdom. You can like all of his work, and yet he was an alcoholic who would not show up for his own set. And how would I say this? He not floundered. That's not the word that he squandered. He squandered the opportunity he was given through his alternative media capacity. Yakov is right. Portland TK. Not sure what that is, but American Sweatshop Human. Great band. True. Cowboy Sci-Fi is goated. Agreed, Sean Kaplan. That is the most misunderstood quote in a decade, is the "you will own nothing and be happy." Christian Valeris, I understand, but I think that even I get nervous when we talk about not having property ownership. I'm sure it is about making sure that humans have everything they need and they don't have a need to own property. But of course, skeptical people like me who have equity in my house, especially when billionaires own so much, my presumption is that they want to turn me into a cappuccino debt slave. That is my presumption. I'm not going to lie. There was one day I was late to work because it took over an hour to drive one block. Yeah, exactly, Jonah Boy. And so I would want to make your commute a 10-minute walk with people that you don't hate. That's what I would want to do. Christian Blair says that was never said by Klaus, or however you say his kraut name, but misquoted by a journalist. Not surprised. Grasser Chetramon says travel for work and Portland, Oregon into Washington is the prettiest place I've ever seen. Good. That's cool. That is cool. Christian Blair says cocaine and sex addict as well. He cheated on his wife numerous times with sex workers. Jeez, I didn't even know that part of it. Good Lord. Apparently, Lauren Southern was going in with kids' gloves, right? So I need a little breaky poo. I'm not going to lie. I do. So we still have, I'll eliminate these two, but this is Michael Schellenberger, and we're going with Jordan Peterson, and then this is Russell Brand, who's been recently accused of rape. Then we'll do military and law enforcement segments, and then we'll probably wrap it up. We still got plenty of time. We got like hour and a half. So no big deal. We'll still be here for a hot minute, but I'm not going to lie. I need some water, and I need a snack, and I need to stretch my back. So let me pull up. If you guys are okay, I'm actually going to pull up, like, just so I'm not in a rush, I'm going to pull up Counterpoints 40K. Or should I pull up Destiny? No, he's talking to Anna right now. That's not that exciting. No offense. I love Anna, but oftentimes it's geopolitical analysis when they're in a room together. So, yeah, I'm going to pull up a Warhammer 40K segment. So, actually, you know what? That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to force you guys to watch my bolter. That's what we're going to do. Space King. Space King is excellent. All right. Yeah. Because Space King is entertaining no matter what you're doing. I will pull up Space King. That is a good point. All right. My wife was terrified of Space King. She's like, what the hell is going on? All right. I'll be back. I'm going to get a snack. I'll be back.
Find the captain. Deliver the message.
How's the interrogation going? Where's the artifact? Message rolls. Captain, I don't have long. I can't bear an important message. Turn back on your radio.
You turned our radios off?
Listen, Bryce. I don't need high command yammering in my ear while I'm trying to find a goddamn artifact.
It's okay, Captain. I just made this. It'll let him speak our tongue.
Genocide.
Captain, no!
No, I've had enough. I'm gonna genocide bomb the whole planet.
There are 20 billion souls on this planet. While I know it would be kind of sweet to wipe them all out with one bomb, we could use my translator device to interrogate them all first. And find the artifact. Let's ask High Command.
You're right. Thanks, Bryce. Well, I guess I'll turn the radios back on.
Genobomb online. Genobomb. Genobomb started. Genobomb incoming. Oh, good. You turned your radio back on. You're on the wrong planet. Yeah, actually, technically, you're supposed to be on a moon.
Listen, guys, I'm not gonna lie. The main reason why I want to succeed as a streamer is so I can build bolters, functional thunder hammers, functional power swords, functional pulse rifles. That's the main thing. Battle rifles, Halo magnums, all that kind of stuff. So realistically, if you're like, man, I don't know, Connor's just not getting me with this content recently or whatever, you should still become a patreon.com/counterpoints member and support me for $5 to $10 a month. Or you should just pop by stream in order to give me 20 or 30 bucks or whatever, because I promise you, I will take your cold hard cash and I will turn it into science fiction weapons. NYC Falcon says, run. I never saw this before, but I love cartoons. Well, NYC Falcon, this is actually based off of the Warhammer 40K universe, which is the my main YouTube channel that is, moderately successful, is breaking down Warhammer 40K lore for new people. And it's already a satire, but it's a dark satire where they do horror and action elements. And this is a comedic satire of the dark satire. So I don't know if I'm using satire correct, but that's okay. So Michael Schellenberger, I actually want to read, before we continue, I want to read Michael Schellenberger's bio, because I think somebody told me that he used to be an operative for the Maduro regime. He used to be a propagandist for Venezuelan communism. And so I want to see if that's accurate. It could be another person, but I want to check. I want to check that. So, early life. Schellenberger was born and raised in Colorado to Mennonite parents. He is a 1989 graduate of Greeley Central High School. He became a Bachelor of Arts degree from the Peace and Global Studies program at Eartham College in 1993. Subsequently, he earned a Master's of Arts degree in anthropology from the University of California, Santa Cruz. After graduation, Schellenberger moved to San Francisco to work with Global Exchange, where he founded a number of public relations firms, including Communication Works, Lumina Strategies, and American Environics, with future collaborator Ted Nordhaus. Schellenberger co-founded in 2003 the Breakthrough Institute with Nordhaus. While at Breakthrough, Schellenberger wrote a number of articles with subjects ranging from positive treatment of nuclear energy and shale gas, critiques of the planetary boundary hypothesis. He worked to burnish the reputations of prominent clients, including Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez. There we go. Yep. Schellenberger was a marketing and public relations shill for Hugo Chavez. All right. So somebody told me that. I didn't know if it was true, and it's true. So that's cool. Good to know. Let's see what Schellenberger has to say about Elon Musk. Grassroots Hegemon says Schellenberger isn't a communist. I don't say that. I'm not saying that he is. I'm saying that he was a marketing executive for Hugo Chavez. Listen, you can pay people to do work that they don't believe in. I just think it's interesting. Grassroots Hegemon says he was America bad person. That makes sense. That makes sense. You don't have to be. I mean, he could still believe in that. I don't care. To be honest, I need to be exposed to Schellenberger more. I have a person that I am professional associates with, I guess is the best way to phrase it. But we're very friendly, or at least we were friendly when we were hanging out. And they believe that Schellenberger is a marketing whiz who used his experience in public relations in order to inflate the Twitter story into something it wasn't. That was the main accusation from the person who thought poorly of them. So I'm interested to see Schellenberger's take on Elon Musk and Elon Musk's child turning trans. I want to get my teeth into it at least. He was a leftist, but chose to shill for the right. He worked with Soros org in an attempt to shut down Gitmo. Well, I mean, shutting down Guantanamo isn't the worst. That's not the worst crime that anybody's committed. You know, shutting down a extrajudicial enhanced interrogation facility. That's probably not the worst thing to go after. Let's see. I'm going to form my own opinions. I just know that somebody that I like and respect based off of a preliminary interaction did not like them and thought that they were a shill. But we'll find out.
I was also struck in my conversation with him by one thing in particular, which was that his reaction to his realization that the wool had seriously been pulled over his eyes, you might say, in relationship to his son, who fell afoul of the woke mob. And yeah, and I could see in that moment, which he made public, essentially during the interview that we put up on X, that he was truly at war. Like, Elon is not happy about gender affirming care, let's say. Like, seriously, 100% committed, not happy. And so that was an interesting glimpse into his depth of commitment, you know, and he's definitely a single-minded person. He's a single-minded person who puts his single-mindedness to use in multiple fields of endeavor, which is an interesting thing to see. Creative and single-minded is a rare combination, but he's got that. And he's definitely the sworn enemy of the woke mob. That's for sure. And so they picked on the wrong guy.
I think that interview with you and him was extremely interesting and important. Obviously, anybody that's going to buy a $44 billion company has a lot of motivations to do that. I mean, one of them, he said he was worried about being censored himself. But I thought that interview with you, where he talked about what had happened to his son and the tragedy that is, and the anger and the sense in which he needed to, he was like, we needed to shut down the woke mob, you know, so it would stop harming children. I mean, mutilating, and I mean, it's awful. So I mean, I thought that was a very powerful moment, because it was a way of saying, because he kind of goes, his bucket list is Mars, like he's like, that's his thing, and it wouldn't be my priority, but that's his ambition and vision. But he understands that it has a bunch of preconditions, and one of them actually is having a civilization, and having a civilization, one of the preconditions of that is having freedom of speech, and that the woke mob was a threat to everything he cared about, including his own family, and had suffered from it. So I thought that was, in fact, it's actually in the current draft of our book. We tell the story of you talking to him in that book, because we think it's such a symbolically extremely, I mean, you get to a level of nihilism with the gender affirming care that it's just so extreme. It's literally a humans trying to change the most fundamental part of nature, and then doing the most nihilistic thing, which is sterilizing your children. It's like hard to imagine how you get, it's hard to imagine how much it gets worse than that. And then you kind of go, it's hard to figure out how you come back from it. I mean, the people who did it, first of all, it needs to end, but then the people who did it, there's an accounting there. I mean, that's really bonkers stuff, and I think the same thing for the censorship, that we need to write
I'm going to try to explain this as your charitable, never Trump Republican who is a deist but not a religious literalist, okay? They are talking in a frame that I haven't heard in a while, which is totally fine. I'm totally fine with people having completely different frames than me. But I want to talk, because I traveled in progressive circles, I think I can articulate their ideas okay. So the conversation starts. Elon Musk was upset by his son becoming his daughter. That was basically what they were saying. Elon Musk is at war with the woke left. Okay. Anti-gender affirming care. I think after 18, most libertarians and liberals say, meh. They say like, okay, you're an adult. You need to make decisions about how to pursue your own life. Therefore, if you're suffering from gender dysphoria, then you can undergo treatment. And even if I disagree with it as a treatment that you should do, then, go ahead, right? No skin off my butt. That's the libertarian perspective, even on the right. Now, Schellenberger is saying that his family suffered from progressivism and nihilism is necessary for gender affirming care, and that these people are effectively sterilizing their children, and he doesn't know how you come back from it, and it needs to end. That's bonkers stuff. Now, I'm going to try to articulate the progressive perspective when it comes to gender dysphoria, and, if I butcher it, my apologies, but I think that it's like worth considering, right? So my understanding is that there are human beings who suffer from gender dysphoria. The way that in early teenagerhood, you might not like the way your neck is shaped. You might not like the way that your shoulders are shaped. You might not like the way that your butt or your penis or your legs or whatever is shaped, and you're uncomfortable in your own skin. It can be a similar sensation to those feelings of anxiety in puberty, but that feeling is persistent about being the wrong gender. So you actually not only do you feel anxiety about the way you look, you also feel perpetual anxiety that you should be something else. And it becomes a mental preoccupation to the point that it actually detracts from the rest of your life. And so the problem that Jordan Peterson brings up is that if you force people, and I am saying force, if you force them to go through a natural puberty, then 80% of people will desist with their gender dysphoria. I might be using the wrong term, but their gender dysphoria will no longer be present, and they will acclimate to a homosexual personality. That's his claim. I haven't seen it substantiated, but that's his claim. And so if you're saying 80% of people by the time that they're an adult just become homosexual, then shut up, grassroots. Anyways, so jokes aside, the point is that people feel that way, but trans folks, particularly trans folks who transition in their late teenage years and early teenage years, they make the argument that surgery and socialization and voice training and changing their bodies and personalities to match the way that they perceive themselves actually can eliminate some of the gender dysphoria, and then they can live out their lives as an integrated person from the other gender. That's the argument from trans people. The easy solution is, Wait till you're 18, and then who cares? That's the easy solution. I think that's the easy libertarian and liberal solution. The more difficult thing is that, particularly with men to women trans folks, they make the argument that the male puberty is so aggressive. It changes your shoulders, it changes your voice, it changes your hair, it changes your facial structure. Testosterone is a hell of a drug. And so what happens to trans women who were suffering from gender dysphoria as teenagers and wanted to transition earlier in their lives, they say that if they are forced to undergo a male puberty, it effectively gives them physical characteristics that they abhor for the rest of their lives. I don't have a solution to that problem. I'm just describing that problem as it's been described to me. Okay? So I have problems, not solutions. I would say it appears based off of this conversation, Jordan Peterson and Schellenberger would say, wait till you're 18. And if you have gender dysphoria after that, because of you go through male puberty, tough luck. That's what I'm getting from this conversation. And I think they also probably recommend that you just don't transition and you go get therapy. That's my perception. Let's see what they say.
Civilization back, get it on firmer foundations. There needs to be an accounting in the same way there was around, say, CIA abuses in the 70s, or the way there has been around priests harming children in the Catholic Church. An accounting is required. And of course, the only way you can have that accounting is with freedom of speech to be able to shine the sunlight and expose the misdeeds.
Yes, yes, yes. Well, that's especially true for the purveyors, the sadistic purveyors of transformative surgery on minors. I believe those people should be prosecuted on the grounds of crimes against humanity, because that's what they were. I mean, first of all, minors cannot give informed consent to that sort of medical treatment. And there's no, as far as I'm concerned, there's no debate about that. I can understand there are circumstances under which minors have to give consent because there's no one else to speak for them. But the idea that unpopular, autistic, and otherwise challenged 13-year-old girl with body dysmorphia issues can fully understand how she's being deceived by a cabal of evil, sadistic, profit-hungry, ideologically demented, sadistic surgeons is zero. And so there is accountability that needs to be meted out. And I would say the same thing with regards to the purveyors of the idea that the Hunter Biden laptop story was Russian disinformation. It's like that was a traitorous act. And I think, you tell me what you think. You know, I watched Trump claim that the election was stolen. And I know that when that was devolved down to the level of detail, that he didn't win any significant court battles. But my sense with Trump always has been that, well, he might get the details wrong, but he's a pretty good big picture guy. And the timing of that kicking, say, the New York Post off of Twitter really soon before the election, that was a narrow margin, that election. And my sense is that if the media would have told the truth about the Hunter Biden laptop story, that Trump would have won. And, you know, there's no way of proving that, but the mere fact that it exists as a possibility means that that was one seriously traitorous act, and it was very well thought through. It wasn't a mistake, as you said, because part of the plan was to lay the groundwork for deceiving the public about any potential future revelations. And the fact that Mr. Hunter Biden was pardoned by his miserable, deceitful, enabling father for any potential crimes committed during that entire period speaks volumes.
From the year where Biden fired the prosecutor who...
Yeah, dude, Jordan used to be such a nuanced guy. I swear to God, he used to be an incredibly nuanced and careful guy. And it seems like he just got pissed off of trying to grapple with reality. And so as a result, he just cast his lot in with like the tribalism. That is frustrating. This dude has homeless aura. Christian Blair says, thank God Connor is going to save us with War and Police content. Chef's kiss. So true, so true. But hold on. Let's do this real quick, all right? That was brutal, okay? Schellenberger said childhood transition is the same as CIA abuse in the 70s and pedophilic priests. No, it's not. The reason being is because they do have informed consent of the youth along with their parents and their doctors. Okay. So I do feel bad for detransitioners. I do feel bad for the unpopular autistic girls with body issues who are being transformed by surgery by sadistic surgeons. But I don't think the surgeons believe themselves to be sadistic. I don't think that they believe that they're causing pain or harm to these girls or guys, if they transition and they stay transitioned, right? I think what's going on is that they believe that there is a mental affliction known as gender dysphoria, and that surgery in hormones and social acclimatization, and I'm not saying this is true, I'm saying this is what they believe. They believe that you can alleviate gender dysphoria through social transition and physical transition. And so they do it because they think they are helping someone in pain. So presuming that they know that these kids are unpopular and autistic and are simply incorrect in their belief that they have gender dysphoria that needs to be cured through transition, I think that is a presumption of malevolence that isn't warranted by facts. You can say that from your perspective, not my perspective, I'm kind of claiming being agnostic on the issue. However, presuming malevolence when there could just be well-intended ignorance is not the Jordan Peterson that I remember from 2018. Now, it's been 7 years. People change, but still. Calling it a traitorous act in order to spread doubt about the Hunter Biden laptop story. What I found interesting about people giving me additional reading about Hunter Biden, I'll try to be brief. For those of you who don't know, Hunter Biden took $10 million over the course of a decade from foreign governments, from corrupt officials internationally, and he laundered it back to his family. I use the word laundered. If you don't like that, that's totally fine. But he gave it to family members as gifts. He gave it to family members and hired them in their financial institution, in nonprofits, et cetera, et cetera. And he gave his family members tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars. He never did that with Joe Biden, so there's no paper trail back to the vice presidency. But I think it stands to reason by anybody who's being intellectually honest that Hunter Biden, with direction from his family, traded on the Biden name in order to get clout, money, and influence from international organizations, including foreign corrupt officials, and he laundered hundreds of thousands of dollars back into his family. And the only reason why he got in trouble was because he spent money on drugs and whores, and he also didn't pay his taxes several years. And so that's the story. That's the truth. That's the reality of Hunter Biden. What happened running up to the 2020 election, if I get the timeline correct, is that the Hunter Biden laptop story leaked and 155 intelligence officials said, this sounds like Russian disinformation. Well, the reason, allegedly, that they said that it sounded like Russian disinformation was because there was Russian election interference through social media operations in 2016. And so it being a October surprise led these people to kind of believe that it was a Russian disinformation campaign. Also, I think Burisma, which was the company that Hunter Biden was working for in Ukraine, got hacked a year ago. And so they were already hearing chatter that the October surprise for Trump was going to be related to Hunter Biden. So they kind of already knew that it was coming out anyways, right? So the question is whether or not that's a lie or whether or not that's a earnest belief that Burisma was compromised, that Hunter Biden was having information leaked about him in order to damage the Biden presidential campaign, and whether or not that was being orchestrated by Russians. I don't know if that's a lie or if that's genuine belief that's difficult to prove one way or the other. So them assuming that it's a lie and that it's traitorous. What do you do to traitors? Traitors, I'm just going to say it, you give them capital punishment. So the fact that my nuanced internet philosophy dad is saying that guaranteed these people are traitors and therefore are deserving of capital punishment is actually a fall from grace for me. It's like a total lack of it's allowing yourself to be consumed by confirmation bias and audience bias. So that sucks. Honestly, it sucks. It's like watching a paternal figure that you respect kind of lose their stuff as they get older. It sucks. Grassroots says, "Oh fudge, sorry, I meant both transgender women were apong my lips, but both told me they just felt better after FFS. Neither, though, asked to have that surgery south of the border. Where is the issue? I don't know. If they're adults, it wouldn't be my first course of action. If any of my children have gender dysphoria, I'm going to try to put them through therapy first. But if we go to therapy, it doesn't work. Let's say they're autistic, which they're not, but let's say that they're autistic and we try to mitigate those symptoms. We mitigate those symptoms. They still have gender dysphoria. Let's say they have anxiety or they have body dysmorphia or something like that. And we do everything that we can to alleviate those symptoms and it doesn't work. I would, I'm not going to disown my children because they're something that I didn't want them to be, right? Aping my tips. Okay, gotcha. All right, but the point being that am I going to be disappointed? I'm not going to lie. I'm a relatively moderately conservative guy. I'm going to be disappointed if my kids are gay or trans. It just is what it is. I'm not trying to be offensive to anybody in chat. I'm not trying to be offensive to any homosexuals. I'm not trying to be offensive to any trans people. I just know that those lives are difficult. And I don't want that for my children. And I love my boys. And I think they're happy and healthy and strong. And I want them to be happy and healthy and strong their entire lives. Okay. So that being said, they need what they need, right? They need what they need. So if they have gender dysmorphia or dysphoria into adulthood, then yeah, it is what it is. And I'm not going to judge anybody for making those tough calls. Jonah Boy says, you think that's bad? My actual dad raised me to be pretty liberal, but still critical of the Dems and wound up becoming a full-blown MAGA cultist fascist. That sucks. I'm sorry, Jonah. I am sorry. My internet dad disappointed me. I'm sorry your real dad, did some things that you don't like, is the mild way to put that. Sorry, let's continue. I got a little spun up on my internet dad disappointing me.
Was investigating the company that his son was on the board of in Ukraine, of course, 2014. I mean, it was tens of millions of dollars, including from the Chinese, basically the Chinese elites who are tied in with the Chinese military intelligence, going to the Biden family. Like you said, who knows if it makes a difference? That's the main event. That particular information operation is the main event. Also, people have to be held accountable for it. I mean, Jordan, one of the things, the direction that our own book has taken is that in each of these cases, we have kind of asked, like on the case of the gender affirming care with the, particularly we talk about the case of Jazz Jennings, the boy before he was allowed to go through puberty, had genital surgery. The question we keep coming up was, where were the men? Where were the gentlemen? Actually, and this is where the Mansfield concept of the gentleman came in handy. Where were the gentlemen to step up and prevent these atrocities from taking place? And I mean on all of them. Gender affirming care, censorship led by the intelligence community. That's where the director of Central Intelligence, or whoever it is, the head of Aspen Institute, which was the main purveyor of malicious activity around the Hunter Biden laptop. Traditionally, and I'm not saying they're always men, but traditionally the men in those institutions say, wait. We're a country of laws. We're a democracy. We're free speech. We don't mess with the bodies of children who can't give consent, much less their genitals. Where were the men stepping up and doing that? And we talk in our book about your brilliant conversation with Camille Paglia, who's also shown up in our book in a big way. And I think you really got at this challenge, which is, how do you stand up to these pathological women? And in many of these cases, not always, often is standing up to pathological men, which I agree is actually easier. But we do see there's a lot of research coming out about now how, the rising role of women in universities. Corey Clark in particular is a brilliant, I think maybe one of the best of our generation, has shown how, with evolutionary psychology, the tendency of women, is to level, it's to bring women that are too proud of themselves down, and then to bring women that are too down on themselves up, and then to ostracize people that threaten them or their own power. that when that and then men have a stricter hierarchy. They don't want to evict anybody from the hierarchy, even if they want to keep the weaker men for cannon fodder. They'll keep them in the hierarchy. They're not going to ostracize. She argues that and of course, it's not something you can prove. It's not, we're not living with that level of causality. But she argues that increase of women and a women's way, which is not demonizing at all. It's just in a different way of relationships, has played a big role in cancel culture, in censorship. But of course, the other thing you have to say is, like, the men are also affected by that process of feminization, which, by the way, also Nietzsche, we forget he talks about nihilism. He was also talking about the effeminization of men.
So this is my beef with this. I don't have too much of an issue with this as far as a concept. So if we're talking about like men operate in a different hierarchy, I can tell you that I do. So I subconsciously, consciously, whatever, I operate in a meritocratic hierarchy. Okay. If you're competent, if you're intelligent, if you're respectful, if you're academically inclined, if you're good at certain jobs, all that kind of stuff. You don't have to be smart. You just have to be like competent in some field. I will automatically give you more respect. That is how it works, right? And I do think that in social media and in cancel culture and in all that kind of stuff, there's often a push to be more egalitarian, which can have this effect where a lot of people who would object to things don't, because they're worried about being criticized. But the cool thing about being Irish, ethnically Irish, and also raised in an ethnically Irish household, we're 2 or 3 generations removed. But it's very common for Irish people to value conflict and to not view conflict as the end of a relationship. If you fight with someone, that's not the end of a relationship. That is literally just having a bad spat, right? And there can even be like bad blood in feuds that last like years or decades, but those people are still your family and you will still do what is necessary in order to take care of them. And so I feel like I was inoculated against negative opinions from other people in a sense, because I was used to a competitive and antagonistic social environment that just because we disagree or just because we dislike each other temporarily doesn't mean that we're not going to work together in the future or we're not going to be family at the end of the day, right? And so that being said, that is my domestic culture. That's my like ethnic heritage. That's my home culture, I guess, so to speak. Whereas I do understand that a lot of people who don't have fathers, or they have bad fathers, or they're raised in a more feminized culture, they might be kind of like told like, no, don't stand up too much. Don't stand out from a crowd. Don't get into conflict. If you get into conflict, that's going to be the end of the relationship, this, that, the other. There could be people who are raised that way. And I do see that with women too. Oftentimes, rather than calling them out, calling each other out on their BS, they will continue toxic relationships because having the relationship is more valuable than the conflict that would come from speaking honestly. And so my recommendation is be more embrace conflict when you need to. And if it ends a relationship, that relationship was probably not meant to last. Right? So he's asking, where are the men? I think that my question is, where's the line? Right? Because men can be wrong too. Right? Men can be evil too. Men can be manipulative too. Men can be so many things as well. So having men stand up and say this is wrong, that's good. However, what's too far? Because I would argue that there's obviously an inverse that's happening in our culture that is just as destructive.
The weakening of men in the society. So it's all, for me, it all comes to that picture, which is like, you get these people running around trying to censor people or trying to spread disinformation about the Hunter Biden laptop.
Yeah, Christian Valeris, if you want to, we're hitting 4 hours. We can go right to the military and law enforcement content. I might even jump to the law enforcement content just because I think it's like more mentally engaging for me. And I'm good with this. I'm actually good with this. So let's wrap this up then. Musk losing his son changed everything. That's how they titled it. That's how they sucked us in. There's 5 minutes left in the thing. I think that they're sweeping for Elon Musk a little bit too much. I think they're extending him a little bit too much charity. I also think that they're extending too much charity and self-justification to their own side. That being said, there's something real here. I just think they have it misdiagnosed, and they could use somebody to challenge them. We can save the Russell brand. Yeah. Excellent. Well, thank you, Christian Valeris, for pushing us on to the next content. So Cappy is more dry, but I do want to watch this. But I want to give you guys the more entertaining, more potentially violent stuff earlier. This is Donut Operator. You know, he's my cousin, not literally, but he looks very similar to me. He's a white guy with facial hair, and he's a former law enforcement officer as well. We're going to watch this and break it down. I'll be pausing intermittently, and I'll share with you my information as we get to the content. I'm going to do an intro real quick, though, just because we've been kind of wrapped up that segment. Excuse me. Hello, my name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. We just got done breaking down a bunch of political topics, including Jordan Peterson and some other characters like Charlie Kirk. But what we're moving on to now is we're going to be moving on to a law enforcement breakdown. We're going to be watching the channel Donut Operator, who has the breakdown of a suspect shooting at a law enforcement officer. I'll be pausing intermittently in order to share my thoughts. As I stated earlier, I am a veteran of law enforcement myself. I spent 4 years in the field, and I also spent 4 years in the Marine Corps, and I feel like I have decent insights. So I am excited to watch it, and I hope you are as well. Let's begin the segment.
Stop, man. Stop. Stop, man. Stop.
Hi, everyone. Donut here. Holy crap.
I think he paused it right before the shot. And then if you're wondering why Donut Operator looks like me, like I said, we're cousins.
Did you see that thumbnail you just clicked on? You can tell this is going to be one hairy shooting breakdown. Boys and girls, we're going on over to Arizona today. Things over there went completely off the rails outside of a Circle K. If you've been around as long as I have, you know that nothing good happens in the parking lot of a Circle K. This one's got a little bit of everything. A violent felon, a convenience store, multiple gunfights, and even a suspect being hit by a cop car mid-gunfight.
Man versus car.
We're going to go over all that and more, but first a word from our sponsor. Our sponsor for this video is Raycon. You may have heard of their...
Okay, I'm going to fast forward through the advertisement. Raycon, if you need headphones, go ahead and pick them up, but, we're going to skip that so we can get into the content. And can I just share... Listen, I get that this is like wildly popular content. I'm okay with that. However, I would feel weird if I was breaking down shootings and I was like, "Hi guys, welcome to the channel. Rick and Morty joke. Rick and Morty joke. Watch this cop get shot in the face." Like that is no offense, Donut. Like, I've seen some of your other videos. I don't feel like it was always this punchy. I think he's been hanging out with Brandon Herrera too much. So it is what it is. It happens, but be like, "Hey guys, watch this cop get shot in the face." Like, I don't feel like you're paying sufficient deference to the content, but you know what? Maybe he's right. Maybe this is funnier than it is violent and gross. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Plan into the suspect's driver's side window in about 3 seconds. February 1st, 2025, Elk Grove, California. It's almost midnight and Elk Grove police spot a Ford Explorer with no plates, which is basically a giant billboard that says, "Let's turn our body cams on because it's probably about to get hairy." No plates also says, "Please, for the love of God, pull me over." When a cop sees no plates, what's about to happen?
It's about to go down.
Yep.
They light him up, and instead of just pulling over like a normal person, this guy floors it. So we got felony evasion. The chase winds through neighborhoods, flows through stop signs, hits the freeway at 100 miles an hour, and at one point, someone in the car decides to start shooting at the cops during the chase.
Okay, so hold up. Let's actually pause this real quick because this is interesting. With car chases, what I was told as I was going through, I was city police, right? You're not supposed to engage in a chase unless you know that you have a violent felony. So there are different departments that do have chase policies that allow you to chase. But the problem is when you have a car that's doing 100 miles an hour in the middle of the night and it's blowing stop signs and blowing intersections, you are substantively increasing the chance that they're going to T-bone a civilian and kill a civilian. And so, yeah, like we wouldn't be allowed to do this. Now, once the bad guys start shooting, it's on because you need to be able to articulate imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. And someone shooting a gun while doing 100 miles an hour through intersections is 100% imminent threat of death or great bodily harm and a felony. So at that point, you could probably get a supervisor to green light a chase. And then, sorry, there's some people who are typing away. True as a former employee. Jonah Boy says even cops are doing shaky cam. Lol. Well, I mean, listen, when it's attached to your chest, you don't choose how shaky the camera is. He has, and he lost his monetization, I think. Interesting. He does when the cop is seriously harmed. Okay, good. That voice you did sounds like the local oldie station DJ. Yeah, I mean, that's what I got as far as vibes go. Valor Media Network says, did your department allow pit room maneuvers? Nope. Lake County Sheriff's Office did, though. Lake County Sheriff's Office would do that all the time. Not all the time, but they did it enough for them to have a reputation.
Coming up to Wilbur Way.
Ooh.
At least 3 shots were fired at the officers and deputies who were in pursuit. One round even hits a sheriff's deputy's vehicle.
I think he just shot out of the car. So we got shots fired from the car. Yep, we got multiple shots fired.
Yeah, at this point it's on. You can check.
Westbound, Telsey, coming up to...
And I wasn't trained in pit maneuvers.
Let's take a second and realize this guy is actively trying to kill the police right now. Eventually, officers decide to try and end this by pitting the vehicle on 69th Street. Nice.
69th?
There you go. There you go. Pin him, pin him, pin him, pin him, pin him, pin him, pin him. Pin.
He tries to escape police again, rams a patrol car, and that's when this happens.
Bagged up.
Don't move!
Donut. Come on, man. Listen, I get like the censorship is thing that he needs to do, but what is that, like the villager sound from Minecraft? What was that? What is that sound? That is crazy pants. That's a lot of yeah, that's ducks. He's doing ducks. You couldn't think of a different way to do a gunshot sound? What the hell? So, Valor Media Network, that's the content we all really need. Lol, pit vehicle, then the bolter comes out. Oh, yeah, well, bolter would be great for smashing engine blocks, I tell you. Duck sounds for sure. Okay. Good Lord. All right, well, okay, so let's break this down real quick. So, we already went over that you need a certain amount in order to chase. Typically, violent felonies were the standard that my city department did. That being said, Lake County Sheriff's Office, they did allow for their people to chase for very minor stuff, and they did chase for minor stuff. The problem, of course, is that you risk civilians. Now that it's midnight in Elk County, that could be like a more rural part of California. They might have a more loose chase policy. But this is exactly why city managers and mayors don't like cops doing chases. Because think about this. They are confronting the violent felon. Good for them. But they're pitting it. So you got a damaged city vehicle. You're damaging a civilian vehicle, even if there's a criminal inside it. You are now pinning the vehicle to another city vehicle that's causing damage to both vehicles. And then you're mag dumping into a suspect, which means that you have 2 cops off of the road who can't work while they're pending an investigation, paid administrative leave. And then you also potentially have a wrongful death suit if the cops have screwed up and killed anyone. Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't do this, right? You absolutely, like, if there's a violent criminal who's on the street, who's doing crazy stuff, you should chase him down. You should pit him. You should engage him. And if he's firing weapons at you, then you do what you do, right? I'm just talking about from a civil liability and criminal liability standpoint. This is a nightmare for the city manager and a nightmare for the mayor. So good job, though. Good job, Elks County officers in California. These are the kind of people that need to get taken down a peg. Hey, when they say it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, cut them off, they're a criminal. I mean, listen, many people are saying this, okay? Many people are saying this.
Oh, when I say officers weren't playing around, I mean they let it rip. To start the gunfights off on the police officer's side, 2 of them open up, firing at least 15 rounds. One of them is mag dumping from inside of his cruiser, which we've talked about before is kind of a last resort thing. This is because the glass from inside of the patrol car blows back in your eyes and you're inhaling glass dust. But that's better than losing your life in a gunfight. The other officer is lighting the suspect up from just outside of the passenger door. It's like a tactical lead sprinkler.
Dude, I would never be able to say that about a serious event. That is crazy pants.
Someone called this YouTube channel a sick murder porn channel today. That sounds kind of like a cool band name. Anyways, a suspect made it out unharmed.
Fighting for my life.
Well, I mean, she doesn't have any physical injuries.
Don't move.
Someone called this YouTube channel a sick murder porn channel today. That sounds kind of like a cool band name. Anyways, a suspect made it out unharmed.
I'm fighting for my life.
Well, I mean, she doesn't have any physical injuries.
Don't move.
Oh, yeah, well, they smoked the dude. Good Lord, Donut. He is... People accuse me of being insensitive to violent events. Donut Operator has been staring into the abyss way too long.
Help you out of the car.
And just like that, the pursuit is over. The suspect's dead, the passenger is taken away. The driver, only 22 years old, had a gun, fired at police, ran from a simple traffic stop, and rammed 2 patrol vehicles. That's basically the Justify Lethal Force starter pack. Yep, that's what he was shooting at cops with. That's lethal force. Because this all ended inside Sacramento city limits, Sacramento PD and the district attorney's office are both investigating the shooting. Because when cops shoot at someone, there's always 47 investigations that have to happen. By multiple agencies, mind you. You silly billies out there on the internet who don't like the police like to say, we investigated ourselves and we found ourselves innocent.
That's internal investigations business.
That's wrong. The agency that does the shooting does not investigate themselves. It's usually pushed to another agency and a state agency and the FBI and probably a couple of more other agencies and the district attorney and some other people. Oh, here we go. Next paragraph.
That's not totally accurate, at least for the state of Florida. So just in case you didn't know, I operate in the state of Florida. In the state of Florida, they have a shoot team at the state level. And so there will be an internal investigation. There will be an external investigation. So they'll have if it happened at the city level, they'll have like a Lake County Sheriff's representative and vice versa. And then they do have a state shoot team. And the state shoot team's job is to make sure that the municipal departments are not covering anything up, right? We're all cops, but the state troopers in Florida are known for having a mandate to hold local law enforcement accountable for corruption and misdeeds. One of the things that we were told in the academy is effectively don't screw around with state troopers, because if you screw around, they will arrest you. They will take you to jail. They will put your name in the newspaper. They don't mess around, because part of their mandate is checking municipal and county level police corruption.
The Elk Grove Police Department is also running their own internal review to make sure their officers follow policies. So yes, the agency that does the shooting sometimes investigates themselves to see if there's any policy violations, which the other agencies follow up with. But this one's just about as justified as it can get. You shoot at police shot you.
He pulled first, so that's justified.
Consequences. On to our next shooting. All right, guys, we got to talk about Boston. An off-duty cop saved a bunch of people from getting shanked at a Chick-fil-A. Who shanks people in the Lord's house of chicken? Lord's Chicken House. God's chicken. In this incident, though, somehow the mayor's big takeaway was thoughts and prayers to the guy with the knife. Boston.
My condolences and all of our thoughts are with the family of the individual whose life has been lost.
What? This all went down at a Chick.
I'm sorry. This is actually pretty funny. So that's like, I forget her name, the Boston mayor, but she had a no whites like dinner. Mayor of Boston, Michelle Wu. And so I had, I still like Brianna Wu. Brianna Wu and I are still friends, but we're not working together anymore. But we used to be doing a show together that was like a weekly breakdown of the news. And so we broke down Michelle Wu having a dinner party where there was an explicit statement saying like, we can't have white people or white spouses at the party. And Brianna was like, yeah, well, she's a nice person and she does good work and this, that, the other. And I was like, nah, Nah, that's pretty silly. That's very dumb. That's optically dumb. It's culturally dumb. It's progressive to the extent that progressivism is losing its mind. I do not respect that at all. And that was like the politest way that I could put it, right? So I find this to be very similar, where progressives just don't have you don't have the same instincts that conservatives do. Okay. If you pull a knife, even if you're schizophrenic, even if you're having a mental health episode, and you try to stab other people, the correct response is, I hate to say it, but it is for you to get shot. Okay. That's the correct response in conservative society. And then in conservative society, we care more about the people who almost got stabbed than the person who got shot for trying to stab people. That's just the way that we operate. We care more about the person who defended everyone else, and we care about the people who almost got stabbed. We don't necessarily care about the person who tried to stab them. Now, that could be like a tribal mentality, and I understand that there are people with mental health issues, but, you know, if we want to come together as a society in order to make sure that the unhoused, is how progressives would say it, have the medication necessary in order to try to not stab their neighbors, I'm all for that. I'm not for simping for the people. Simping might be the wrong word. It's getting late, so I'm getting a little bit more abrasive, but I'm not for simping for attempted murderers. That's too far. That's too progressive for me. She's the kind of progressive I don't like, says John. Yeah. Silver Jacket Man says that's the Chicago way for people who get, shot for trying to stab people. Yeah. Christian Valaire says, pretty sure Brianna simp for. I agree. I think that happened, 6 months to a year ago. Yeah. We did not see eye to eye on that particular story. Anyways, let's give Donut Operator his due.
Chick-fil-A in Copley Square. Two people sprinted inside that Chick-fil-A because someone was chasing them with a knife. Luckily for the people running from the madman with a knife and everyone else in there to get the Lord's chicken, there was an off-duty cop in there too. The officer does what officers do, pulls his gun, tells the suspect to drop the knife. If you didn't know, a knife is a deadly weapon. They hurt. The right poke in the right place, and you're going to bleed out in about 30 seconds. Have I mentioned knives are deadly weapons on this channel before? Anyways, the officer does basic stuff. Drop the knife. Really simple, but our suspect was not in the mood to follow directions. He woke up and chose violence. And actions meet consequences. The officer smokes him before he can hurt anyone else. That's the part where normal people say, good job, officer. Enjoy your waffle fries. Boston's Mayor Michelle Wu gets up on the mic and offers her condolences for the guy with the knife.
Thank God for crime.
And it wasn't just her. Officials started piling up with the "We mourn the life of" speeches against the guy with the knife that chased people into Chick-fil-A. It's not like he did fentanyl and died and then got a statue built after him.
Our thoughts and prayers are with the family and friends of the individual who's been lost.
Our condolences go to the individual who was killed tonight.
The officer who stepped in, saved many lives, and didn't even get to eat his chicken sandwich barely gets a mention. The mayor eventually says that she is glad the officer is safe. So, cool.
I hate this job for real. I do too.
Anyways, give that guy a medal.
All right. Donut Operator won me back. Okay. He lost me with the duck sounds and the being casual about people getting smoked, but he won me back with the I hate this job joke. He got me. Okay. So jeez. I'm trying to think of what else to say in that. Let's just try to appeal to the liberals and the Democrats and the progressives who are on Valor Media who might consume this content. Okay. I am not as extreme and callous as Donut Operator. I'm probably more callous than you. However, and we should absolutely build the kind of social safety net in society that doesn't have schizophrenics running around with knives. But if you're the kind of progressive that agrees with Michelle Wu that your first instinct isn't to praise the officer who saved people from getting stabbed, and it's instead to offer condolences for the knife attacker, then you've gone too far. Your empathy, they do that empathy heat map on Twitter where like conservatives only empathize with people in their immediate family and immediate community, and then progressives and liberals actually empathize and sympathize with like trees and inanimate objects. I'm obviously in the middle of those two heat maps. And so what I would say is if you go exclusively for the criminal, sympathy for the criminal, you're on the far extreme of the heat map and you need to move in your logic chain a little bit better. So, jeez. Now, that being said, I'll show off some liberal and progressive bona fides real quick for policy reform. In that scenario, I think a law enforcement officer needs to be permitted to take immediate action in order to preserve life. However, if there is time, if the person is walking around with a knife and it's obvious they're trying to do what's called suicide by cop, where they're trying to bait the law enforcement officer into shooting them, but they're not actively trying to kill anybody else. I actually do think that law enforcement officer could benefit from watching European law enforcement. I know this is heresy, but I'm going to say it anyways, where what happens with European law enforcement is they'll get like 4 or 5 cops with riot shields. They'll approach with a taser in the riot shield, and then they'll run around and beat the crap out of the guy with a knife or a screwdriver until that person gives up. And I actually think that you could sell that to American law enforcement. Of course, most of them are going to want a mag dump, and you need to keep that like asterisk in there that if the situation gets too dangerous and you need to shoot them, right? However, I think that if you're saying like this person probably wants to do suicide by cop and they're not actually homicidal, then you should take available means in order to beat them with a riot shield until they surrender, right? You can watch European police footage where they do that for literally like 30 to 40 minutes. They will surround a guy with a machete or a knife or a screwdriver, and they'll just beat him up with riot shields until he surrenders. So unpopular opinion perhaps, but something to consider. Let's continue. Watch our good friend Donut Operator over here.
You may be sitting there thinking maybe the mayor just had a weird brain fart. Nah, this is kind of her thing. This is the same mayor who tried to put together a whole do not prosecute list. We're not talking about parking tickets or jaywalking. We're talking about breaking and entering, shoplifting, disorderly conduct, drug possession with intent to distribute, and wanton destruction of property, which is a fancy way of saying I'm just smashing for fun. So if you're wondering why she's more worried about the knife guy than the people or the officer who were about to be stabbed, that's why. In her world, crime's just misunderstood self-expression. She should move to California. Gavin Newsom would love her. Anyways, big thanks to that officer for doing exactly what we asked police to do. Protect innocent people. Even when the people running the city pretend that it never happened. Even when you don't get your goddamn waffle fries for free.
Want a chicken sandwich and some waffle fries for free.
And now for our main video where we're going to look at why cops are technically able to shoot someone who is running away. The case law, Tennessee versus Garner, definitely has a lot to do with this incident. Maricopa, Arizona, February 27th, 2025.
There we go.
2:50 p.m. Our story starts with officers in Maricopa spotting a familiar face. This is a pretty big thing in policing. You always run into the same 10% of the population 90% of the time. The person that they run into is a 38-year-old man with an extensive criminal history. And guess what? He has outstanding warrants. This bright young doctor and our astronaut and our scientist resume includes aggravated assault, robbery, and even firing a gun at a building. Just your regular
Donut, you jerk. Okay. For the confused people in our chat, okay? During the mass immigration of the 10s, there were waves upon waves of young men who were coming into Europe who were economic migrants, and there was plenty of people who wanted to exclusively call all of them refugees and say that they can bolster the European workforce by becoming doctors and lawyers and engineers. And the counterpoint from conservatives was that there are not that many doctors and lawyers and engineers who are fleeing economically depressed countries who are going to come to positively contribute to our societies. And therefore, it became a meme in conservative circles that every time that a jihadist goes on a stabbing spree or goes on a shooting spree or a truck attack or a car attack, or every time that there's a gangbanger who shoots at cops or shoots at the general civilian population or gets into gunfights, it's a joke that they're all doctors, lawyers, and engineers, right? Because oftentimes the media will sweep for people who get killed by law enforcement by acting like it's a tragedy, when sometimes these people actually are just dirtbags. Okay. So in case you didn't catch the reference, in case you didn't, remember the history of the 2010s, that is the reference. Thank you, Donut, for being a funny Jerk.
Old, well-adjusted, tax-paying, building, shooting citizen. On top of that, this guy is well known to have some gang ties. He was also recently released from prison in early 2024. So where do police find him grabbing some snacks at the Circle K? Officers probably know he has warrants, so they stop and talk to him. Well, they try to stop and talk to him.
Stop, man. Stop.
As soon as they try to stop him, this guy immediately drops his snacks and pulls out a handgun. Let's talk about how fast this went from 0 to life or death. The guy's running, he turns, and a gun magically appears in his hand.
Let's rewind and show you how quick it is, because it's so fast and so blurry, you can't even see that. Like, you could see that by the time you see this, you're already getting shot, right? So let's get to the footage. All right. So literally, you see a guy with a warrant. You're gonna chase him. You're gonna try to arrest him. Let's watch. Let's see if I can even pause as fast as this guy pulls his gun
and talk to him. Well, they try to stop and talk to him.
Stop, man. Stop.
As soon as they try to stop him, this guy immediately drops his snacks and pulls out a handgun.
I pulled it too. I pulled too early. Pulled too early.
Stop, man.
Still too early.
Let's talk about how
you didn't even see the gun. At least I didn't. I didn't see the gun in that clip. I literally clicked it 3 times to try to catch him pulling the gun, and I wasn't able to. All I'm trying to show you is that in order to try to keep up with people who have firearms who can pull them near instantaneously and shoot you, you have to have very good reactions, and actions are always going to be faster than reactions.
Fastest went from 0 to life or death. The guy's running, he turns, and a gun magically appears in his hand. Like that. He's pointing it right at the officer's face. You could probably guess what happens next. The suspect shoots the officer point blank. That right there is pretty much every cop's worst nightmare. You've been hit, maybe incapacitated, and the suspect is still firing bullets at you. The officer's partner, on the other hand, isn't having any of this. Let's take a look at how he responds to what's happening.
Pull.
Partner instantly starts returning fire and hits the suspect. Hell yeah. But then, plot twist. 2 undercover detectives show up in an unmarked car. That's right, jump out boys are here. They are not messing around either. Not only do they light him up with return fire, they hit him with their fucking car. That's right, this guy got bullet and bumpers. First hit song, my pathetic murder porn YouTube channel, bullets and bumpers. And because no chaotic police scene is complete without one, we get a bonus character, actually a reoccurring character on probably every goddamn police shooting I have ever reviewed. That's right, a screaming lady who pops out of nowhere. You know, right when officers need to be locked in on the suspect who had a gun the most. The cop who just watched his partner go down after being shot, he's not in the mood for her bullshit.
Get back! Get the back! Get out!
Dude, you're...
After the chaos subsided a little bit, the officer who was shot was put in serious but stable condition as of the filming of this video. If you guys know of any updates, drop them in the comments below. And the suspect.
So I do appreciate it. I do feel like this was pretty entertaining, but I wasn't, he doesn't give us enough of the footage in order for me to break it down. But I'm just going to say right here, this is the closest to like information that you're going to get from me, because he's kind of already doing the breakdown and the art. Look at this handsome fella. Look at this handsome fella. Remind you of anyone? But what I'm going to say here is human beings, this will be the insight that I'll share for this law enforcement video, okay? Human beings are wired to, when they are threatened with death or great bodily harm, that your adrenaline is through the roof. So this guy's blood pressure is probably like 150 over 100. His heart rate is probably like 190. His, I'm trying to think of what else, but his adrenaline is through the roof. And so as a result, like trying to be a machinery operator where you are manipulating a firearm, I'll tell you that one of the times that I drew down on a guy who was a known drug dealer who had already gone to jail or prison for aggravated battery, who was known to carry firearms, who had already threatened other people, et cetera, my adrenaline was so high. my blood pressure was so high the time that I drew down on that guy that I couldn't see my front sight post and my rear post. I couldn't. My pistol appeared like a block. As a matter of fact, you guys want daddy war time? Daddy war stories time? I'll happily tell you daddy war stories time. Let's do it. I'm going to give you full screen so we can share this moment together, okay? So, if you're ready. When I was still a rookie, but I was like a year into the job. Hold on, I'm a movie over here so I can like look at myself, but I can also look at you a little bit so my eyes aren't like weirdly off camera. Okay. So, when I was a rookie, all right, I would probably have like a year on the job. I forget the guy's name. I think his first name was Demarius, and I don't remember his last name. But one time, we knew that he had a warrant. We knew that he was back in town. Well, the week that he got back out of jail or prison, he threatened a 17-year-old with a firearm. He basically said, like, if you cross me, I'm going to kill you. And he pulled a gun and he pointed it at a 17-year-old. We got a report. We knew that he had already done that. And he already had such an extensive record with violence that we literally just wrote up the witness, like multiple witness testimonies, and gave it to the state attorney. And the state attorney's like, yeah, that's good to go. Based off of his violent history, we think that there's a strong chance that he did this and we could get him convicted. Go ahead and pick him up. So we get a warrant for his arrest for aggravated assault. Which is basically just in the state of Florida, assault is not touching someone, it's threatening to hurt someone, and showing a firearm is aggravated because you're threatening them with death, right? So we have an aggravated assault warrant out for this guy, and we know that he's a bad guy. And this is why cops need to shut up when they're on the radio. I'm serious. You need to be effective with your radio traffic. I'm driving down the road and I see this guy, and so I'm creeping on him at like 5 miles an hour. And I'm trying to radio in order to call out like, hey, I think I'm out with Demarius Rogers. I think I see Demarius Rogers. I think I see Demarius Rogers. Every time I'm hitting the radio, it's going doot, 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 because there's a supervisor who won't shut up about a traffic stop. And she's taking 2 minutes in order to communicate what could have been communicated in 10 seconds. And so as a result, I was a rookie. I didn't feel like I could jump out on this guy and not get into a gunfight. And so I didn't. And so I told the supervisor later, I was like, hey, pretty sure I saw that guy. I was creeping on him, but I couldn't get through on the radio. And therefore I wasn't ready to start a gunfight without people knowing that I was drawing down on this random dude. Right. And so we get a tip maybe about a week later that he's at the basketball court. And so we all go all at the same time. And there's 2 exits to the basketball court, one on the north side, one on the south side. And there's chain link fence around the entire area. Okay. I get the south side, and like a dumbass, I stand at the gate. And there's probably 10 young black men. They're all black, not being racist. They're all just young black men walking towards me, and I'm trying to spot for him. I'm trying to spot this guy, right? And what gave him away was everyone else was wearing gym shorts and T-shirts, and he was wearing a hoodie, and it was like 90 degrees outside, right? And he had his hoodie up, and I was like, that's him. And so I actually, while the crowd is coming towards me, I don't spot him. I don't spot him until he actually gets out of the basketball court. And I call out his name and I'm like, Demarius. And I'm staring right at him. And he's like, my name's not Demarius, bro. And I'm like, okay, well, you're staying with me until we figure out who you are. And I put my shield down and I pull my gun up a little bit, right? Like I'm ready to draw down if he's ready to draw down. And he has his hands in his pockets of his hoodie, right? And so he does what's called a furtive gesture, which could be indications of like going for a weapon. And he yanks his hands out of his pockets and then he goes to run. And I'm telling you, my brain, basically the way that they describe it, it's like turning on the shutter on a camera. And so I could see this moment like zoomed in. I had tunnel vision because my adrenaline was through the roof. So all I could see clearly was his hands. Everything out here was blurry. All I could see with was his hands. And then when he did the furtive gesture, I was already out with my gun and pointing it at him by the time he had turned around and started to run. And so what I'm telling you is I was ready to smoke this dude, but he didn't pull. And I've been trained on firearms my entire life, right? So I was looking for my front sight post and my rear sight post so I wouldn't, I don't know, shoot into a crowd and hit 20 different young black men, right? I was trying to shoot this one guy if he was pulling a gun on me. And then I could not see my front sight post or my rear sight post. My Glock, because of my adrenaline and my blood pressure, was one big gray blob, right? It was like a rectangular fuzzy blob. And so I'm like, okay, fudge, I guess we're on a chase. And of course, I'm way slower than him because I'm in body armor. And let's face it, I'm not an excellent runner. And so I'm chasing him and I'm calling out on the radio in order to call out his position as we're running in between houses in a forest alley. It's like an alley between 2 rows of houses, but it's filled with woods and bushes. And so I'm trying to say, like, this is where he is. This is where he is. And do you know what the administration is doing? The administration is calling out. They're in the office, right? They're in the office and they have the balls, even though they know better. They're in the office and they're like, where is he? What are you guys doing? What's his location? How's it going? And they're doing this while I'm in a foot chase with a guy who probably has a gun, right? It's fucking assholes. Sorry for swearing, Ken. Sorry for swearing, Ma. But what ends up happening is I'm chasing this guy through the brush. My adrenaline is out the yin yang. I can't see anything. Like my vision is blurry. And so I'm running through the brush. I'm chasing after this guy. I'm tripping over things. And I'm like, okay, he could go to ground and my adrenaline, like he could collapse on the ground and hide. And my adrenaline would be so high that I would like not notice him. Right. And so I stopped and I slowed down and I took a couple of breaths and then I waited to hear him running. And then I heard him running like another 10 feet up. And I was like, okay, he's still running. And so then I kept running after him. And what happened? I didn't see this, but this is what my supervisor told me. This is Figueroa. He's my hero. He meets this kid. This kid runs into the back door of a drug lieutenant who we know. And he throws open the door as if it's home base. But Figueroa sees him go into the house. And so Figueroa chases him into the house. The kid turns around in order to like confront Figueroa. And maybe I'm exaggerating the story. I don't remember. It's been 5 years since I heard it. But Fig picks him up, grabs him double leg takedown where he puts his head into his chest and grabs his legs and then football tackles him and slams him into a coffee table. And the coffee table breaks. And so while I was chasing this guy, I saw Fig go in the back door chasing him. And so I run around to the front door and I pull I have my pistol out and I'm like, people start streaming out or whatever. And the drug lieutenant is like, you got your man, put your gun away. And I'm like, I'm not putting anything away until I see this dude in cuffs. And then eventually Figueroa comes out with the dude in cuffs. And that was like my first super serious foot chase where my adrenaline was out of my mind and I confronted somebody who was like a violent felon. And and we arrested him and he went to jail for like, I think another 3 to 5 years, probably prison for another 3 to 5 years. And then he was getting out right as I was leaving law enforcement. So I was kind of happy I didn't have to meet him again. And so the moral of the story is adrenaline is a hell of a drug. That's the moral of the story. And it was fun and it was terrifying and it was a testing of all my training and it was a test of my physical limits and it was a mental and emotional test. And it was incredible and it was terrifying. And yeah, that's it. That's really the summary. Now, there is one more point to make, though. I'll see if I can remember it. But the main point that I'm trying to. Oh yeah. There's one more point. So that night, my supervisor, I think I was part-time at the time. My supervisor says, hey, your adrenaline's going to be through the roof and you're not going to be able to be normal after this for a little while. So go ahead and take a patrol car home, because I didn't have an assigned car because I was part-time. And I was like, I think I'm okay. I'll be all right or whatever. He's like, no, take a patrol car home. I want you to be safe. If you're driving a little bit too fast, you're less likely to get pulled over. You're not going to get a ticket. The cops who pull you over, if you're driving crazy, will understand. Your adrenaline's probably through the roof. You probably don't even realize how like crazy that was. And so I was like, okay. And so I took the patrol car home and I was okay the first day and I was okay the second day, literally like normal days to me. And then I came back to work. So I think we chased them on a Sunday. I came back to work on a Wednesday. And the second I walked into the building, my adrenaline went boof right back up. And I actually had to take the day off because my body was psychologically reacting to being in the place where I had confronted a violent felon and where I had gotten into a foot chase that could have turned into a gunfight. And so my body was still acting like I was in the foot chase and like I was in the gunfight. So 2 to 3 days later, my adrenaline was still shot and through the roof. And then, so I went up to medical. I went up to the fire department and I said, hey, listen, I feel weird. I feel like I can't catch my breath. I feel like my heart is through the roof. I feel like I can't calm down. Can you take a look at my vitals? And they took my vitals and my heart rate was like 140, 150 while I was just standing there. And my blood pressure was 150 over 109. And so they told me, they were like, if your blood pressure was one tick higher, if you were 150 over 110, we would actually take you to the hospital and give you medicine. And so that's where, for me, I was like, you know what? I called my supervisor and I was like, listen, Barry, I love you. I don't want to let the shift down. I don't want to be rude to anybody. I don't want to do anything. But I think I need the day, because right now my blood pressure's through the roof. My adrenaline's through the roof. I'm not in the right mindset. And they let me go home. They were a good shift. So yeah. So again, fun, terrifying, crazy, changed my life. And that's like one story. I have like 100 of those. But that was my first foot chase. And I still remember it very vividly. So a lot of discipline, not blasting Connor. Well, yeah, that's the job. The job is you got to make the call, right? If he would have pulled a pistol, I would have blasted, though, for sure. Like 100%. Like I was ready to smoke that dude. And it wasn't personal. It was like training. And it was also, he had to go to jail. He had to go to prison. He was already violent. He was already physically abusing and intimidating civilians. He was already running away from us. He was already doing this. He was already doing that. In my opinion, if he hadn't been checked, if he hadn't been sent to prison or jail, he probably would have killed someone. And realistically, he's been out for a few years. He could have killed somebody by now, 100%. So Christian Blair says, a lot of cops I've talked to say that is why they like reflex sights. I believe it. That video that we watched with Donut Operator, I think he actually did have reflex sights, which was cool. I hope that more people adopt. For those of you who don't know, a reflex sight, they have glass that no matter where you look at it from the angle, you can see the red dot, and the red dot is accurate. And so you don't need to have a perfect picture sight alignment to know exactly where the bullet is. You can literally just put the dot over where the bullet needs to go and pull the trigger, and it's going to be relatively accurate. So Christian Laris was saying, well, someone complaining about the traffic stop at the beginning of the story, the same cop that was faking traffic stops or something, if I remember correctly. Nope. Different supervisor. Was the woman complaining about the traffic stop? I don't remember if that's related to today, but if you're talking about the person that was on the radio for a prolonged period, that was a female supervisor. She was otherwise very competent, very intelligent. I liked having her as a backup whenever things got hairy. Honestly, admire the hell out of her. Good supervisor. But just that one day, she just decided to take 10 minutes to be on the radio while I was confronting somebody who was actually like a violent piece of garbage. So yeah. Fun times. You know what's crazy? So this is kind of cool. So we're kind of towards the end of the show, so I'm just kind of hanging out with chat and I'm yapping. But what's funny is I stopped the political segments and I went into law enforcement. And when I did that on Counterpoints, what happened was we took like, a 10 viewer drop, and then it stayed at that level. It was like, high 30s or whatever for when we were covering law enforcement and military stuff. But then here we did our 10-person drop when we switched from politics to law enforcement, but then we went back up. So, hey man, if you got seriously, like I'm not bound. I can talk to Ken. I like politics. I like current events. I like news. But realistically, if there's an audience in Valor that wants to break down law enforcement, first responder, history, geopol, all that stuff, I'll do that stuff in a heartbeat. I love news. I love politics, but I also love the military. I love law enforcement. I love war stories. I love first responders. I love history. I love all that stuff. Yeah, cop stories don't get told too often. Yeah, I mean it's true. It's kind of a I love telling my stories because thankfully not a lot of them are really tragic. I probably have half a dozen stories that actually are legitimately tragic, but most of my stories are fun or scary or both. So yeah. Christian Blair says, I thought I told you or that you told a story a long time ago about a female cop that would lie about traffic stops. Yep. I know who that is. I know exactly who you're talking about. I can see their face. I could probably tell you their name. It was just a canine officer, and she would call out traffic stops that didn't exist. And she would just call, my suspicion was that she would see somebody driving by. She would see their license plate. She would run their information in the system, see that they were clean. And then she would call in their information. That way she could claim the traffic stop as a statistic without actually doing a traffic stop, which I thought was, I caught her doing that once and I was like, I can't trust you for anything now. I am a news junkie or news buff based. Well, I mean, that's the morning. The early morning is news. I'm going to continue. I talked to Ken. Ken is the guy who's kind of running the Valor shop, and we're going to get an AP, a Washington Post, and a New York Times thing. So it's not only going to be CNN. I got a CNN subscription just because I wanted to read the stories that I'd already selected. But we are going to cover the news probably for the first 45 minutes to an hour of the show. We probably will do React Andy to nefarious characters in alternative media. That way we can criticize them. But I think towards the end of the day, we are going to do law enforcement stories and military stories and law enforcement and military coverage, because let's face it, that's a part of Valor. Valor is majority veterans, majority first responders, and those are important stories worth analyzing and being told. And if there's a civilian audience that's interested in it, and if it helps, I'm not saying you guys necessarily are the next generation who's going to step into law enforcement or the military, but let's say that we get some young kids in here who are curious about it and they want to know about it. Yeah, I would 100%. I would love to talk to young people about law enforcement and the military and the experiences and what it's really like and all the details that kind of add up to it. Vince Neal says, would be a fresh site compared to MAGA military channels. Agreed. Well, QC John says, Florida cops confused me. When we would go down there for bull ridings, the Ocala cops drank beer with us. The Tampa cops just glared at us. Yeah, I mean, that's Florida, man. Florida's schizophrenic. It's you got bikers running crank and marijuana. You got, black descendant of slave gangbangers. You got Haitian, Caribbean drug runners and criminals and people who abuse animals and run dogfighting rings. You got domestic abuse, rich white people. You got all sorts of crazy stuff in Florida, man. And so even if you're working in like a chill community, eventually you will see some crazy stuff in Florida. And so I think because there's so many different kinds of people in Florida, it's hard to hate anyone because you deal with everyone all the time. I think that being in the military, being in law enforcement, and growing up in Florida and inoculated me against being horribly bigoted against people. And it's not because I haven't seen bad stuff. I've seen terrible things, but it's because I've seen so many different kinds of people who are good. And I've seen so many different kinds of people who were bad that it doesn't bug me. Like if you're a good person, you're a good person. And if you're a piece of garbage, you're a piece of garbage. Like, I don't care where you come from. Would you enlist under Trump? Nah. I get that the military likes him because Hegseth says the right things and Trump says the right things. But honestly, I think he's so mercurial that he would, like, there's a reason why B-2 bombers are in Diego Garcia right now. And it's because he's thinking about bombing Iran. That's what's going on. So no, I would not be comfortable allowing my kids to enlist as infantrymen in this environment. Maybe as Air Force. I'd let them enlist as Air Force, but I wouldn't let them. I'm getting more towards my oldest boy is almost 10. So, he's 7. So I'm getting to the age where me re-enlisting is less of a possibility and my boys enlisting in the next decade is more of a possibility. I'm old and broken. I got issues with my neck. I got issues with my shoulders. I have nerve pain issues. I'm a mess. So realistically, the military wouldn't even want me anyways, unless it was like really dire. Whereas they probably would be interested in recruiting my children. And I don't have a problem with my children serving in the military or serving in law enforcement, but I'm going to tell them what it is and I'm going to tell them what it isn't. And I'm going to be very honest with them. And I'm going to encourage them to join the Air Force because they have girls. NYC Falcon says Florida is a microcosm of the rest of the country. It's very purple. I agree. It's very purple. It's very diverse. There's lots of Hispanics, lots of blacks, lots of Caribbeans, lots of Haitians, lots of gays, lots of straights, lots of Disney people. It is a good slice of the country. NYC Falcon says, hope you're recovering. I am. I'm way better than I was a decade ago. I'm way better than I was 5 years ago. I'm doing good. And by the way, hanging out with you guys, I know we're not a particularly large crew right now, but we're building it slowly but surely. But, going live and hanging out with people, 50 to 70 people over on my home channel when I go live and posting Warhammer content and then coming here and then building up the channel and getting it from 10 to 20 to now 20 to 30. And then hopefully we can get to 30 to 40 and 40 to 50. And we can just build and build and build and build and build. No, this is amazing. And I'm thankful to Ken and I'm thankful to Valor for giving me the privilege of coming and talking to you about current events, news and politics and all that stuff. I genuinely love it. It's fantastic. Hassan Piker and Chud Logic are right about one thing. They're right about the fact that streaming drains your social battery. You get talked out by the time that you're done with the shift, right? But talking to you guys, hanging out with you guys, consuming cool content, giving you breakdowns, all that kind of stuff, it's a blast. It's a blast. Christian Blair says, well, if Trump goes for a third term, I rub your back, no homo. Yeah. No, if Trump runs for a third term, it'll get hairy and I'll be a part of that hairiness for sure. Ved Sunil says, my friend just got an Air Force scholarship for med school. Really happy for him. Yeah. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. And he'll go to school and he'll be around a bunch of really smart people and there will be girls and the girls will be pretty. So good for him. Honestly, like Air Force is where it's at. Not going to lie. Of course, I'm very proud of my Marine Corps service, and I think it was right for me. However, the Marine Corps does kick the crap out of you, and they expect you to just take it, and they take, and they don't give a whole lot back, except for like pride and a cool emblem. So, Christian Blair says, would be in a Patriot platoon with 2 Theracane sticks. Yeah. True. If we have to commit I'm joking, YouTube, I'm joking. But if we have to commit a domestic insurgency against Donald Trump because he appointed himself the dictator of America, yeah, I'm going to need to bring my massage sticks with me. But we are at 4:57:52. That's 5 hours. That's noon to 5. It's 4:59 is the time on deck. So I am going to get out of here. I'm going to go spend time with the family. Tomorrow morning, I'll be cutting up content from 9 to noon. I hope to see you beautiful souls here tomorrow. And we'll repeat the same shtick. I don't want to do exclusively one form of content because I think we'll get dried out. I think we'll get boring. I think it is a little bit too boring. But I will try to find us good opponents, people who are interesting to listen to. And I think we're figuring that out over the past week. Like, who is an a-hole? Like Charlie Kirk, I don't like, and I don't like his politics, but he was like dry and nuanced enough that there wasn't enough to bite into. Whereas I feel like with Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes, probably Dave Smith, maybe Laura Loomer and a few other characters, not only do their politics suck, they're also like hyper abrasive, hyperbolic characters who are interesting to engage with on a philosophical and rhetorical level. So yeah. So we'll figure it out. Thank you. Silver Jacket Man says 07, 5 hours. Wow, says NYC Falcon. Thanks for hanging out, NYC Falcon. Good to have a fresh face in it. Christian Valeris, thank you for always being here. It is a good psychic support. You don't have to be here every day, but honestly, like when I see your name, I'm like, it's going to be a good day. Jonah Boy, same thing. And yeah. It was fun. Have an awesome rest of the day. Everyone 07. Gen X, thank you for your support as well. Thank you for the donation. I do appreciate it. So, ladies and gentlemen, good night. Go enjoy your other streamer. Well, QC John, good to see you as well. Always fun to see you in chat. Parasocial love to you and yours. I hope you have a great night. Bye for now.